Hello and welcome to this new video. In this video, we're going to cover 600 latest and important question and answers for AWS Cloud Practitioner CLF-C02 version. So before going to the question and answers, we request you to kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're not already a subscriber. And these question and answers PDF is also available to download from shapingpixel.com website. The full link will be in the description. So let's jump on to the questions. Question number 1. A company plans to use an Amazon Snowball Edge device to transfer files to the AWS cloud. Which activities related to a Snowball Edge device are available to the company at no cost? Option A. Use of the Snowball Edge appliance for a 10-day period. Option B. The transfer of data out of Amazon S3 and to the Snowball Edge appliance. Option C. The transfer of data from the Snowball Edge appliance into Amazon S3. And option D. Daily use of the Snowball Edge appliance after 10 days. So the right answer here is option C. Data transfer into Amazon S3 is 0 per GB. Data transfer out of Amazon S3 is priced by region. So question number 2. A company has deployed applications on Amazon EC2 instances. The company needs to access application vulnerabilities and must identify infrastructure deployments that do not meet best practices. Which AWS service can the company use to meet these requirements? And the options are AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Inspector, AWS Config, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Inspector. Amazon Inspector is an automated vulnerability management service that continually scans AWS workloads for software vulnerabilities and unintended network exposure. The key word here is vulnerabilities. Question number 3. A company has a centralized group of users with large file storage requirement that have exceeded the space available on premises. The company wants to extend its file storage capabilities for this group while retaining the performance benefit of sharing content locally. What is the most operationally efficient AWS solution for this scenario? Option A. Create an Amazon S3 bucket for each user. Mount each bucket by using an S3 file system mounting utility. Option B. Configure and deploy an AWS storage gateway file gateway. Connect each user's workstation to the file gateway. Option C. Move each user's working environment to Amazon Workspaces. Set up an Amazon WorkTalks account for each user. Option D. Deploy an Amazon EC2 instance and attach an Amazon Elastic Block Store provided IOPS value. Share the EBS value directly with the users. So the right answer here is option B. Question number 4. According to security best practices, how should an Amazon EC2 instance be given access to an Amazon S3 bucket? Option A. Hardcode an IAM user secret key and access key directly in the application and upload the file. Option B. Store the IAM user secret key and access key in a text file on the EC2 instance. Read the keys, then upload the file. Option C. Have the EC2 instance assume a role to obtain the privileges to upload the file. And option D. Modify the S3 bucket policy so that any service can upload to it at any time. So the right answer here is option C. Have the EC2 instance assume a role to obtain the privileges to upload the file. Question number 5. Which option is a customer responsibility when using Amazon DynamoDB under the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A, physical security of DynamoDB. Option B, patching of DynamoDB. Option C, access to DynamoDB tables. And option D, encryption of data at rest in DynamoDB. So the right answer here is option C, access to DynamoDB tables. Under the AWS shared responsibility model, controlling and managing access to AWS services, including Amazon DynamoDB tables, is a customer responsibility, while AWS take care of the physical infrastructure, patching, and encryption of data at rest in DynamoDB. Customers are responsible for setting up proper access controls, authentication, and authorization to protect their data and resources. So question number 6, which option is a perspective that includes foundational capabilities of the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework, AWS CAF? The options are sustainability, performance efficiency, governance, reliability. So the right answer here is option C, governance. The 6 AWS CAF perspectives are business, people, governance, platform, security, and operations. Question number 7. A company is running and managing its own Docker environment on Amazon EC2 instances. The company wants an alternative to help manage cluster size, scheduling, and environment maintenance. Which AWS service meets these requirements? And the options are AWS Lambda, Amazon RDS, AWS Fargate, Amazon Athena. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Fargate. AWS Fargate is a serverless pay-as-you-go compute engine that lets you focus on building applications without managing servers. AWS Fargate is compatible with both Amazon Elastic Container Service and Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service. Question number 8. A company wants to run a NoSQL database on Amazon EC2 instances. Which task is the responsibility of AWS in this scenario? Option A, update the guest operating system of the EC2 instances. Option B, maintain high availability at the database layer. Option C, patch the physical infrastructure that hosts the EC2 instances. Option D, configure the security group firewall. So the right answer here is option C, patch the physical infrastructure that hosts the EC2 instances. Patch the physical infrastructure that hosts the EC2 instances. Guest operating system is always responsibility of customer and host of AWS. Question number 9. Which AWS services or tools can identify resizing opportunities for Amazon EC2 instances? Choose two. And the options are AWS Cost Explorer, AWS Billing Conductor, Amazon Code Guru, Amazon SageMaker, AWS Compute Optimizer. So the right answer here is option A and option E. AWS Cost Explorer and AWS Compute Optimizer. Question number 10. Which of the following are benefits of using AWS Trusted Advisor? Option A, providing high performance container orchestration. Option B, creating and rotating encryption keys. Option C, detecting underutilized resources to save costs. Option D, improving security by proactively monitoring the AWS environment. Option E, implementing enforced tagging across AWS resources. So the right answer here is option C and option D. Benefits of Trusted Advisor: cost optimization, performance, security, fault tolerance, service quotas. Question number 11. Which of the following is an advantage that users experience when they move on-premises workloads to the AWS cloud? Option A, elimination of expenses for running and maintaining data centers. Option B, price discounts that are identical to discounts from hardware providers. Option C, distribution of all operational controls to AWS. Option D, elimination of operational expenses. So the right answer here is option A, elimination of expenses for running and maintaining data centers. Question number 12. A company wants to manage deployed IT services and govern its infrastructure as a code templates. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And the options are AWS Resource Explorer, AWS Service Catalog, AWS Organizations, AWS Systems Manager. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Service Catalog. AWS Service Catalog lets you centrally manage your cloud resources to achieve governance at scale of your infrastructure as code templates written in cloud formation or Terraform configurations. With AWS Service Catalog, you can meet your compliance requirements while making sure your customers can quickly deploy the cloud resources they need. Question number 13. Which AWS service or tool helps users visualize, understand, and manage spending and usage over time? And the options are AWS Organizations, AWS Pricing Calculator, AWS Cost Explorer, AWS Service Catalog. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Cost Explorer. AWS Cost Explorer has an easy to use interface that lets you visualize, understand, and manage your AWS cost and usage over time. Get started quickly by creating custom reports that analyze cost and usage data. Analyze your data at a high level or dive deeper into your cost and usage data to identify trends, pinpoint cost drivers, and detect anomalies. Question number 14. A company is using a central data platform to manage multiple types of data to its customers. The company wants to use AWS services to discover, transform, and visualize the data. Which combination of AWS services should the company use to meet these requirements? Choose two. The options are AWS Glue, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon Redshift, Amazon QuickSight, Amazon Quantum Ledger Database. So the right answer here is option A and option D. AWS Glue is a serverless data integration service that makes it easier to discover, prepare, move, and integrate data from multiple resources for analytics, machine learning, and application development. Amazon QuickSight powers data-driven organizations with unified business intelligence at hyperscale. With QuickSight, all users can meet varying analytic needs from the same source of truth through modern interactive dashboards, paginated reports, embedded analytics, and natural language queries. Question number 15. A global company wants to migrate its third-party applications to the AWS cloud. The company wants help from a global team of experts to complete the migration faster and more reliable in accordance with AWS internal best practices. Which AWS service or resource will meet these requirements? And the options are AWS Support, AWS Professional Services, AWS Launch Wizard, AWS Managed Services. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Professional Services. AWS Partner Network APN consulting partners help customers design, architect, build, migrate, and manage workloads and applications on Amazon Web Services. Question number 16. An e-learning platform needs to run an application for 2 months each year. The application will be deployed on Amazon EC2 instances. Any application downtime during those 2 months must be avoided. Which EC2 purchasing option will meet these requirements most cost effectively? And the options are reserved instances, dedicated hosts, spot instances, on-demand instances. So the right answer here is option D, on-demand instances. On-demand instances are recommended for users that prefer the low cost and flexibility of EC2 without any upfront payment for long-term commitments, applications with short-term, spiky or unpredictable workloads that cannot be interrupted, applications being developed or tested on EC2 for the first time. So question number 17. A developer wants to deploy an application quickly on AWS without manually creating the required resources. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? And the options are Amazon EC2, AWS Elastic Beanstalk, AWS Code Build, Amazon Personalize. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. With Elastic Beanstalk, you can quickly deploy and manage applications in the AWS cloud without having to learn about the infrastructure that runs those applications. Elastic Beanstalk reduces management complexity without restricting choice or control. You simply upload your application and Elastic Beanstalk automatically handles the details of capacity provisioning, load balancing, scaling, and application health monitoring. Question number 18. The company is storing sensitive customers' data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company wants to protect the data from accidental deletion or overwriting. Which S3 feature should the company use to meet these requirements? We have the following four options: S3 lifecycle rules, S3 versioning, S3 bucket policies, S3 server-side encryption. So the right answer here is option B, S3 versioning. Versioning in Amazon S3 is a means of keeping multiple variants of an object in the same bucket. You can use the S3 versioning feature to preserve, retrieve, and restore every version of every object stored in your buckets. Versioning enabled buckets can help you recover objects from accidental deletion or overwrite. For example, if you delete an object, Amazon S3 inserts a delete marker instead of removing the object permanently. Question number 19. Which AWS service provides the ability to manage infrastructure as code? And the options are AWS Code Pipeline, AWS Code Deploy, AWS Direct Connect, AWS Cloud Formation. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Cloud Formation. AWS Cloud Formation lets you model, provision, and manage AWS and third-party resources by treating infrastructure as code. Question number 20. An online gaming company needs to choose a purchasing option to run its Amazon EC2 instances for 1 year. The web traffic is consistent and any increase in traffic are predictable. The EC2 instances must be online and available without any disruption. Which EC2 instances purchasing option will meet these requirements most cost effectively? And the options are on-demand instances, reserved instances, spot instances, spot fleet. So the right answer here is option B, reserved instances. Amazon EC2 reserved instances provide a significant discount compared to on-demand pricing and provide a capacity reservation when used in a specific availability zone. Question number 21. Which AWS service or feature allows a user to establish a dedicated network connection between a company's on-premises data center and the AWS cloud? And the options are AWS Direct Connect, VPC peering, AWS VPN, Amazon Route 53. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Direct Connect. Create a dedicated network connection to AWS. The AWS Direct Connect cloud service is the shortest path to your AWS resources. While in transit, your network traffic remains on the AWS global network and never touches the public internet. Question number 22. Which option is a physical location of the AWS global infrastructure? The options are AWS Data Sync, AWS Region, Amazon Connect, AWS Organizations. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Region. AWS has the concept of a region which is a physical location around the world where we cluster data centers. Question number 23. A company wants to protect its AWS cloud formation, systems, and assets while performing risk assessment and mitigation tasks. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework is supported by these goals? And the options are reliability, security, operational excellence, performance efficiency. So the right answer here is option B, security. So this is conclusion of security pillar. Help you build and operate architectures that protect information, systems, and assets while delivering business value. Question number 24. What is the purpose of having an internet gateway within a VPC? Option A, to create a VPN connection to the VPC. Option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the internet. Option C, to impose bandwidth constraints on internet traffic. Option D, to load balance traffic from the internet across Amazon EC2 instances. So the right answer here is option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the internet. An internet gateway is a horizontally scaled, redundant, and highly available VPC component that allows communication between your VPC and the internet. Question number 25. A company is running a monolithic on-premises application that does not scale and is difficult to maintain. The company has a plan to migrate the application to AWS and divide the application into microservices. Which best practice of the AWS well-architected framework is the company following with this plan? Option A, integrate functional testing as part of AWS deployment. Option B, use automation to deploy changes. Option C, deploy the application to multiple locations. Option D, implement loosely coupled dependencies. So the right answer here is option D, implement loosely coupled dependencies. Dependencies such as queuing systems, streaming systems, workflows, and load balancers are loosely coupled. Loose coupling helps isolate behavior of a component from other components that depend on it, increasing resiliency and agility. Question number 26. A company has an AWS account. The company wants to audit its password and access key rotation details for compliance purposes. Which AWS service or tool will meet this requirement? And the options are IAM Access Analyzer, AWS Artifact, IAM Credential Report, AWS Audit Manager. So the right answer here is option C, IAM Credential Report. You can use credential reports to assist in your auditing and compliance efforts. You can use the report to audit the effects of credential lifecycle requirements such as password and access key updates. Question number 27. A company wants to receive a notification when a specific AWS cost threshold is reached. Which AWS services or tools can the company use to meet these requirements? Choose two. The options are Amazon Simple Queue Service, AWS Budgets, Cost Explorer, Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Cost and Usage Report. So the right answer here is option B, and option D. AWS budgets and Amazon CloudWatch. Question number 28. Which AWS service or resource provides answers to the most frequently asked security related questions that AWS receives from its users? The options are AWS Artifact, Amazon Connect, AWS Chatbot, AWS Knowledge Center. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Knowledge Center. The AWS Knowledge Center is a comprehensive resource that provides answers to the most frequently asked security related questions that AWS receives from its users. It is a central repository of security information and guidance covering a wide range of topics. Question number 29. Which tasks are customers' responsibilities according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Choose two. Option A. Configure the AWS provided security group firewall. Option B. Classify company assets in the AWS cloud. Option C. Determine which availability zones to use for Amazon S3 buckets. Option D. Patch or upgrade Amazon DynamoDB. Option E. Select Amazon EC2 instances to run AWS Lambda on. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Question number 30. Which of the following are pillars of the AWS well-architected framework? Choose two. And the options are availability, reliability, scalability, responsive design, operational excellence. So the right answer here is option B and option E. Reliability and operational excellence. AWS well architected helps cloud architects build secure, high performing, resilient and efficient infrastructure for a variety of applications and workloads. Built around six pillars: operational excellence, security, reliability, performance efficiency, cost optimization, and sustainability. Question number 31. Which AWS service or feature is used to send both text and email messages from distributed applications? Option A. Amazon Simple Notification Service. Option B. Amazon Simple Email Service. Option C. Amazon CloudWatch Alerts. And option D. Amazon Simple Queue Service. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Simple Notification Service. Amazon Simple Notification Service sends notifications two ways, A to A and A to B. A to A provides high throughput, push-based, many-to-many messaging between distributed systems, microservices, and event-driven serverless applications. These applications include Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose, AWS Lambda, and other HTTPS endpoints. A to B functionality lets you send messages to your customers with SMS text, push notifications, and email. Question number 32. A user needs programmatic access to AWS resources through the AWS CLI or the AWS API. Which option will provide the user with the appropriate access? And the options are Amazon Inspector, Access Keys, SSH Public Keys, AWS Key Management Service Keys. So the right answer here is option B, Access Keys. Access keys are long-term credentials for an IAM user or the AWS account root user. You can use access keys to sign programmatic request to the AWS CLI or AWS API. Question number 33. A company runs thousands of simultaneous simulations using AWS Batch. Each simulation is stateless, is fault tolerant, and runs for up to 3 hours. Which pricing model enables the company to optimize cost and meet these requirements? The options are reserved instances, spot instances, on-demand instances, dedicated instances. So the right answer here is option B, spot instances. Spot instances are a good fit for stateless, fault tolerance workloads that can be interrupted without any impact on the overall job. Question number 34. What does the concept of agility mean in AWS cloud computing? Choose two. And we have the following 5 options. Option A, the speed at which AWS resources are implemented. Option B, the speed at which AWS creates new AWS regions. Option C, the ability to experiment quickly. Option D, the elimination of wasted capacity. Option E, the low cost of entry into cloud computing. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Question number 35. A company needs to block SQL injection attacks. Which AWS service or feature can meet these requirements? And the options are AWS WAF, AWS Shield, Network ACLs, Security Groups. So the right answer here is option A, AWS WAF. AWS WAF helps you protect against common web exploits and bots that can affect availability, compromise security, or consume excessive resources. Question number 36. Which AWS service or feature identifies whether an Amazon S3 bucket or an IAM role has been shared with an external entity? Option A, AWS Service Catalog. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. And option D, AWS Organizations. So the right answer here is option C, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. IAM Access Analyzer helps identify resources in your organization and accounts that are shared with an external entity. Question number 37. A cloud practitioner needs to obtain AWS compliance reports before migrating an environment to the AWS cloud. How can these reports be generated? Option A, contact the AWS compliance team. Option B, download the reports from AWS Artifact. Option C, open a case with AWS support. Option D, generate the reports with Amazon Mackie. So the right answer here is option B, download the reports from AWS Artifact. AWS Artifact is a portal that provides access to various compliance reports, including certifications, attestations, and other relevant documents. You can download these reports directly from AWS Artifact. Question number 38. An e-commerce company has migrated its IT infrastructure from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud. Which cost is the company's direct responsibility? Option A, cost of application software licenses. Option B, cost of the hardware infrastructure on AWS. Option C, cost of power for the AWS servers. And option D, cost of physical security for the AWS data center. So the right answer here is option A, cost of application software licenses. Question number 39. A company is setting up AWS identity and access management on an AWS account. Which recommendation complies with IAM security best practices? Option A, use the account root user access keys for administrative tasks. Option B, grant broad permissions so that all company employees can access the resources they need. Option C, turn on multi-factor authentication for added security during the login process. Option D, avoid rotating credentials to prevent issues in production applications. So the right answer here is option C. Enabling multi-factor authentication for user accounts, especially for users with administrative or high privilege access, is a crucial security best practice. MFA adds an additional layer of security by requiring users to provide two or more verification factors. Something they know, like a password, or something they have, like a temporary MFA code from a hardware token or mobile before gaining access. This significantly reduces the risk of unauthorized access, even if login credentials are compromised. Question number 40. Elasticity in the AWS cloud refers to which of the following? Choose two. Option A, how quickly an Amazon EC2 instance can be restarted. Option B, the ability to right-size resources as demand shifts. Option C, the maximum amount of RAM an Amazon EC2 instance can use. Option D, the pay-as-you-go billing model. Option E, how easily resources can be produced when they are needed. So the right answer here is option B and option E. Elasticity is the ability to add and release resources as business needs change. It has nothing to do with pricing. Question number 41. Which service enables customers to audit API calls in their AWS accounts? And the options are AWS Cloud Trial, AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Inspector, AWS X-Ray. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Cloud Trial. AWS Cloud Trial is a service that records all API calls made on your AWS account. It provides a detailed history of events, including who made the call, what actions were performed, and from which IP address the call originated. This audit trail is valuable for security, compliance, troubleshooting, and monitoring purposes, and it helps you maintain visibility into how your AWS resources are being used. Question number 42. What is a customer responsibility when using AWS Lambda according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A, managing the code within the Lambda function. Option B, confirming that the hardware is working in the data center. Option C, patching the operating system. Option D, shutting down Lambda functions when they are no longer in use. So the right answer here is option A, managing the code with the Lambda function. In the AWS shared responsibility model, AWS is responsible for the infrastructure and security of the cloud, while customers are responsible for the security in the cloud. When using AWS Lambda, customers are responsible for managing the code and configuration within the Lambda function. These includes writing and updating the code, configuring the functions, execution environment, and ensuring that the code complies with security best practices and is free from vulnerabilities. Question number 43. A company has 5 terabyte of data stored in Amazon S3. The company plans to occasionally run queries on the data for analysis. Which AWS service should the company use to run these queries in the most cost-effective manner? And the following options are Amazon Redshift, Amazon Athena, Amazon Kinesis, Amazon RDS. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Athena. Amazon Athena is a serverless interactive analytics service built on open source framework supporting open table and file formats. Athena provides a simplified, flexible way to analyze petabytes of data where it lives. Analyze data or build applications from an Amazon simple storage service, data lake, and 30 data sources, including on-premises data sources or other cloud systems using SQL or Python. Athena is built on open source Trino and Presto engines and Apache Spark frameworks, with no provisioning or configuration effort required. Question number 44. Which AWS service can be used at no additional cost? And the options are Amazon SageMaker, AWS Config, AWS Organizations, Amazon CloudWatch. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Organizations. AWS Organizations is an account management service that enables you to consolidate multiple AWS accounts into an organization that you create and centrally manage. AWS Organizations is offered at no additional charge. You are charged only for AWS resources that uses and roles in your member accounts use. For example, you are charged the standard fees for Amazon EC2 instances that are used by users or roles in your members account. Question number 45. Which AWS Cloud Adoption Framework capabilities belongs to the people perspective? The options are data architecture, event management, cloud fluency, strategic partnership. So the right answer here is option C, cloud fluency. Question number 46. A company wants to make an upfront commitment for continued use of its production Amazon EC2 instances in exchange for a reduced overall cost. Which pricing options meet these requirements with the lowest cost? Choose two. And the options are spot instances, on-demand instances, reserved instances, savings plans, dedicated hosts. So the right answer here is option C and option D. Reserved instances provide a significant discount compared to on-demand pricing in exchange for a one-time upfront payment and or a lower hourly rate. The more you commit, the greater the discount. Option D, savings plans. Savings plans offers flexible pricing and savings on your AWS usage with discounts of up to 72% compared to on-demand pricing. With savings plans, you commit to a certain amount of usage for a 1 or 3 year term and receive a lower rate for that usage. Question number 47. A company wants to migrate its on-premises relational databases to the AWS cloud. The company wants to use infrastructure as close to its current geographical location as possible. Which AWS service or resource should the company use to select its Amazon RDS deployment area? And the options are Amazon Connect, AWS Wavelength, AWS Regions, AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Regions. AWS Connect, Customer Service Cloud Contact Center. AWS Wavelength, 5G devices. AWS Direct Connect, dedicated network connection, bypass public network. Question number 48. A company is exploring the use of the AWS cloud and needs to create a cost estimate for a project before the infrastructure is provisioned. Which AWS service or feature can be used to estimate cost before deployment? Option A, AWS Free Tier. Option B, AWS Pricing Calculator. Option C, AWS Billing and Cost Management. Option D, AWS Cost and Usage Report. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Pricing Calculator. AWS Pricing Calculator is a web-based planning tool that you can use to create estimates for your AWS use cases. You can use it to model your solutions before building them. Explore the AWS service price points and review the calculations behind your estimates. Question number 49. A company is building an application that needs to deliver images and videos globally with minimal latency. Which approach can the company use to accomplish these in a cost-effective manner? A. Deliver the content through Amazon CloudFront. Option B. Store the content on Amazon S3 and enable S3 cross-region replication. Option C. Implement a VPN across multiple AWS regions. Option D. Deliver the content through AWS private link. So the right answer here is option A. Deliver the content through Amazon CloudFront. Securely deliver content with low latency and high transfer speeds. Question number 50. Which option is a benefit of the economies of scale based on the advantages of cloud computing? Option A, the ability to trade variable expenses for fixed expenses. Option B, increased speed and agility. Option C, lower variable cost over fixed costs. Option D, increased operational cost over across data centers. So the right answer here is option C, lower variable cost over fixed costs. Benefit from massive economies of scale. By using cloud computing, you can achieve a lower variable cost than you can get on your own because usage from hundreds of thousands of customers is aggregated in the cloud. Providers such as AWS can achieve higher economies of scale, which translates into lower pay-as-you-go prices. Question number 51. Which of the following is a software development framework that a company can use to define cloud resources as code and provision the resources through AWS Cloud Formation? Options are AWS CLI, AWS Developer Center, AWS Cloud Development Kit, AWS CodeStar. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Cloud Development Kit. AWS CDK is a software development framework that enables developers to define infrastructure as code using familiar programming languages like TypeScript, Python, Java, C#, and more. With AWS CDK, you can define cloud resources, their relationships, and provisioning logic in your preferred programming language. AWS CDK also generates cloud formation templates based on your code, making it easier to manage and deploy infrastructure resources in AWS. Question number 52. A company is developing an application that uses multiple AWS services. The application needs to use temporary limited privilege credentials for authentication with other AWS APIs. Which AWS service or feature should the company use to meet these authentication requirements? Option A, Amazon API Gateway. Option B, IAM users. Option C, AWS Security Token Service. Option D, IAM Instance Profiles. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Security Token Service. AWS provides AWS Security Token Service as a web service that enables you to request temporary limited privilege credentials for users. Question number 53. Which AWS service is a cloud security posture management service that aggregates alerts from various AWS services and partner products in a standardized format? And the options are AWS Security Hub, AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Security Hub. AWS Security Hub is a cloud security posture management service that performs automated continuous security best practices checks against your AWS resources to help you identify misconfigurations and aggregates your security alerts in a standardized format so that you can more easily enrich, investigate, and remediate them. Question number 54. Which AWS service is always provided at no charge? And the options are Amazon S3, AWS Identity and Access Management, Elastic Load Balancers, AWS WAF. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Identity and Access Management. IAM is a feature of your AWS account and is offered at no additional charge. Question number 55. To reduce cost, a company is planning to migrate a NoSQL database to AWS. Which AWS service is fully managed and can automatically scale throughput capacity to meet database workload demands? And the options are Amazon Redshift, Amazon Aurora, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon RDS. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon DynamoDB. Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service that provides fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. Question number 56. A company is using Amazon DynamoDB. Which task is the company's responsibility according to the AWS shared responsibility model? And the options are option A, patch the operating system. Option B, provision hosts. Option C, manage database access permissions. And option D, secure the operating system. So the right answer here is option C, manage database access permissions. Question number 57. A company has a test AWS environment. A company is planning on testing an application within AWS. Application testing can be interrupted and does not need to run continuously. Which Amazon EC2 purchasing option will meet these requirements most cost effectively? And the options are on-demand instances, dedicated instances, spot instances, reserved instances. So the right answer here is option C, spot instances. Question number 58. Which AWS service gives users the ability to discover and protect sensitive data that is stored in Amazon S3 buckets? And the options are Amazon Mackie, Amazon Detective, Amazon Guard Duty, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Mackie. Amazon Mackie is a data security service that discovers sensitive data using machine learning and pattern matching, provides visibility into data security risks, and enables you to automate protection against those risks. Question number 59. Which of the following services can be used to block network traffic to an instance? Choose two. The options are security groups, Amazon Virtual Private Cloud, flow logs, network ACLs, Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Cloud Trial. So the right answer here is option A and option C, security groups and network ACLs. Security groups are stateful firewalls that control inbound and outbound traffic at the instance level. You can configure security groups to allow or deny specific types of network traffic to and from your instances. Network ACLs are stateless firewall that control traffic at the subnet level. Network ACLs define rules to allow or deny traffic based on source and destination IP addresses, ports, and protocols. Question number 60. Which AWS service can identify when an Amazon EC2 instance was terminated? And the options are option A, AWS Identity and Access Management, option B, AWS Cloud Trial, option C, AWS Compute Optimizer, and option D, Amazon Event Bridge. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Cloud Trial. AWS Cloud Trial is a service that records all API activity in your AWS account, including the termination of EC2 instances. It creates log entries for various events, providing an audit trail of actions taken on resources. By reviewing Cloud Trial logs, you can identify when an EC2 instance was terminated, who initiated the termination, and other relevant details about the event. Question number 61. Which of the following is a fully managed MySQL compatible database? And the options are Amazon S3, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Redshift, Amazon Aurora. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Aurora. Amazon Aurora is a relational database service that is compatible with MySQL and PostgreSQL. It is fully managed by AWS and is designed for high availability, performance and scalability while maintaining MySQL compatibility. Aurora offers features like automated backups, read replicas, and seamless failover to ensure data durability and availability. It's a popular choice for applications that require a MySQL compatible database with the benefits of a fully managed service. Question number 62. Which AWS service supports a hybrid architecture that gives users the ability to extend AWS infrastructure, AWS services, APIs, and tools to data centers, co-location environments, or on-premises facilities? The options are AWS Snow Mobile, AWS Local Zones, AWS Outpost, and AWS Fargate. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts. AWS Outposts enable you to run AWS infrastructure and services on premises while seamlessly connecting to the AWS cloud. This service extends the AWS ecosystem to your on-premises locations, allowing you to take advantage of cloud benefits while addressing the requirements of data residency, low latency applications, and specific regulatory needs in hybrid environments. Question number 63. Which AWS service can run a managed PostgreSQL database that provides online transaction processing OLTP? And the options are Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Athena, Amazon RDS, Amazon EMR. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon RDS. Amazon RDS supports various database engines including PostgreSQL and offers a managed database service suitable for OLTP workloads. With Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL, you can easily set up, operate, and scale a PostgreSQL database without the administrative overhead of managing the infrastructure. Question number 64. A company wants to provide managed Windows virtual desktops and applications to its remote employees over secure network connections. Which AWS services can the company use to meet these requirements? Choose two. And the options are Amazon Connect, Amazon AppStream, Amazon Workspaces, AWS Site-to-Site VPN, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. So the right answer here is option B and option C, Amazon AppStream 2.0, Amazon Workspaces. Amazon AppStream 2.0 is a service that enables you to stream desktop applications to users through web browsers. You can deliver Windows applications securely to remote users without the need to provision and manage full virtual desktops. Option C, Amazon Workspaces is a fully managed desktop as a service solution that provides Windows desktop to users. You can configure and manage virtual desktops for remote employees using workspaces. Question number 65. A company wants to monitor for misconfigured security groups that are allowing unrestricted access to specific ports. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? The options are AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon CloudWatch, Amazon Guard Duty, AWS Health Dashboard. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Unrestricted access check security groups for rules that allow unrestricted access to a resource. Unrestricted access increase opportunities for malicious activities. For more details, see the Trusted Advisor frequently asked questions. Question number 66. Which AWS service is a key value database that provide sub-millisecond latency on a large scale? And the options are Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Aurora, Amazon Document DB, Amazon Neptune. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Because Amazon DynamoDB is a non-relational database that delivers reliable performance at any scale, it's a fully managed, multi-region, multi-master database that provides consistent single-digit millisecond latency and offers built-in security backup and restore and in-memory caching. Question number 67. Which AWS services or features provide disaster recovery solutions for Amazon EC2 instances? Choose two. And the options are EC2 reserved instances, EC2 Amazon machine images, Amazon Elastic Block Store snapshots, AWS Shield, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option B and option C. EC2 Amazon machine images and Amazon Elastic Block Store snapshots. Amazon machine images are used to create backups of EC2 instances, and they can be used to launch replacement instances in the event of a disaster or data loss. AMIs are essential for creating recovery points for your EC2 instances. EBS snapshots allow you to create point-in-time backups for your EBS volumes. These snapshots can be used to restore data or create new EBS volumes, making them a key component of disaster recovery for EC2 instances. Question number 68. Which AWS service provides command line access to AWS tools and resources directly from a web browser? And the options are AWS Cloud HSM, AWS Cloud Shell, Amazon Workspaces, AWS Cloud Map. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Cloud Shell. Using AWS Cloud Shell, a browser-based shell, you can quickly run scripts with the AWS command line interface, experiment with service APIs using the AWS CLI, and use other tools to increase your productivity. The Cloud Shell icon appears in AWS region where Cloud Shell is available. Question number 69. A network engineer needs to build a hybrid cloud architecture connecting on-premises network to the AWS cloud using AWS Direct Connect. The company has a few VPCs in a single AWS region and expects to increase the number of VPCs to hundreds over time. Which AWS service or feature should the engineer use to simplify and scale these connectivity as the VPCs increase in number? And the options are VPC endpoints, AWS Transit Gateway, Amazon Route 53, AWS Secrets Manager. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Transit Gateway. AWS Transit Gateway connects your Amazon virtual private clouds and on-premises networks through a central hub. These connections simplifies your network and puts an end to complex peering relationships. Transit Gateway acts as a highly scalable cloud router. Each new connection is made only once. Question number 70. A company wants to establish a schedule for rotating database user credentials. Which AWS service will support this requirement with the least amount of operational overhead? And the options are AWS Systems Manager, AWS Secrets Manager, AWS License Manager, AWS Managed Services. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Secrets Manager. AWS Secrets Manager helps you manage, retrieve, and rotate database credentials, API keys, and other secrets throughout their life cycles. Question number 71. Which AWS service is used to provide encryption for Amazon EBS? And the options are AWS Certificate Manager, AWS Systems Manager, AWS KMS, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option C, AWS KMS. AWS Key Management Service lets you create, manage, and control cryptographic keys across your applications and AWS services. Question number 72. A company wants to manage its AWS cloud resources through a web interface. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And the options are AWS Management Console, AWS CLI, AWS CDK, AWS Cloud9. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Management Console. The AWS Management Console is a web application that comprises and refers to a broad collection of service consoles for managing AWS resources. Question number 73. Which of the following are advantages of the AWS cloud? Choose two. And the options are option A, trade variable expenses for capital expenses. Option B, high economy of scale. Option C, launch globally in minutes. Option D, focus on managing hardware infrastructure. Option E, over provision to ensure capacity. So the right answer here is option B and option C. High economy of scale, launch globally in minutes. Ability to quickly change required capacity. With the AWS cloud, users can easily scale their infrastructure up or down based on demand. This flexibility allows for rapid adjustments of resources to match application needs, enabling cost optimization and efficient resource utilization. High economy of scale, AWS operates at a large scale, serving millions of customers globally. This scale allows AWS to achieve cost efficiencies and pass on the benefits to customers. By leveraging AWS services, users can access enterprise-grade infrastructure and services without the need for significant upfront investment in hardware or infrastructure. Question number 74. Which AWS cloud benefit is shown by an architecture's ability to withstand failures with minimal downtime? And the options are agility, elasticity, scalability, high availability. So the right answer here is option D, high availability. The ability of an architecture to withstand failures with minimal downtime is a characteristic of high availability. High availability ensures that your system remains operational and accessible even in the face of component failures. This is critical for maintaining a reliable and responsive application or service. Question number 75. A developer needs to maintain a development environment infrastructure and a production environment infrastructure in a repeatable fashion. Which AWS service should the developer use to meet these requirements? And the options are AWS Ground Station, AWS Shield, AWS IoT Device Defender, and AWS Cloud Formation. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Cloud Formation. AWS Cloud Formation lets you model, provision and manage AWS and third-party resources by treating infrastructure as code. Question number 76. Which task is the customer's responsibility according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Option A, maintain the security of the AWS cloud. Option B, configure firewalls and networks. Option C, patch the operating system of Amazon RDS instances. Option D, implement physical and environmental controls. So the right answer here is option B, configure firewalls and networks. Question number 77. Which AWS service helps deliver highly available applications with fast failover for multi-region and multi-AZ architectures? And the options are AWS WAF, AWS Global Accelerator, AWS Shield, AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Global Accelerator. Deliver highly available applications with fast failover for multi-region and multi-AZ architectures. Question number 78. A company has a set of e-commerce applications. The applications need to be able to send messages to each other. Which AWS service meets this requirement? Option A, AWS Autoscaling. Option B, Elastic Load Balancing. Option C, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. And option D, Amazon Kinesis Data Streams. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Simple Queue Service. Amazon Simple Queue Service is a fully managed message queuing service that enables you to decouple and scale microservices, distributed systems, and serverless applications. It allows one application to send messages to a queue and another application to retrieve those messages from the queue. These can be helpful in scenarios where the sender and receiver are not required to interact with each other in real time. Question number 79. What are the benefits of consolidated billing for AWS cloud services? Choose two. Option A, volume discounts. Option B, a minimal additional fee for use. Option C, one bill for multiple accounts. Option D, installment payment option. And option E, custom cost usage budget creation. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Consolidated billing has the following benefits. One bill, you get one bill for multiple accounts, easy tracking. You can track the charges across multiple accounts and download the combined cost and usage data. Combined usage, you can combine the usage across all accounts in the organization to share the volume pricing discounts, reserved instances discounts, and savings plans. These can result in a lower charge for your project, department, or company than with individual standalone accounts. For more information, see volume discounts. No extra fee. Consolidated billing is offered at no additional cost. Question number 80. A user wants to retrieve all Amazon S3 buckets with ACLs and S3 bucket policies in the S3 console. Which AWS service or resource will meet these requirements? Option A, S3 multi-region access points. Option B, S3 storage lens. Option C, AWS IAM Identity Center. Option D, Access Analyzer for S3. So the right answer here is option D, Access Analyzer for S3. Access Analyzer for S3 allows you to analyze and review access policies for your S3 buckets. It helps you identify and resolve unintended access to your S3 resources With Access Analyzer for S3, you can review both bucket policies and bucket ACLs to ensure proper access controls. Question number 81. What is the best resource for a user to find compliance related information and reports about AWS? And the options are AWS Artifact, AWS Marketplace, Amazon Inspector, AWS Support. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Artifact. AWS Artifact is your go-to central resource for compliance related information that matters to you. It provides on-demand access to security and compliance reports from AWS and ISVs who sell their products on AWS Marketplace. Question number 82. Which AWS service enables companies to deploy an application close to end users? And the options are Amazon CloudFront, AWS Autoscaling, AWS AppSync, Amazon Route 53. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon CloudFront. Amazon CloudFront speeds up distribution of your static and dynamic web content such as .html, .css, .php, image and media files. When users request your content, CloudFront delivers it through a worldwide network of edge locations that provide low latency and high performance. So question number 83. Which AWS service or feature improves network performance by sending traffic through the AWS worldwide network infrastructure? And the options are Route Table, AWS Transit Gateway, AWS Global Accelerator, Amazon VPC. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Global Accelerator. Improve application availability, performance and security using the AWS Global Network. Question number 84. Which AWS service provides highly durable object storage? And the options are Amazon S3, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon FSx. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon S3. S3 standard offers high durability, availability and performance object storage for frequently accessed data. Question number 85. Which responsibility belongs to AWS when a company hosts its databases on Amazon EC2 instances? The options are database backups, database software patches, operating system patches, operating system installations. So the right answer here is option D, operating system installations. AWS provides the infrastructure and services that include a range of Amazon machine images with pre-installed operating systems. This means AWS is responsible for ensuring that these AMIs are available and that the underlying infrastructure to run these instances is secure and reliable. The other responsibilities listed, database backups, database software patches, and operating system patches, are under the purview of the customers when using Amazon EC2 instances. Question number 86. Which of the following are advantages of moving to the AWS cloud? Choose two. Option A, the ability to turn over the responsibility of all security to AWS. Option B, the ability to use the pay-as-you-go model. Option C, the ability to have full control over the physical infrastructure. Option D, no longer having to guess what capacity will be required. Option E, no longer worrying about users' access controls. So the right answer here is option B and option D. Stop guessing capacity, trade fixed expenses for variable expenses. Question number 87. Which AWS service is a hybrid cloud storage service that provides on-premises users access to virtually unlimited cloud storage? And we have four options: AWS Data Sync, Amazon S3 Glacier, AWS Storage Gateway, Amazon Elastic Block Store. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Storage Gateway. AWS Storage Gateway is a set of hybrid cloud storage services that provide on-premises access to virtually unlimited cloud storage. Question number 88. A company plans to migrate to AWS and wants to create cost estimates for its AWS use cases. Which AWS service or tool can the company use to meet these requirements? And the options are AWS Pricing Calculator, Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Cost Explorer, and AWS Budgets. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Pricing Calculator. AWS Pricing Calculator is a web-based planning tool that you can use to create estimates for your AWS use cases. You can use it to model your solutions before building them, explore the AWS service price points, and review the calculations behind your estimates. You can use it to help you plan how you spend, find cost-saving opportunities, and make informed decisions when using Amazon Web Services. Question number 89. Which tool should a developer use to integrate AWS service feature directly into an application? And the options are AWS Software Development Kit, AWS Code Deploy, AWS Lambda, AWS Batch. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Software Development Kit. Question number 90. Which of the following is a recommended design principle of the AWS well-architected framework? Option A, reduce downtime by making infrastructure changes infrequently and in large increments. Option B, invest the time to configure infrastructure manually. Option C, learn to improve from operational failures. Option D, use monolithic application design for centralization. So the right answer here is option C, learn to improve from operational failures. Learn from all operational failures, drive improvement through lessons learned from all operational events and failures, share what is learned across teams and through the entire organization. Question number 91. Use AWS Identity and Access Management to grant access only to the resources needed to perform a task is a concept known as, and the options are restricted access, as needed access, least privilege access, token access. So the right answer here is option C, least privilege access. Question number 92. A company wants to operate a data warehouse to analyze data without managing the data warehouse infrastructure. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And the options are Amazon Aurora, Amazon Redshift Serverless, AWS Lambda, Amazon RDS. So the right answer here is option B, AWS, Amazon Redshift Serverless. Amazon Redshift Serverless makes it easy to run analytics workloads of any size without having to manage data warehouse infrastructure. Question number 93. How does AWS Cloud Computing help businesses reduce cost? Choose two. And the options are option A, AWS charges the same prices for services in every AWS region. Option B, AWS enables capacity to adjust on demand. Option C, AWS offers discounts for Amazon EC2 instances that remain idle for more than 1 week. Option C, AWS does not charge for data sent from the AWS cloud to the internet. Option E, AWS eliminates many of the cost of building and maintaining on-premises data centers. So the right answer here is option B and option E. Stop spending money running and maintaining data centers benefit from massive economies of scale. Question number 94. A company wants to grant users in one AWS account access to resources in another AWS account. The users do not currently have permission to access the resources. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? And the options are IAM Group, IAM Role, IAM Tag, IAM Access Analyzer. So the right answer here is option B, IAM Role. Question number 95. Which task is the responsibility of AWS when using AWS services? Option A, management of IAM user permissions. Option B, creation of security group rules for outbound access. Option C, maintenance of physical and environmental controls. Option D, application of Amazon EC2 operating system patches. So the right answer here is option C, maintaining of physical and environmental controls. AWS is responsible for maintaining the physical and environmental controls of its data centers, including the security and reliability of the infrastructure. These includes aspects such as power, cooling, and physical security. Question number 96. A company wants to automate infrastructure deployment by using infrastructure as code. The company wants to scale production stacks so the stacks can be deployed in multiple AWS regions. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? And the options are Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Config, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Cloud Formation. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Cloud Formation. AWS Cloud Formation gives you an easy way to model a collection of related AWS and third-party resources, provision them quickly and consistently, and manage them through their life cycles. By treating infrastructure as code, the Cloud Formation template describes your desired resources and their dependencies so you can launch and configure them together as stack. You can use a template to create, update, and delete an entire stack as a single unit as often as you need to. Instead of managing resources individually, you can manage and provision stacks across multiple AWS accounts and AWS regions. Question number 97. Which option is an AWS Cloud Adoption Framework platform perspective capability? And the options are data architecture, data protection, data governance, data science. So the right answer here is option A, data architecture. AWS Cloud Adoption Framework 7 platform perspectives are platform architecture, data architecture, platform engineering, data engineering, provisioning and orchestration, modern app development, CI/CD. Question number 98. A company is running a workload in the AWS cloud. Which AWS best practice ensures the most cost-effective architecture for the workload? And the options are loose coupling, right sizing, caching, redundancy. So the right answer here is option B, right sizing. Right sizing is the process of matching instances, types, and sizes to your workload performance and capacity requirements at the lowest possible cost. Question number 99. A company is using a third-party service to back up 10 terabyte of data to a tape library. The on-premises backup server is running out of space. The company wants to use AWS services with the backup without changing its existing backup workflows. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? Options are Amazon Elastic Block Store, AWS Storage Gateway, Amazon Elastic Container Service, AWS Lambda. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Storage Gateway. AWS Storage Gateway is a hybrid cloud storage service that gives you on-premises access to virtually unlimited cloud storage. Storage Gateway provides a standard set of storage protocols such as ISCSI, SMB, and NFS, which allows you to use AWS storage without rewriting your existing applications. Question number 100. Which tasks are the customer's responsibility? According to the AWS shared responsibility model, choose two. And the options are establish the global infrastructure. Option B, perform client-side data encryption. Option C, configure IAM credential. Option D, secure edge locations. Option E, patch Amazon RDS DB instances. So the right answer here is option B and option C. Question number 101. A company is using the AWS free tier for several AWS services for an application. What will happen if the free tier usage period expires or if the application use exceeds the free tier usage limits? And we have four options. Option A, the company will be charged the standard pay-as-you-go service rates for the usage that exceeds the free tier usage. Option B, AWS support will contact the company to set up standard services charges. Option C, the company will be charged for the services it consumes during the free tier period plus additional charges for service consumption after the free tier period. Option D, the company AWS account will be frozen and can be restarted after a payment plan is established. So the right answer here is option A, the company will be charged the standard pay-as-you-go pricing service rates for the usage that exceeds the free tier usage. So when your free tier expires or if your application use exceeds the free tier limits, you simply pay standard pay-as-you-go service rates. Question number 102. Which AWS service uses machine learning to help discover, monitor, and protect sensitive data that is stored in Amazon S3 bucket? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Shield. Option B, Amazon Mackie. Option C, AWS Network Firewall. Option D, Amazon Cognito. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Mackie. Amazon Mackie is a data security and data privacy service that uses machine learning ML and pattern matching to discover and protect your sensitive data. Question number 103. According to the AWS shared responsibility model, which of the following is exclusively the responsibility of AWS? We have four options. Option A, patching of the guest operating system. Option B, security awareness and training. Option C, physical and environmental control. Option D, development of an IAM password policy. So the right answer here is option C, physical and environmental control. So according to AWS shared responsibility model, AWS is responsible for the security of the cloud and the customer is responsible for the security in the cloud. AWS is responsible for protecting the infrastructure that runs all the AWS services. Question number 104. What can users do using AWS Marketplace? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, sell unused Amazon EC2 spot instances. Option B, sell solutions to other AWS users. Option C, buy third-party software that runs on AWS. Option D, purchase AWS security and compliance documents. Option E, order AWS Snowball. So the right answer here is option B, sell solution to other AWS users, and option C, buy third-party software and that runs on AWS. So the AWS Marketplace enables qualified partners to market and sell their software to AWS customers. AWS Marketplace is an online software store that helps customers to find, buy, and immediate start using the software and services that runs on AWS. Question number 105. What are the possible uses of AWS Edge locations? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, hosting applications. Option B, delivering content closer to users. Option C, running NoSQL database caching services. Option D, reducing traffic on the server by caching responses. Option E, sending notification messages to end users. So the right answer is option B, delivering content closer to user, and option D, reducing traffic on the server by caching responses. So CloudFront delivers your content through a worldwide network of data centers called edge locations. When a user requests content that you are serving with CloudFront, the user is routed to the edge location that provides the lowest latency so that content is delivered with the best possible performance. Question number 106. Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, and Amazon DynamoDB are used by a firm to execute its mission critical web application multiple times during the day. The workload jumps to up to 10 times the regular level. Which AWS cloud feature helps the business to adapt to these demand changes? And we have four options. Option A, agility. Option B, global reach. Option C, scalability, and option D, security. So the right answer here is option C, scalability. So AWS EC2 auto scaling servers can get more requests than they can handle. Too many requests can cause timeouts and outages. AWS EC2 auto scaling allows you to add or remove EC2 instances automatically. It automates the capacity to the demand. Question number 107. A company wants to improve the overall availability and performance of its applications that are hosted on AWS. Which AWS service should the company use? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Connect. Option B, Amazon Light Sail. Option C, AWS Global Accelerator. And option D, AWS Storage Gateway. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Global Accelerator. So AWS Global Accelerator is a networking service that improves the performance of your users' traffic by up to 60% using Amazon Web Services global network infrastructure. When the internet is congested, AWS Global Accelerator optimizes the path to your application to keep packet loss, jitter, and latency consistently low. Question number 108. Which of the following tasks is the customer's duty under the shared responsibility model? And we have 5 options. Option A, maintaining the underlying Amazon EC2 hardware. Option B, managing the VPC network access control lists. Option C, encrypting data in transit and at rest. Option D, replacing failed hard disk drives. Option E, deploying hardware in different availability zones. So the right answer here is option B, managing the VPC network access control lists. And option C, encrypting data in transit and at rest. The hardware related jobs is the prime responsibility of AWS. VPC network access control list is something a customer has to do himself to secure the applications. Encrypting data in transit and at rest is a shared responsibility in which AWS plays a part. All hardware related jobs have nothing to do with the customer. Question number 109. Which of the following are AWS obligations according to the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have 5 options. Option A, network infrastructure and virtualization of infrastructure. Option B, security of application data. Option C, guest operating systems. Option D, physical security of hardware. And option E, credentials and policies. So the right answers are option A, network infrastructure and virtualization of infrastructure, and option D, physical security of hardware. So physical security is one area where the AWS shared responsibility model comes into play. AWS is responsible for protecting security of the cloud, which includes the infrastructure of hardware, software, networking, and facilities that run AWS services. Question number 110. What charges are included in the comparison of AWS versus on-premises total cost of ownership TCO? And we have 4 options. Option A, data center security. Option B, business analysis. Option C, project management. And option D, operating system administration. So the right answer here is option A, data center security. So cloud TCO involves calculating the cost required to host, run, integrate, secure, and manage workloads in the cloud over their lifetime. This includes fees associated with the underlying infrastructure, such as compute, data transfer, and storage. It also includes the cost of supporting cloud services, ranging from security and management tools to data analytics. Manpower cost for cloud engineers should also be a part of the cloud TCO equation. Question number 111. Which AWS service or feature identifies whether an Amazon S3 bucket or an IAM role has been shared with an external entity? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Service Catalog. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. Option D, AWS Organizations. So the right answer here is option C, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. So Access Analyzer helps you identify the resources in your organization and accounts, such as Amazon S3 buckets or IAM roles, shared with an external entity. This lets you identify unintended access to your resources and data, which is a security risk. Question number 112. Which AWS service supports MySQL and PostgreSQL as relational databases? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon Redshift. Option B, Amazon Dynamo TV. Option C, Amazon Aurora. And option D, Amazon Neptune. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Aurora. So AWS Aurora is a fully managed relational database optimized for use in AWS. It supports MySQL and PostgreSQL. With this service, you can combine the cost effectiveness of open source databases with increased availability and performance. Question number 113. Which AWS services is natively supported by AWS Snowball Edge? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Server Migration Service, AWS SMS. Option B, Amazon Aurora. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. And option D, Amazon EC2. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon EC2. Snowball Edge devices have Amazon S3 and Amazon EC2 compatible endpoints available, enabling programmatic use cases. Question number 114. Which AWS shared responsibility controls are shared? And we have five options. Option A, awareness and training. Option B, patching of Amazon RDS. Option C, configuration management. Option D, physical and environmental controls. Option E, service and communications protection or security. So the right answer here is option A, awareness and training, and option C, configuration management. So shared controls, controls which apply to both the infrastructure layer and customer layers, but in completely separate contexts or perspectives. In a shared control, AWS provides the requirements for the infrastructure and the customers must provide their own control implementation within their use of AWS services. Examples include patch management. AWS is responsible for patching and fixing flaws within the infrastructure, but customers are responsible for patching their guest OS and applications. Configuration management. AWS maintains the configuration of its infrastructure devices, but a customer is responsible for configuring their own guest operating systems, databases, and applications. Awareness and training. AWS trains AWS employees, but a customer must train their own employees. Question number 115. A company does not want to rely on elaborate forecasting to determine its usage of compute resources. Instead, the company wants to pay only for the resources that it uses. The company also needs the ability to increase or decrease its resources using to meet business requirements. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework aligns with these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, operational excellence. Option B, security. Option C, reliability, and option D, cost optimization. So the right answer here is option D, cost optimization. So cost optimization is a continual process of refinement and improvement over span of a workload lifecycle. The practices in this paper helps you build and operate cost-aware workloads that achieve business outcomes while minimizing costs and allowing your organization to maximize its returns on investments. Question number 116. After a single availability zone service disruption, a corporation must guarantee that the endpoint for the database instance stays the same. The program must continue database operations without human intervention from an administrator. How are these speculations to be met? And we have four options. Option A, use multiple Amazon Route 53 routes to the standby database instance endpoint hosted on AWS Storage Gateway. Option B, configure Amazon RDS multi-availability zone deployments with automatic failover to the standby. Option C, add multiple application load balancers and deploy the database instance with AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option D, deploy a single network load balancer to distribute incoming traffic across multiple Amazon CloudFront origins. So the right answer here is option B, configure Amazon RDS multi-availability zone deployment with automatic failover to the standby. So multi-AZ deployments can have one standby or two standby DB instances. When the deployment has one standby DB instance, it's called a multi-AZ DB instant deployment. A multi-AZ DB instant deployment has one standby DB instance that provides failover support but doesn't serve read traffic. When the deployment has two standby DB instances, it's called the multi-AZ DB cluster deployment. A multi-AZ DB cluster deployment has standby DB instances that provide failover support and can also serve read traffic. Question number 117. Which cost must be addressed when comparing AWS cloud versus on-premises total cost of ownership? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, software development. Option B, project management. Option C, storage hardware. Option D, physical servers. Option E, antivirus software license. So the right answer is option C, storage hardware, and option D, physical servers. So to get the most out of your estimates, you should have a good idea of your basic requirements. For example, if you're going to try Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, it might help if you know what kind of operating system you need, what your memory requirements are, and how much input output you need. You should also decide whether you need storage, such as if you're going to run a database and how long you intend to use the servers. You don't need to make these decisions before generating an estimate, though you can play around with the service configuration and parameters to see which options fit your use case and budget best. Question number 118. A company is migrating to the AWS cloud. The company requires consultative review and guidance for its applications during the migration. After the migration is complete, the company requires a response within 30 minutes of if business critical systems go down. Which AWS support plans meet these requirements? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, AWS Enterprise Support. Option B, AWS Enterprise On-Ramp Support. Option C, AWS Developer Support. Option D, AWS Basic Support. And option E, AWS Business Support. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Enterprise Support, and option B, AWS Enterprise On-Ramp Support. So with Enterprise On-Ramp, you get 24/7 technical support from high quality engineers, tools, and technologies to automatically manage health of your environment, consultative architectural guidance delivered in the context of your application use cases, and a pool of technical account managers to coordinate access to proactive, preventative programs and AWS subject matter experts. Question number 119. Which AWS products anticipate future AWS expenses automatically? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Support Center. Option B, AWS Total Cost of Ownership Calculator. Option C, AWS Simple Monthly Calculator. And option D, Cost Explorer. So the right answer here is option D, Cost Explorer. So AWS Cost Explorer has an easy to use interface that lets you visualize, understand, and manage your AWS cost and usage over time. Question number 120. Which functionality may be utilized to prevent inadvertent overrides or deletions of Amazon S3 buckets? And we have four options. Option A, lifecycle policy. Option B, object versioning. Option C, server-side encryption. And option D, bucket ACL. So the right answer here is option B, object versioning. So S3 object versioning is one of the most salient features in Amazon S3. Object versioning is used to avoid unintended overrides and deletions. Versioning is not enabled by default, and this feature is used to keep multiple versions of objects at the same time in the bucket. If we enable versioning on the bucket, we cannot delete an object directly. All versions remains in the bucket and a delete marker is introduced which become the current version. So if you need to delete an object, you need to remove that delete marker also. Existing objects in your bucket do not change and only future request behavior changes. If we put an object retrieval request, the current version of the object will always return. Question number 121. Amazon DynamoDB is used by a business in its AWS cloud architecture. Which of the following is the duty of the organization according to the AWS shared responsibility model? We have 5 options. Option A, operating system patching and upgrades. Option B, application of appropriate permissions with IAM tools. Option C, configuration of data encryption options. Option D, creation of DynamoDB endpoints. Option E, infrastructure provisioning and maintenance. The right answer is option B, application of appropriate permissions with IAM tools, and option C, configuration of data encryption options. So cloud security at AWS is the highest priority. As an AWS customer, you benefit from a data center and network architecture that is built to meet the requirements of the most security sensitive organization. Security is a shared responsibility between AWS and AWS customer. Question number 122. A company wants to launch its workload on AWS and requires the system to automatically recover from failure. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework includes these requirements? We have 4 options. Option A, cost optimization. Option B, operational excellence. Option C, performance efficiency. And option D, reliability. So the right answer is option D, reliability. So the reliability pillar includes the ability of a system to recover from infrastructure or service disruptions, dynamically acquire computing resources to meet demand, and mitigate disruptions such as misconfigurations or transient network issues. Question number 123. Which AWS service should a company use to create a NoSQL database? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon Redshift. And option D, Amazon Neptune. So the right answer is option B, Amazon DynamoDB. So AWS DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service that is designed to provide fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. It is a good choice for companies looking to create a NoSQL database in AWS. Question number 124. Which AWS service or functionality is utilized by distributed application to send text and email messages? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon Simple Notification Service. Option B, Amazon Simple Email Service. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch Alerts. And option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Simple Notification Service, which is Amazon SNS. So Amazon SNS is a fully managed messaging service for both application to application and application to person communication. The application to application functionality provides topics for high throughput, push-based, many-to-many messaging between distributed systems, microservices, and event-driven serverless applications. Using Amazon SNS topics, your publisher system can fan out messages to a large number of subscriber systems, including Amazon SQS, queues, AWS Lambda functions, HTTPS endpoints, and Amazon Kinesis Data Warehouse. For parallel processing and A2P functionality enables you to send messages to users to scale via SMS, mobile push, and email. Question number 125. To achieve high availability, how many availability zones should computing resources be provided across? And we have 4 options. Option A minimum of 1. Option B, a minimum of 2. Or option C, a minimum of 3. And option D, a minimum of 4 or more. So the right answer is option B, a minimum of 2. So high availability requires at least 2 availability zones. The idea is that only one zone will go down at a time. The probe will backhoe cutting power and network cables. Since Amazon isolates the data center for each availability zone, the backhoe won't take out more than one availability zone. Question number 126. Which of the following is AWS obligation under the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, data encryption in transit. Option B, firmware updates on hardware. Option C, operating system patching on Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, data encryption at rest. So the right answer here is option B, firmware updates on hardware. So under the shared responsibility model, AWS is responsible for the hardware and software that runs AWS services. This applies to AWS Outposts just as it does to an AWS region. For example, AWS manages security patches, updates firmware, and maintains the Outpost equipment. Question number 127. To boost availability, a user intends to create two more Amazon EC2 instances. What should the user do? And we have four options. Option A, launch the instance across multiple availability zones in a single AWS region. Option B, launch the instances as EC2 reserved instances in the same AWS region and the same availability zone. Option C, launch the instances in multiple AWS region but in the same availability zone. Option D, launch the instances as EC2 spot instances in the same AWS region but in different availability zones. So the right answer here is option A, launch the instances across multiple availability zones in a single AWS region. So AWS operates state-of-the-art, highly available data centers. Although rare, failures can occur that affects the availability of instances that are in the same location. If you host all of your instances in the same location that is affected by a failure, none of your instances would be available. Question number 128. What are the customer's duties under the AWS shared responsibility model? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, physical and environmental security. Option B, physical network devices including firewalls. Option C, storage device decommissioning. Option D, security of data in transit. Option E, data integrity authentication. So the right answer here is option D, security of data in transit. And option E, data integrity authentication. So customers' responsibility is the security of everything they make in AWS Cloud. Customers have complete control over your content. Customers manages AWS services, softwares, and access to the data. Question number 129. A large enterprise with multiple VPCs in several AWS regions around the world needs to connect and centrally manage network connectivity between its VPCs. Which AWS service or feature meets these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Direct Connect. Option B, AWS Transit Gateway. Option C, AWS Site-to-Site VPN. Or option D, VPC endpoints. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Transit Gateway. So AWS Transit Gateway connects your Amazon virtual private clouds and on-premises networks through a central hub. These connections simplifies your network and puts an end to complex peering relationships. Transit Gateway acts as a highly scalable cloud router. Each new connection is made only once. So deliver applications around the world, build, deploy, and manage applications across thousands of Amazon VPCs without having to manage peering connections or update routing tables. Question number 130. Which AWS service should be used to monitor Amazon EC2 instances for CPU and network utilization? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, AWS Cloud Trial. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. And option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon CloudWatch. So using Amazon CloudWatch, which is a monitoring service provided by AWS, CloudWatch provides metrics and logs for ACS, such as CPU and memory usage for the container instances, the number of tasks and services running, and the number of containers that are being deployed or stopped. Question number 131. How can customers minimize the amount of time they spend patching their operating system by migrating to the AWS cloud? And we have five options. Option A, users can take advantage of managed services on AWS. Option B, users can outsource operating system patching to the AWS support team. Option C, AWS professional service will upgrade instances to the latest operating system versions. Option D, users have the ability to use license included Amazon EC2 instances. Option E, users can take advantage of AWS System Manager features. So the right answer here is option A, users can take advantage of managed services on AWS, and option E, users can take advantage of AWS System Manager features. So Patch Manager, a capability of AWS System Manager, automates the process of patching managed nodes with both security related updates and other types of updates. Question number 132. In the case of an environmental disruption, a company needs to make sure its infrastructure is structured for fault tolerance and business continuity. Which parts of the AWS architecture should the organization replicate? And we have four options. Option A, edge locations. Option B, availability zones. Option C, regions. Option D, Amazon Route 53. So the right answer here is option C, regions. So AWS has the concept of a region, which is a physical location around the world where we cluster data centers. So we call each group of logical data centers an availability zone. Each AWS region consists of a minimum of 3 isolated and physically separated availability zones within a geographic area. Unlike other cloud providers who often define a region as a single data center, the multiple AZ design of every AWS region offers advantages for customers. Each availability zone has independent power, cooling, and physical security and is connected via redundant ultra-low latency networks. Question number 133. According to which AWS Cloud Design Guideline, systems should minimize their interdependencies? And we have four options. Option A, scalability. Option B, services, not servers. Option C, removing single point of failure. Option D, loose coupling. So the right answer here is option D, loose coupling. So AWS helps loose coupled architecture that reduces interdependencies. A change of failure in a component does not cascade to other components. Question number 134. Which tasks need the root user credentials for an AWS account? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, creating an Amazon EC2 key pair. Option B, removing an IAM user from the administrators group. Option C, changing the AWS support plan. Option D, creating an Amazon CloudFront key pair. Option E, granting an IAM user full administrative access. So the right answer here is option C, changing the AWS support plan. Option D, granting an IAM user full administrative access. So there are only few tasks that require you to use root user. Change your account settings. This includes account name, email address, root user password, and root user access keys. View certain tax invoices. Close your AWS account. Restore IAM user permissions and change your AWS support plan or cancel your AWS support plan. Question number 135. A user wants to deploy a service to the AWS cloud by using infrastructure as a code principles. Which AWS service can be used to meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, AWS System Manager. Option B, AWS Cloud Formation. Option C, AWS Code Commit. And option D, AWS Config. So the right answer is option B, AWS Cloud Formation. So use AWS Cloud Formation templates. AWS Cloud Formation is a service that helps you model and set up your Amazon Web Services resources, making it easier to manage and automate your infrastructure. With Cloud Formation, you can define your infrastructure as a code using templates written in JSON or YAML. Question number 136. A company that has multiple business units wants to centrally manage and govern its AWS cloud environments. The company wants to automate the creation of AWS accounts, apply service control policies, and simplify billing process. Which AWS service or tool should the company use to meet this requirement? We have four options. Option A, AWS organizations. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS budgets. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option A, AWS organization. So AWS organization provides you with the capability to centrally manage and govern your cloud environment. You can manage and govern your accounts under a single bill, set central policies and configuration requirements for your entire organization, create custom permissions or capabilities within the organization, and delegate responsibilities to other accounts so they can manage on behalf of the organization. In addition, AWS organization is integrated with other AWS services, so you can define central configurations, security mechanisms, audit requirements, and resource sharing across accounts in your organization. Question number 137. An administrator must first install and begin utilizing a popular IT product. What resources are available to the administrator? And you have four options. Option A, AWS well-architected framework documentation. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, AWS code commit. Option D, AWS quick start reference deployments. So the right answer here is option D, AWS quick start reference deployments. So quick starts are built by AWS solutions, architects and partners to help you deploy popular technologies on AWS. Based on AWS best practices for security and high availability, these accelerators reduce hundreds of manual procedures into just a few steps, so you can build your production environment quickly and start using it immediately. Question number 138. Which solution enables user in various AWS regions to have the fastest application response times for frequently requested data? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud Trial across multiple availability zones. Option B, Amazon CloudFront to edge locations. Option C, AWS Cloud Formation in multiple regions. Option D, a virtual private gateway over AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option B, AWS CloudFront to edge locations. So you can deliver content and decrease end user latency of your web application using Amazon CloudFront. CloudFront speeds up content delivery by leveraging its global network of data centers known as edge locations to reduce delivery time by catching your content close to your end users. CloudFront fetches your content from an origin such as an Amazon S3 bucket, an Amazon EC2 instance, an Amazon Elastic Load Balancer, or your own web server. When it's not already in an edge location, CloudFront can be used to deliver your entire website or application, including dynamic, static, streaming, and interactive content. Question number 139. Which qualities make AWS cloud computing advantageous? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, 100% service level agreement SLA for all AWS services. Option B, compute capacity that is adjusted on demand. Option C, availability of AWS support for code development. Option D, enhanced security. Option E, increase in cost and complexity. So the right answer here is option B, compute capacity that is adjusted on demand, and option D, enhanced security. So applications availability is crucial for providing an error-free experience and for minimizing application latency. Availability depends on having resources that are accessible and have enough capacity to meet demand. AWS provides several mechanisms to manage availability. For applications hosted on Amazon ECS, These include autoscaling and availability zones. Autoscaling manages the number of tasks or instances based on metrics you define, while availability zones allow you to host your application in isolated but geographically close locations. Question number 140. A corporation anticipates a brief increase in internet traffic for their application. The program cannot be interrupted during the traffic spike. In addition, the organization must reduce cost while increasing flexibility. To achieve these needs, which Amazon EC2 instance type should the organization use? And we have four options. Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, reserved instances. And option D, dedicated hosts. So the right answer here is option A, on-demand instances. So AWS on-demand instances are virtual servers that run in AWS Elastic Compute Cloud or AWS Relational Database Service and are purchased at a fixed rate per hour. AWS recommends using on-demand instances for applications with short-term irregular workloads that cannot be interrupted. Question number 141. Which ID controls do AWS and the customer share according to the AWS share responsibility model? And we have five options. Option A, physical and environmental controls. Option B, patch management. Option C, cloud awareness and training. Option D, zone security. Option E, application data encryption. So the right answer is option B, patch management, and option C, cloud awareness and training. So examples of shared controls include patch management. AWS is responsible for patching and fixing flaws within the infrastructure, but customers are responsible for patching their guest OS and applications. Configuration management. AWS maintains the configuration of its infrastructure devices, but the customer is responsible for configuring their own guest operating system, database, and applications. Awareness and training. AWS trains AWS employees, but a customer must train their own employees. Question number 142. A company is launching an application in AWS Cloud. The application will use Amazon S3 storage. A large team of researchers will have shared access to the data. The company must be able to recover data that is accidentally overwritten or deleted. Which S3 feature should the company turn on to meet this requirement? And you have four options. Option A, server access logging. Option B, S3 versioning. Option C, S3 lifecycle rules. Or option D, encryption in transit and at rest. So the right answer is option B, S3 versioning. So versioning enabled buckets can help you recover objects from accidental deletion or overwrite. For example, if you delete an object, Amazon S3 inserts a delete marker instead of removing the object permanently. The delete marker becomes the current object version. If you overwrite an object, it results in a new object version in the bucket. You can always restore the previous versions. Question number 143. An Amazon RDS database instance is deployed across several availability zones. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework is included in this strategy? And we have four options. Option A, performance efficiency. Option B, reliability. Option C, cost optimization. And option D, security. So the right answer here is option B, reliability. The reliability pillar includes the ability of a workload to perform its intended function correctly and consistently when it's expected to. This includes the ability to operate and test the workload through its total life cycle. Question number 144. Amazon EC2, an elastic load balancer, and an Amazon RDS are all components of an architectural design. What is the best method for estimating the monthly cost of these architecture? And we have four options. Option A, open an AWS support case, provide the architecture proposal and ask for a monthly cost estimation. Option B, collect the published prices of the AWS services and calculate the monthly estimate. Option C, use the AWS Simply Monthly Calculator to estimate the monthly cost. Option D, use the AWS Total Cost of Ownership Calculator to estimate the monthly cost. So the right answer here is option B, collect the published prices of AWS services and calculate the monthly estimate. So to estimate a bill using AWS price calculator, choose create estimate and then choose your planned resources by service. The AWS pricing calculator provides an estimated cost per month. And to forecast your cost, use AWS Cost Explorer. Use cost allocation tags to divide your resources into groups and then estimate the cost for each group. Question number 145. According to the AWS share responsibility model, which job is the customer's duty? And we have four options. Option A, maintain the security of the AWS cloud. Option B, configure firewall and networks. Option C, patch the operating system of Amazon RDS instance. Option D, implement physical and environmental controls. So the right answer here is option B, configure firewalls and networks. So the customer assumes responsibility and management of the guest operating system, including updates and security patches, other associated application software, as well as the configuration of the AWS provided security group firewall. Customers should carefully consider the services they choose as their responsibilities vary depending on the services used, the integration of those services into their IT environment, and applicable laws and regulations. The nature of these shared responsibility also provides the flexibility and the customer control that permits the deployment. Question number 146. On Amazon EC2, a business hosts a web application in a Docker container. Which of the following duties is AWS in charge of? And we have four options. Option A, scaling the web application and services developed with Docker, provisioning or scheduling containers to run on clusters and maintain their availability. Option C, performing hardware maintenance in the AWS facilities that runs the AWS cloud. Option D, managing the guest operating system, including updates and security patches. So the right answer here is option C, performing hardware maintenance in the AWS facilities that run the AWS cloud. So AWS is responsible for protecting the infrastructure that runs all of the services offered in the AWS cloud. This infrastructure is composed of the hardware, software, networking, and facilities that run AWS cloud services. Question number 147. What are the AWS cloud's advantages? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, fixed rate monthly cost. Option B, no need to guess capacity requirements. Option C, increased speed to market. Option D, increased upfront capital expenditure. Option E, physical access to cloud data centers. So the right answer here is option B, no need to guess capacity requirements, and option C, increased speed to market. So eliminating guessing on your infrastructure capacity needs. When you make a capacity decision prior to deploying an application, you often end up either sitting on expensive idle resources or dealing with limited capacity. With cloud computing, these problems go away. You can access as much as little capacity as you need and scale up and down as required with only a few minutes notice. In a cloud computing environment, new IT resources are only a click away, which means that you reduce the time to make those resources available to your developers from works to just minutes. This results in a dramatic increase in agility for the organization, since the cost and time it takes to experiment and develop is significantly lower. Question number 148. An elastic load balancer, numerous Amazon EC2 instances, and Amazon RDS are used to run a web application on AWS. Which security measures are AWS responsibility? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, running a virus scan on EC2 instances. Option B, protecting against IP, spoofing, and packet sniffing. Option C, installing the latest security patches on the RTS instance. Option D, encrypting communication between the EC2 instances and the elastic load balancer. Option E, configuring a security group and a network access control list NACL for EC2 instances. So the right answer here is option B, protecting against IP, spoofing and packet sniffing, and option C, installing the latest security patches on the RTS instance. So AWS is responsible for protecting the infrastructure that runs AWS services in the AWS cloud. AWS also provides you with the services that you can use securely. Third-party auditors regularly test and verify the effectiveness of your security as a part of the AWS compliance programs. Question number 149. A manufacturing company has a critical application that runs at a remote site that has a slow internet connection. The company wants to migrate the workload to AWS. The application is sensitive to latency and interruptions in connectivity. The company wants a solution that can host this application with minimum latency. Which AWS service or features should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, availability zones. Option B, AWS local zones. Option C, AWS wavelength. And option D, AWS outpost. So the right answer here is option B, AWS local zones. So AWS local zones are a type of infrastructure deployment that places compute, storage, database, and other select AWS services close to large population and industry centers. So run low latency application at the edge, build and deploy application close to end users to enable real-time gaming, live streaming, augmented and virtual reality, virtual workstations, and more. Question number 150. Which AWS service or feature facilitates the purchase and deployment of third-party software by providing an online managed software catalog? And you have four options. Option A, AWS support. Option B, AWS Marketplace. Option C, Amazon EC2 private Amazon machine images. Option D, AWS reseller program. And the right answer is option B, AWS Marketplace. AWS Marketplace is a curated digital catalog that makes it easy for customers to find, buy, deploy, and manage the third-party software. Question number 151. A business wishes to improve its capacity for infrastructure recovery in the event of a natural catastrophe. This capability responds to which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework? And we have four options. Option A, cost optimization. Option B, performance efficiency. Option C, reliability. And option D, security. So the right answer here is option C, reliability. So there are 5 design principles for reliability in the cloud. Automatically recover from failure, test recovery procedures, scale horizontally to increase aggregate workload availability, stop guessing capacity, manage change in automation. Question number 152. A business may be required to operate its workload exclusively in its on-premises data center due to performance and regulatory limitations. Which Amazon Web Services or resources should the business utilize? Select two. And we have 5 options. Option A, Amazon Pinpoint. Option B, Amazon WorkLink. Option C, AWS Outposts. Option D, AWS Snowball Edge. And option E, AWS AppSync. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts, and option D, AWS Snowball Edge. So AWS Outposts is a family of fully managed solutions delivering AWS infrastructure and services to virtually any on-premises or edge location for a truly consistent hybrid experience. Outpost solutions allow you to extend and run native AWS services on-premises and is available in a variety of form factors, from 1U and 2U outpost servers to 42U outpost racks and multiple rack deployments. AWS Snowball Edge is a type of Snowball device with onboard storage and compute power for select AWS capabilities. Snowball Edge can do local processing and edge computing workloads in addition to transferring data between your local environment and the AWS cloud. Question number 153. For security reasons, a business demands an isolated environment inside AWS. Which course of action is necessary to achieve this? We have four options. Option A, create a separate availability zone to host the resources. Option B, create a separate VPC to host the services. Option C, create a placement group to host the resources. And option D, create an AWS direct connect connection between the company and AWS. So the right answer here is option B, create a separate VPC to host the resources. So a virtual private cloud is a virtual network in your own logically isolated area in the AWS cloud. Use separate VPCs to isolate infrastructure by workload or organizational entity. A subnet is a range of IP addresses in a VPC. When you launch an instance, you launch it into a subnet in your VPC. Use subnets to isolate tiers of your application within a single VPC. Use private subnets for your instances if they should not be accessed directly from the internet. Question number 154. How do Amazon's massive economies of scale help customers? And we have four options. Option A, periodic price reductions as a result of Amazon's operational efficiencies. Option B, new Amazon EC2 instances types providing the latest hardware. Option C, ability to scale up and down when needed. Option D, increased reliability in the underlying hardware of Amazon EC2 instances. So the right answer here is option A, periodic price reduction as a result of Amazon's operational efficiencies. So benefit from massive economy of scale. By using cloud computing, you can achieve a lower variable cost than you can get on your own. Because usage from hundreds of thousands of customers is aggregated in the cloud, providers such as AWS can achieve higher economy of scale, which translates into lower pay-as-you-go pricing. Question number 155. A company wants to implement threat detection on its AWS infrastructure. However, the company does not want to deploy additional software. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon VPC. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. And option D, AWS Direct Connect. The right answer is option C, Amazon Guard Duty. So, Amazon Guard Duty continuously monitor your AWS accounts, instances, container workloads, users, and storage for potential threats. Expose threats quickly using anomaly detection, machine learning, behavior modeling, and threat intelligence feeds from AWS and leading third parties. Mitigate threats early by initiating automated responses. Question number 156. Which AWS service uses edge locations? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, AWS Global Accelerator. Option C, Amazon Connect. And option D, AWS Outpost. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Global Accelerator. So AWS Global Accelerator and Amazon CloudFront are separate services that use the AWS global network and its edge locations around the world. Question number 157. When utilizing the AWS command line interface, AWS CLI, which of the following identity and access management entities is connected with an access key ID and secret access key? And we have four options. Option A, IAM group. Option B, IAM user. Option C, IAM role. And option D, IAM policy. So the right answer here is option B, IAM user. So access keys are long-term credentials for an IAM user or the AWS account root user. You can use access keys to sign programmatic requests to the AWS CLI or AWS API. Question number 158. What is AWS sole obligation under the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, application security. Option B, edge location management. Option C, patch management. And option D, client-side data. So the right answer here is option B, edge location management. So client-side data, application security is the sole responsibility of the customer. Patch management is a shared responsibility. That leaves us with edge location management, and since these are out of the control of the customer, AWS is one responsible for it. Question number 159. Which component of the AWS architecture permits global computing and storage deployment? And we have four options. Option A, availability zones. Option B, regions. Option C, tags. And option D, resource groups. So the right answer here is option B, regions. The AWS cloud spans 99 availability zones within 31 geographic regions around the world, with announced plans for 12 more availability zones and 4 more AWS regions in Canada, Israel, New Zealand, and Thailand. Question number 160. Which of the following is a design concept associated with dependability in the AWS well-architected framework? And we have four options. Option A, deployment to a single availability zone. Option B, ability to recover from failure. Option C, design for cost optimization. Option D, perform operation as a code. So the right answer here is option B, ability to cover from failure. So the reliability pillar encompasses the ability of a workload to perform its intended function correctly and consistently when it's expected to. These includes the ability to operate and test the workload through its total life cycle. There are 5 design principles for reliability in the cloud: automatic recovery from failure, test recovery procedures, scale horizontally to increase aggregate workload availability, stop guessing capacity, manage change in automation. Question number 161. Which activity is entirely the user's responsibility while executing workload on AWS? And we have four options. Option A, patching the infrastructure components. Option B, implementing controls to route application traffic. Option C, maintaining physical and environmental control. Option D, maintaining the underlying infrastructure component. So the right answer here is option B, implementing controls to route application traffic. So customer responsibility will be determined by the AWS cloud services that a customer selects. This determines the amount of configuration work the customer must perform as a part of their security responsibility. For example, a service such as Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud is categorized as infrastructure as a service and as such requires the customers to perform all the necessary security configurations and management tasks. Customers that deploy an Amazon EC2 instance are responsible for management of the guest operating system, any application software or utilities installed by the customer on the instance, and the configuration of the AWS provided firewall on each instance. For abstracted services such as Amazon S3 and Amazon DynamoDB, AWS operates the infrastructure layer, the operating system and platforms, and customer access the endpoint to store and retrieve data. Customers are responsible for managing the data, classifying their assets, and using IAM tools to apply the appropriate permissions. Question number 162. Which statement best describes the AWS cloud's agility? And we have four options. Option A, agility gives users the ability to host applications in multiple AWS regions around the world. Option B, Agility gives users the ability to pay upfront to reduce cost. Option C. Agility provides customizable physical hardware at the lowest possible cost. Option D. Agility provides the means for users to provision resources in minutes. So the right answer here is option D. Agility provides the means for users to provision resources in minutes. In a cloud computing environment, new IT resources are only a click away, which means that you reduce the time to make those resources available to your developers from weeks to just minutes. These results in a dramatic increase in agility for the organization, since the cost and time it takes to experiment and develop is significantly lower. Question number 163. Which AWS product or service enables businesses to monitor and classify their expenditure at a precise level? And we have four options. Option A, cost allocation tags. Option B, consolidated billing. Option C, AWS budgets. And option D, AWS marketplace. So the right answer here is option A, cost allocation tags. AWS cost allocation tags are labels for classifying, organizing, and identifying your resources. These tags, which are key value pairs, make it easier to manage them and track their usage. By assigning tags to your resources, you can track your overall AWS cost either through Cost Explorer or through the AWS API. Question number 164. A company needs to install an application in a Docker container. Which AWS service eliminates the need to provision and manage the container's host? We have four options. Option A, AWS Fargate. Option B, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Option C, Amazon Elastic Container Service. And option D, Amazon EC2. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Elastic Container Service. So Amazon ECS makes it easy to use containers as a building block for your application by eliminating the need for you to install, operate, and scale your own cluster management infrastructure. Amazon ECS lets you schedule long-running applications, services, and batch processing using Docker containers. Question number 165. Which AWS service is responsible for monitoring the health of your application automatically? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon API Gateway. Option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C, AWS Lambda. And option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. So with Elastic Beanstalk, you can quickly deploy and manage applications in the AWS cloud without having to learn about the infrastructure that runs those applications. Elastic Beanstalk reduces management complexity without restricting choice or control. You simply upload your application and Elastic Beanstalk automatically handles the details of capacity provisioning, load balancing, scaling, and application health monitoring. Question number 166. A user is developing a service that adheres to the AWS well-architected framework's operational excellence pillar. Which design concept is the user to adhere to? And we have four options. Option A, anticipate failure. Option B, make large-scale changes. Option C, perform manual operations. And option D, create static operational procedures. So the right answer here is option A, anticipate failure. Operational excellence pillar includes the ability to support, development, and run workloads effectively, gain insights into their operation, and continuously improve supporting processes and procedures to deliver business value. So there are 5 design principles for operational excellence in the cloud. Perform operations as code, make frequent small reversible changes, refine operations procedures frequently, anticipate failure, learn from all operational failures. Question number 167. When comparing AWS total cost of ownership to on-premises TCO, what charges are included? And we have four options. Option A, project management. Option B, antivirus software licensing. Option C, data center security. And option D, software development. So the right answer here is option C, data center security. So considering the following elements affecting cost: data center facilities, hardware and infrastructure, software, personnel, disaster recovery, and security. Question number 168. Which AWS service or feature checks access policies and offers actionable recommendations to help users set secure and functional policies? And we have four options. Option A, AWS System Manager. Option B, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. And option D, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option B, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. So IAM Access Analyzer generates a finding for each instance of a resource-based policy that grants access to a resource within your zone of trust to a principal that is not within your zone of trust. IAM Access Analyzer reports a security warning when your policy grants access to pass any role to any service, which is overly permissive. The security warning includes a recommendation that you scope down the permissions to pass specific roles instead. Question number 169. Which design concept is fulfilled by adhering to the AWS well-architected framework's dependability pillar? And we have four options. Option A, vertical scaling. Option B, manual failure recovery. Option C, testing recovery procedures. And option D, changing infrastructure manually. So the right answer here is option C, testing recovery procedures. So in an on-premises environment, testing is often conducted to prove that the workload works in a particular scenario. Testing is not typically used to validate recovery strategies. In the cloud, you can test how your workload fails and you can validate your recovery procedures. You can use automation to stimulate different failures or to recreate scenarios that led to failure before. This approach exposes failure pathways that you can test and fix before a real failure scenario occurs, thus reducing risk. Question number 170. Which AWS service or functionality can assist a business in determining if it has publicly accessible Amazon S3 buckets? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Service Health Dashboard. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch Logs. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. And option D, AWS Service Catalog. So the right answer is option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. So Trusted Advisor can help improve the security of your AWS environment by suggesting foundational security best practices curated by security experts. Examples include identifying RTS, security group access risk, exposed access keys, and unnecessary S3 bucket permissions. Question number 171. Seasonal sales surges occur many times a year for an online retailer, most notably during the holidays. At other times of year, demand is lower. The corporation has difficulty forecasting the seasonal increase in infrastructure demand. Which benefits of migrating to the AWS cloud would be the most beneficial to the business? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, global footprint. Option B, elasticity. Option C, AWS service quotas. Option D, AWS shared responsibility model. And option E, pay-as-you-go pricing. So the right answer here is option B, elasticity. And option E, pay-as-you-go pricing. Benefits of migrating to the AWS cloud: trade fixed expenses for variable expenses, benefit from massive economy of scale, stop guessing capacity, increase speed and agility, stop spending money running and maintaining data centers, go global in minutes. Question number 172. Which concepts of AWS cloud architecture may assist boost reliability? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, using monolithic architecture. Option B, measuring overall efficiency. Option C, testing recovery procedures. Option D, adopting a consumption model. Option E, automatically recovering from failure. So the right answer here is option C, testing recovery procedures, and option E, automatically recovering from failure. Automatically recover from failure. By monitoring a workload for key performance indicators, you can trigger automation when a threshold is breached. These KPIs should be a measure of business value, not the technical aspects of operations of the service. These allows for automatic notification and tracking of failures and of automated recovery process that work around or repair the failures. With more sophisticated automation, it's possible to anticipate and remediate failures before they occur. Test recovery procedures. In an on-premises environment, testing is often conducted to prove that the workload works in a particular scenario. Testing is not typically used to validate recovery strategies. In the cloud, you can test how your workload fails and you can validate your recovery procedures. You can use automation to stimulate different failures or to recreate scenarios that led to failures before. This approach exposes failures pathways that can test and fix before a real failure scenario occurs, thus reducing risk. Question number 173. Which sort of storage does Amazon Elastic File System and Amazon FSx provide? And we have four options. Option A, file storage. Option B, object storage. Option C, block storage. Option D, instance storage. So the right answer here is option A, file storage. Both these services provide file storage, the major difference being the FSx integrates with Windows environments. Question number 174. Which AWS service enables customers to view AWS compliance control reports on demand and self-service? And we have four options. Option A, AWS config. Option B, Amazon Guard Duty. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. And option D, AWS Artifact. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Artifact. AWS Artifact provides a central resource for AWS security and compliance reports. The artifacts available in AWS Artifact include service organization control reports, payment card industry reports, and certifications from accreditation bodies that validate the implementation and operating effectiveness of AWS security control. Additionally, AWS Artifact provides on-demand access to the security and compliance documents such as ISO certifications and service organization control reports of the independent software vendors who sell their products on AWS Marketplace. Question number 175. What may aid in the evaluation of a cloud-based application? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS Professional Services. Option C, AWS System Manager. Option D, AWS Partner Network, APN. Option E, AWS Secret Manager. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Professional Services. And option D, AWS Partner Network, APN. So professional services available in AWS Marketplace enables you to find and buy assessments, implementation support, managed services, and training for third-party software and building on AWS. AWS Marketplace helps you find the software and associated services you need to innovate all in one place. Simplifying procurement, you can discover complete business solutions and curated ser- service offerings from independent software vendors and consulting partners, and select payment options and contract terms that fit your needs. AWS Partner Network (APN) is a global community of partners that leverages programs, expertise, and resources to build, market, and sell customer offerings. Question number 176. Which AWS service enables expense control across numerous AWS accounts effectively? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Organizations. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Organizations. AWS Organization provides you with the capability to centrally manage and govern your cloud environment. You can manage and organize your accounts under a single bill, set central policies and configurations requirements for your entire organization, create custom permissions or capabilities within the organization, and delegate responsibilities to other accounts so they can manage on behalf of the organization. In addition, AWS Organization is integrated with other AWS services, so you can define central configurations, security mechanisms, audit requirements, and resource sharing across accounts in your organization. Question number 177. A company's on-premises servers and the AWS cloud need a dedicated network connection. Which Amazon Web Services service should be used? We have four options. Option A, AWS VPN. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon API Gateway. Option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Direct Connect. You can use AWS Direct Connect to establish a private virtual interface from your on-premises network directly to your Amazon VPC, providing you with a private, high bandwidth network connection between your network and your VPC. With multiple virtual interfaces, you can even establish private connectivity to multiple VPCs while maintaining network isolation. Question number 178. On-premises resources have been underused by a user. Which AWS cloud idea is optimal for resolving this issue? And we have four options. Option A, high availability. Option B, elasticity. Option C, security. And option D, loose coupling. So the right answer here is option B, elasticity. So most people, when thinking of cloud computing, think of the ease with which they can procure resources when needed. This is only one aspect to elasticity. The other aspect is to contract when they no longer need resources, scale out and scale in, scale up and scale down. Question number 179. Which of the following advantages does Amazon Relational Database Service provide over conventional database management? And we have four options. Option A, AWS manages the data stored in Amazon RDS tables. Option B, AWS manages the maintenance of the operating system. Option C, AWS automatically scales up instance types on demand. Option D, AWS manages the database type. So the right answer here is option B, AWS manages the maintenance of the operating system. So Amazon RDS will make sure that the relational database software powering your deployment stays up to date with the latest patches. You can exert optional control over when and if your database instance is patched. Question number 180. Service control policies manage permissions for which of the following? And we have four options. Option A, availability zones. Option B, AWS regions. Option C, AWS organizations. And option D, edge locations. So the right answer here is option C, AWS organizations. AWS organizations provides you with this capability to centrally manage and govern your cloud environments. You can manage and organize your accounts under a single bill, set central policies and configuration requirements for your entire organization, create custom permissions or capabilities within the organization, and delegate responsibilities to other accounts so they can manage on behalf of the organization. Question number 181. Which AWS service can be used to encrypt data at rest? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, AWS Shield. Option C, AWS Security Hub. And option D, AWS Key Management Service. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Key Management Service. AWS Key Management Service is a managed service that enables easy creation and control of encryption keys used to encrypt data. KMS uses envelope encryption in which data is encrypted using a data key that is then encrypted using a master key. Master keys can also be used to encrypt and decrypt up to 4 kilobytes of data. In our solution, I use KMS encrypt decrypt APIs to encrypt and the encrypted file system's password. Question number 182. A cloud practitioner has a seldom run data analysis job that can be stopped without causing damage. Which Amazon EC2 purchase option should be utilized to maximize cost savings? And we have four options. Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, spot instances. And option D, dedicated hosts. So the right answer here is option C, spot instances. AWS allows you to scale services for short-term usage and helping you reduce your bill, as spot instances can be reclaimed with a 2-minute warning when EC2 needs capacity back. Spot instances are a great fit for fault-tolerant, stateless application. Use spot instances to significantly lower your cost and increase the elasticity of your application. Question number 183. What are the advantages of AWS Cloud Service Billing Consolidation? Select. And we have five options. Option A, volume discounts. Option B, a minimal additional fee for use. Option C, one bill for multiple accounts. Option D, installment payment option. And option E, custom cost and usage budget creation. So the right answer here is option A, volume discounts, and option C, one bill for multiple accounts. So consolidated billing has the following benefits. One bill, you get one bill for multiple accounts. Easy tracking, you can track the charges across multiple accounts and download the combined cost and usage data. Combined usage, you can combine the usage across all accounts in the organization to share the volume pricing discounts, reserved instant discounts, and saving plans. These can result in a lower charge for your project, department, or company than with individual standalone accounts. So no extra fee, consolidated billing is offered at no additional cost. Question number 184. Which Amazon EC2 instant type is necessary when a user wishes to use their current per socket, per core, or per virtual machine software licenses on a Microsoft Windows server operating on AWS. We have four options. Option A, spot instances. Option B, dedicated instances. Option C, dedicated hosts. Option D, reserved instances. So the right answer here is option C, dedicated hosts. An Amazon EC2 dedicated host is a physical server with EC2 instance capacity fully dedicated to you. Dedicated host allow you to use your existing per socket, per core, or per VM software license, including Windows Server, Microsoft SQL Server, SUSHI, and Linux Enterprise Server. Question number 185. When users connect to a website with a worldwide consumer base, they report experiencing delay. Which Amazon Web Services offering will enhance the user experience by lowering latency? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Option D, AWS Transit Gateway. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon CloudFront. So CloudFront delivers your content through a worldwide network of data centers called edge locations. When a user requests content that you are serving with CloudFront, the request is routed to the edge location that provides the lowest latency so that content is delivered with the best possible performance. Question number 186. Which capabilities or services are available for monitoring in AWS accounts, charges, and expenses? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option B, AWS Product Pages. Option C, AWS Simply Monthly Calculator. Option D, Billing Alerts and Amazon CloudWatch Alarms. Option E, AWS Price List API. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Cost and Usage Report, and option D, Billing Alerts and Amazon CloudWatch Alarms. With AWS Cost and Usage Reports, you can review, itemize, and organize the most comprehensive cost and usage data for your account. And you can monitor your estimated AWS charges by using Amazon CloudWatch. When you enable the monitoring of estimated charges for your AWS account, the estimated charges are calculated and sent several times daily to CloudWatch as a metrics data. Question number 187. Which service enables users to store data in the Amazon Web Service Cloud? We have four options. Option A, Amazon EFS. Option B, Amazon Redshift. Option C, Amazon RDS. And option D, Amazon VPC. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon EFS. Amazon EFS is a fully managed service providing NFS shared file system storage for Linux workloads. Amazon EFS makes it quick and efficient to create and configure file systems. You need not worry about managing file servers or storage, updating hardware, configuring software, or performing backups. In seconds, create a fully managed file system using the AWS Management Console, the AWS Command Line Interface, or an AWS SDK. Question number 188. Which AWS service or product enables an organization to automate the delivery of application changes? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon AppFlow. Option B, AWS Code Deploy. Option C, AWS Private Link. Option D, Amazon EKS Distro. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Code Deploy. AWS Code Deploy is a fully managed deployment service that automates software deployments to various compute services such as Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon Elastic Container Service, AWS Lambda, and your on-premises servers. Use Code Deploy to automate software deployments, eliminating the need of error-prone manual operations. Question number 189. A corporation wishes to minimize the physical footprint of the computing resources used by developers to execute programs. Which service would enable serverless architecture to address these needs? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon EC2. Option B, AWS Lambda. Option C, Amazon DynamoDB. And option D, AWS Code Commit. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Lambda. So AWS Lambda is a serverless, event-driven compute service that lets you run code for virtually any type of application or backend service without provisioning or managing servers. You can trigger Lambda from over 200 AWS services and software as a service applications and only pay for what you use. Question number 190. A load balancer Elastic enables online traffic to be distributed across multiple. And we have four options. Option A, AWS regions. Option B, availability zones. Option C, dedicated hosts. And option D, Amazon S3 buckets. So the right answer here is option B, availability zones. So AWS Elastic Load Balancing distributes incoming application traffic automatically across multiple targets such as containers, EC2 instances, and IP addresses in one or more availability zones. These distributes and balances how front-end traffic reaches back-end servers and increase the fault tolerance and availability of user applications. Question number 191. What is AWS Storage Gateway purpose? And we have four options. Option A, it ensures on-premises data storage is 99.999% durable. Option B, it transports petabytes of data to and from AWS. Option C, it connects to multiple Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, it connects on-premises data storage to the AWS cloud. So the right answer here is option D. It connects on-premises data storage to the AWS cloud. So moving data to the cloud is not quite as simple as flipping a switch. For companies that have managed their own data centers or server rooms for decades, there are few steps to consider, and it's not always wise to pull the plug on an internal infrastructure quite so quickly. If a startup uses on-premises business servers and then experiences unexpected growth, abandoning those servers doesn't make sense, even if the long-term plan is to do exactly that. AWS Storage Gateway is a way to bridge this gap for companies of any size. It's a hybrid storage option that connects on-premises storage, including age-old tape backup systems, to the cloud in a way that also provides one console to access all storage configurations. Question number 192. How can a client anticipate future expenses associated with the operation of a new web application? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Aurora Backtrack. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch billing alarms. Option C, AWS Simple Monthly Calculator. And option D, AWS Cost and Usage Report. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Cost and Usage Report. So you can use Cost Explorer, which is part of Cost and Usage Report, to forecast future cost of running an application. Question number 193. A term fault tolerance relates to the following. And you have four options. Option A, the ability of an application to accommodate growth without changing design. Option B, how well and how quickly an application environment can have lost data restored. Option C, how secure your application is. Option D, the built-in redundancy of an application's components. So the right answer here is option D, the built-in redundancy of an application's components. AWS recommends connecting from multiple data centers for physical location redundancy. When designing remote connections, consider using redundant hardware and telecommunication providers. Question number 194. Which AWS service enables conventional SQL queries against stored datasets straight from Amazon S3? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Glue. Option B, AWS Data Pipeline. Option C, AWS Amazon Cloud Search. Option D, Amazon Athena. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Athena. Amazon Athena is defined as an interactive query service that makes it easy to analyze data directly in Amazon Simple Storage Service using standard SQL. So it's another SQL query engine for large data sets stored in S3. This is very similar to other SQL query engines such as Apache Drill, but unlike Apache Drill, Athena is limited to data only from Amazon's own S3 storage service. However, Athena is able to query a variety of file formats, including but not limited to CSV, Parquet, JSON, etc. Question number 195. A startup is developing a new application that must be launched immediately. In the near future, the application criteria may need to be changed. Which of the following is an AWS cloud feature that would fulfill this particular requirement? And we have four options. Option A, elasticity. Option B, reliability. Option C, performance. And option D, agility. So the right answer is option D, agility. So cloud infrastructure provides more agility and responsiveness than traditional IT environments. These requires organizations to think differently about how they design, build and manage applications. Question number 196. Which characteristics are advantages of using the AWS cloud? Choose two. We have five options. Option A, 100% service level agreement SLA for all AWS services. Option B, compute capacity that is adjusted on demand. Option C, availability of AWS support for code development. Option D, enhanced security. Option E, increases in cost and complexity. So the right answer here is option B, compute capacity that is adjusted on demand. And option D, enhanced security. So 6 advantages of cloud computing: trade fixed expenses for variable expenses, benefit from massive economies of scale, stop guessing capacity, increase speed and agility, stop spending money running and maintaining data centers, go global in minutes. Question number 197. A company wants to convert video files and audio files from their source format into a format that will play on smartphones, tablets, and web servers. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Elastic Transcoder. Option B, Amazon Comprehend. Option C, AWS Glue. Option D, Amazon Recognition. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Elastic Transcoder. Amazon Elastic Transcoder lets you convert media files that you have stored in Amazon Simple Storage Service into media files in the format required by consumer playback devices. For example, you can convert large, high-quality digital media files into formats that users can play back on mobile devices, tablets, web browsers, and connected televisions. Question number 198. A company has several departments. Each department has its own AWS accounts for all its applications. The company wants all AWS cost on a single invoice to simplify payment, but the company wants to know the costs that each department is incurring. Which AWS tool or feature will provide this functionality? And we have four options. Option A, AWS cost and usage reports. Option B, consolidated billing. Option C, savings plan. Option D, AWS budgets. So the right answer here is option B, consolidated billing. So consolidated billing is a feature of AWS organization that allow a single AWS account to pay the bills for multiple AWS accounts. These can be useful for companies that have multiple AWS accounts, as it allows them to see all of their costs on a single invoice while still being able to track the cost of each department separately. Question number 199. A company wants to eliminate the need to guess infrastructure capacity before deployments. The company also wants to spend its budget on cloud resources only as the company uses the resources. Which advantage of the AWS cloud matches the company's requirement? And you have four options. Option A, reliability. Option B, global reach. Option C, economies of scale. Option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. So the right answer here is option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. So by using cloud computing, you can achieve a lower variable cost than you can get on your own because usage from hundreds of thousands of customers is aggregated in the cloud. Providers such as AWS can achieve higher economies of scale, which translates into lower pay-as-you-go prices. Question number 200. Which AWS service must be enabled in order for the AWS Management Console to monitor all user account changes? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud Trial. Option B, Amazon Simple Notification Service. Option C, VPC Flow Logs. Option D, AWS Cloud HSM. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Cloud Trial. AWS Cloud Trial is a service that enables governance, compliance, operational auditing, and risk auditing of your AWS accounts. With Cloud Trial, you can log, continuously monitor, and retain account activity related to actions across your AWS infrastructure. Cloud Trial provides event history of your AWS account activity, including actions taken through the AWS Management Console, AWS SDKs, command line tools, and other AWS services. This event history simplifies security analysis, resource change tracking, and troubleshooting. In addition, you can use Cloud Trail to detect unusual activity in your AWS account. These capabilities help simplify operational analysis and troubleshooting. Question number 201. Recently, an e-commerce firm began using the AWS cloud. Which security related responsibilities fall within the purview of the business? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, restrict who is allowed physical access to the host that run the company's Amazon EC2 instance. Option B, install security patches on Amazon EC2 Linux instances. Option C, choose to encrypt data at rest that is stored on Amazon S3. Option D, wipe Amazon Elastic Block Store volumes clean before they are decommissioned. Option E, conduct database patching for Amazon RDS instances. So the right answer here is option B, install security patches on Amazon EC2 Linux instances. And option C, choose to encrypt data at rest that is stored on Amazon S3. So for abstracted services such as Amazon S3 and Amazon DynamoDB, AWS operates the infrastructure layer, the operating system and platforms, and customer access the endpoints to store and retrieve data. Customers are responsible for managing the data, including encryption option, classifying their assets, and using IAM tools to apply the appropriate permissions. Question number 202. A business needs to guarantee that users of the AWS Management Console adhere to password complexity guidelines. How can a business customize the difficulty of its passwords? And we have four options. Option A, using an AWS IAM user policy. Option B, using an AWS organization service control policy. Option C, using an AWS IAM account password policy. Option D, using an AWS Security Hub managed inside. So the right answer here is option C, using an AWS IAM account password policy. You can set a custom password policy on your Amazon Web Services account to specify complexity requirements and mandatory rotation periods for your IAM users' passwords. If you don't set a custom password policy, IAM user passwords must meet the default password Amazon password policy. Question number 203. Which AWS service would determine if a security group has granted unlimited access to a resource? We have four options. Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch. Option C, VPC Flow Logs. Option D, AWS CloudTrail. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. So in the AWS Trusted Advisor, there are lots of controls for security configurations of your AWS resources. Some examples are the following. Security groups, specific ports unrestricted. These control check security groups for rules that allow unrestricted access to specific ports such as SSH and RDP. Unrestricted access increases opportunities for malicious activity, hacking, denial of service attacks, loss of data. Question number 204. Which features are available to users while using AWS KMS? And we have four options. Option A, create and manage AWS access keys for the AWS account root user. Option B, create and manage AWS access keys for an AWS account IAM user. Option C, create and manage keys for encryption and decryption of data. Option D, create and manage keys for multi-factor authentication. So the right answer here is option C, create and manage keys for encryption and decryption of data. AWS Key Management Service is an encryption and key management service scaled for the cloud. AWS KMS keys and functionalities are used by other AWS services, and you can use them to protect data in your AWS in your own applications that use AWS. Question number 205. On Amazon EC2 instance, a business has installed various relational databases. Each month, the database software manufacturer publishes new security updates for databases that must be deployed. Which method is the most effective for applying security patches? And we have four options. Option A, connect to each database instance on a monthly basis and download and apply the necessary security patches from the vendor. Option B, enable automatic patching for the instances using the Amazon RTS console. Option C, in AWS config, configure a rule for the instances and the required patch level. Option D, use AWS system managers to automate database patching according to a schedule. So the right answer here is option D, use AWS systems manager to automate database patching according to a schedule. So Patch Manager, a capability of AWS System Manager, automates the process of patching managed nodes with both security related and other types of updates. You can use Patch Manager to apply patches for both operating system and applications. You can use Patch Manager to install service packs on Windows nodes and perform minor version upgrades on Linux nodes. You can patch fleets of Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud instance, edge devices, or your on-premises servers and virtual machines by operating system type. Question number 206. A business is releasing a new application on AWS. The application will be hosted on an Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud instance. Additional EC2 instances will be required as the demand grows. Which AWS service or technology can the business utilize to deploy the required number of EC2 instances? And we have four options. Option A, Elastic Load Balancing. Option B, Amazon EC2 Autoscaling. Option C, AWS App to Connect Container A to C. And option D, AWS Systems Manager. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon EC2 Autoscaling. So Amazon EC2 Autoscaling helps you ensure that you have the correct number of Amazon EC2 instances available to handle the load of your application. You create collections of EC2 instances called autoscaling groups. You can specify the minimum number of instances in each autoscaling group, and the Amazon EC2 Autoscaling ensures that your group never goes below this size. You can specify the maximum number of instances in each autoscaling group, and the Amazon EC2 Autoscaling ensures that your group never goes above this size. Question number 207. What does it mean to provide AWS IAM users the fewest possible privileges? And we have four options. Option A, it is granting permissions to a single user only. Option B, it is granting permissions using AWS IAM policies only. Option C, it is granting administrator access policy permissions to trustworthy users. Option D, it is granting only the permissions required to perform a given task. So the right answer here is option D. When you create IAM policies, follow the standard security advice of granting least privilege or granting only the permissions required to perform a task. So determine what users need to do and then craft policies that allow them to perform only those tasks. Question number 208. When building an Amazon relational database service instance in multiple availability zone mode, which architectural concept is followed? And we have four options. Option A, implement loose coupling. Option B, design for failure. Option C, automate everything that can be automated. Option D, use services, not servers. So the right answer here is option B, designed for failure. So Amazon RDS multi-AZ deployment provide enhanced availability and durability for database instances, making them a natural fit for production database workloads. When you provision a multi-AZ DB instance, Amazon RDS automatically creates a primary DB instance and synchronously replicates the data to a standby instances in a different availability zone. Each availability zones run on its own physically distinct independent infrastructure and is engineered to be highly reliable. In case of an infrastructure failure, Amazon RDS performs an automatic failover to standby so that you can resume database operations as soon as the failover is complete. Since the endpoint of your DB instance remains the same after a failover, your application can resume database operation without the need for manual administrative intervention. Question number 209. What is a user's responsibility while using the AWS cloud to execute an application? And we have four options. Option A, managing physical hardware. Option B, updating the underlying hypervisor. Option C, provision a list of users approved for data center access. And option D, managing application software updates. So the right answer here is option D, managing application software updates. The customer assumes responsibility and management of the guest operating system, other associated application software, as well as the configuration of the AWS provided security group firewall. Customers should carefully consider the services they choose as their responsibility vary depending on the services used, the integration of those services into their IT environment, and applicable laws and regulations. Question number 210. Which of the following statement concerning AWS worldwide infrastructure is true? And we have four options. Option A, availability zones can span multiple AWS regions. Option B, a VPC can have different subnets in different AWS regions. Option C, AWS regions consist of multiple availability zones. Option D, a single subnet can span multiple availability zones. So the right answer here is option C, AWS region consists of multiple availability zones. So AWS provides a more extensive global footprint than any other cloud provider, and to support its global footprint and ensure customers are served across the world, AWS opens new regions rapidly. AWS maintains multiple geographic regions, including regions in North America, South America, Europe, China, Asia Pacific, South Africa, and the Middle East. Question number 211. A business wishes to link AWS to its corporate network through a private network connection. Which Amazon Web Services or functionality will satisfy this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Connect. Option B, Amazon Route 53. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. And option D, VPC peering. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Direct Connect. So AWS Direct Connect is a cloud service solution that makes it easy to establish a dedicated network connection from your premises to AWS. Using AWS Direct Connect, you can establish private connectivity between AWS and your data center, office, or colocation environment, which in many cases can reduce your network costs, increase bandwidth, throughput, and provide a more consistent network experience than internet-based connections. Question number 212. Which of the following may be used to restrict certain users' access to Amazon Simple Storage Service, Amazon S3 buckets? And we have four options. Option A public and private key pair. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, AWS Identity and Access Management IAM policies. Option D, security groups. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Identity and Access Management policies. To allow users to perform S3 actions on the bucket from the VPC endpoints or IP addresses, you must explicitly grant those user-level permissions. You can grant user-level permissions on either an AWS Identity and Access Management policy or another statement in the bucket policy. So question number 213. Which of the following is an AWS well-architected framework design principle? And we have four options. Option A, reduce downtime by making infrastructure changes frequently and in large increments. Option B, invest the time to configure infrastructure manually. Option C, learn to improve from operational failures. Option D, use monolithic application design for centralization. So the right answer here is option C, learn to improve from operational failures. So learn from all operational failures, drive improvement through lessons learned from all operational events and failures, share what is learned across teams and through the entire organization. Question number 214. Which AWS service enables a business to identify and reroute customers to other services in the event of a website service outage? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, Amazon GuardDuty. Option C, Amazon Route 53. And option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Route 53. So Amazon Route 53 set routing policies to predetermine and automate responses in case of failure, like redirecting traffic to alternative availability zones or regions. So question number 215. An organization with an AWS support plan for developers established an Amazon RDS database but is unable to connect to it. To get this degree of help, who should the developer contact? And we have four options. Option A, AWS support using a support case. Option B, AWS professional services. Option C, AWS technical account manager. And option D, AWS consulting partners. So the right answer here is option A, AWS support using a support case. So customers with the developer support plan have access to these additional features: best practice guidance, client-side diagnostic tools, building block architecture support, guidance on how to use AWS products, features, and services together, support an unlimited number of support cases that can be opened by one primary contact, which is the AWS account root user. Question number 216. Which AWS service enables you to monitor and debug distributed application end to end? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud9. Option B, AWS CodeStar. Option C, AWS Cloud Map. And option D, AWS X-Ray. So the right answer here is option D, AWS X-Ray. So AWS X-Ray is a powerful tool offered by Amazon that enables developers to debug production and distributed applications, especially in the microservices architecture. By analyzing the performance of the application and its underlying services, developers can identify root causes of performance issues to quickly resolve them. Question number 217. Which AWS shared responsibility model duties are the customer's responsibility? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, infrastructure facilities access management. Option B, Cloud infrastructure hardware lifecycle management. Option C, configuration management of users' applications. Option D, networking infrastructure protection. Option E, security groups configuration. So the right answer here is option C, configuration management of users' applications, and option E, security groups configuration. So the customer is responsible for the security configuration or firewall, identity and access management, client and server side encryption, and the customer's data. Now, apart from AWS services, AWS share responsibility also extends to IT controls. Also check question number 218. Which AWS cloud service gives tips on how to optimize an AWS account's performance? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. And option D, AWS Cloud Trial. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. AWS Trusted Advisor provides recommendations that help you follow AWS best practices. Trusted Advisor evaluates your accounts by using checks. These checks identify ways to optimize your AWS infrastructure, improve security and performance, reduce cost, and monitor service quotas. Question number 219. Which variables impact AWS cloud costs? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, the number of unused AWS Lambda functions. Option B, the number of configured Amazon S3 buckets. Option C, inbound data transfers without acceleration. Option D, outbound data transfers without acceleration. And option E, compute resources that are currently in use. So the right answer here is option D, outbound data transfers without acceleration. And option E, compute resources that are currently in use. Charges may apply if there is data transfer between different components of your workload. These charges vary depending on where the components are deployed. Question number 220. A corporation is required by law to track and access configuration changes to AWS resources, as well as to conduct corrective steps. Which Amazon Web Services service should the business use? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Config. Option B, AWS Secrets Manager. Option C, AWS Cloud Trial. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Config. So AWS Config continuously monitors and records your AWS resource configurations. You can use the service to automate the evaluation and remediation of recorded configurations against desired configurations. You also can review changes in configurations and relationships between AWS resources and dive into the history of a resource configuration. So question number 221. Which AWS service should be utilized to store data backups for an extended period of time at a reasonable cost? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon RDS. Option B, Amazon Glacier. Option C, AWS Snowball. And option D, AWS EBS. So the right answer is option B, Amazon Glacier. So Amazon S3 Glacier is a secure, durable, and low-cost storage class of S3. For data archiving and long-term backup, customers can store large or small amounts of data for as little as $0.004 per gigabyte per month. The S3 Glacier storage class is ideal for archives where data is regularly retrieved and some of the data may be needed in minutes. Amazon RDS is a relational database service that hosts databases. It helps you create that manage databases. Amazon Snowball is a petabyte scale data transfer service that provides cost-effective data transfer to AWS from tamper-proof physical devices. Similarly, Elastic Block Storage offers persistent block storage volumes for EC2 instances. Question number 222. What does the AWS cloud bring clients in terms of increased execution speed and agility? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, readily available resources with low provisioning times. Option B, scalable compute capacity. Option C, free tier services usage. Option D, access to AWS data centers. Option E, lower resource provisioning cost. So the right answer here is option A, readily available resources with low provisioning times, and option B, scalable compute capacity. In a cloud computing environment, new IT resources are only a click away, which means that you reduce the time to make those resources available to your developers from weeks to just minutes. This results in a dramatic increase in agility for the organization since the cost and time it takes to experiment and develop is significantly lower. Question number 223. A retailer wishes to supply just the resources required to meet current demand. Which cloud advantage is the organization attempting to accomplish with this objective? And we have four options. Option A, reliability. Option B, global reach. Option C, scalability. And option D, high availability. So the right answer here is option C, scalability. So AWS auto scaling lets you build scaling plans that automate how groups of different resources respond to changes in demand. Question number 224. What storage capabilities does Amazon S3 intelligent tiering provide? And we have four options. Option A, payment flexibility by reserving storage capacity. Option B, long-term retention of data by copying the data to an encrypted Amazon Elastic Block Store value. Option C, automatic cost saving by moving objects between tiers based on access pattern changes. Option D, secure, durable, and lowest cost storage for data retrieval. So the right answer here is option C, automatic cost saving by moving objects between tiers based on access pattern changes. So the S3 Intelligent Tiering Storage class delivers automatic storage cost saving in three low latency and high throughput access tiers. It also offers optional archive capabilities to help you get the lowest storage cost in the cloud for data that can be accessed in minutes to hours. Question number 225. A business wishes to transfer its apps to an AWS VPC. These apps will need access to resources located on premises. Which combination of activities will allow the business to achieve these objectives? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, use the AWS service catalog to identify a list of on-premises resources that can be migrated. Option B, build a VPN connection between an on-premises devices and a virtual private gateway in the new VPC. Option C, use Amazon Athena to query data from the on-premises database servers. Option D, connect the company's on-premises data center to AWS using AWS Direct Connect. Option E, leverage Amazon CloudFront to restrict access to static web content provided through the company's on-premises web server. So the right answer here is option B, build a VPN connection between an on-premises device and a virtual private gateway in the new VPC. And option D, connect the company's on-premises data center to AWS using AWS Direct Connect. So AWS Direct Connect link your AWS and on-premises network to build applications that span environments without compromising performance. Question number 226. What is the most effective approach to link an on-premises network to numerous VPCs located in separate AWS regions? And you have four options. Option A, use AWS Direct Connect. Option B, use AWS VPN. Option C, use AWS Client VPN. Option D, use an AWS Transit Gateway. So the right answer here is option D, use an AWS Transit Gateway. So AWS Transit Gateway connects your Amazon virtual private clouds and on-premises networks through a central hub. This connection simplifies your network and puts an end to complex peering relationships. Transit Gateway acts as a highly scalable cloud router. Each new connection is made only once. Question number 227. Multiple regions of the AWS cloud are an example of, and you have four options. Option A, agility. Option B, global infrastructure. Option C, elasticity. And option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. So the right answer here is option B, global infrastructure. AWS Cloud spans 99 availability zones within 31 geographic regions around the world, with announced plans for 12 more availability zones and 4 more AWS regions in Canada, Israel, New Zealand, and Thailand. Question number 228. Which AWS service does Chef and Puppet utilize to automate configuration management? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Config. Option B, AWS OpsWorks. Option C, AWS Cloud Formation. And option D, AWS Systems Manager. So the right answer here is option B, AWS OpsWorks. So AWS OpsWorks for Chef Automate. Chef Automate is an example, is an enterprise level platform that provides actionable insights with enterprise scale and performance across your cloud architecture. AWS OpsWorks for Chef Automates is a managed way of launching a Chef Automate server in OpsWorks AWS. OpsWorks for Puppet Enterprise lets you launch a Puppet Enterprise Masters in minutes and lets AWS OpsWorks handles its operations, backups, restoration, and software upgrades. OpsWorks for Puppet Enterprise frees you to focus on core configuration management tasks instead of managing a Puppet master. Question number 229. A corporation wants to remove the necessity for pre-deployment estimation of infrastructure capacity. Additionally, the corporation wants to spend its money on cloud resources only when the resources are used. Which AWS cloud feature best meets your business needs? We have four options. Option A, reliability. Option B, global reach. Option C, economies of scale. And option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. So the right answer here is option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. The on-demand pricing model is the true embodiment of Amazon's pay-as-you-go payment philosophy. You have no upfront payments, which means you are not committed yourself over a long-term period. Amazon will charge you for the compute capacity by the hour, and you can increase or decrease usage depending on your application. Question number 230. SQL injection attacks are being launched against an application from a variety of external locations. Which AWS service or functionality can assist in automating response to these attacks? And we have four options. Option A, AWS WAF. Option B, security groups. Option C, elastic load balancer. And option D, network ACL. So the right answer here is option A, AWS WAF. So AWS WAF makes it easy to create rules that block common web exploits like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. AWS WAF allows you to create a centralized set of rules that you can deploy across multiple websites. Question number 231. Which feature enables Amazon EC2 instance to be more elastic in response to changing workload demand? And we have four options. Option A, resource groups. Option B, lifecycle policies. Option C, application load balancer. And option D, Amazon EC2 auto scaling. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon EC2 auto scaling. Support of monitoring the health of each service independently, as health checks are defined at the target group level and many CloudWatch metrics are reported at the target group level. Attaching a target group to an auto scaling group enables you to scale each service dynamically based on demand. Question number 232. What time saving benefits can Amazon Recognition provide? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Recognition provides automatic watermarking of images. Option B, Amazon Recognition provides automatic detection of objects appearing in pictures. Option C, Amazon Recognition provides the ability to resize millions of images automatically. Option D, Amazon Recognition uses Amazon Mechanical Turk to allow humans to bid on object detection jobs. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Recognition provides automatic detection of objects appearing in pictures. So recognition image is an image recognition service that detects objects, scenes, and faces, extracts text, recognizes celebrities, and identifies inappropriate content in image. It also allows you to search and compare faces. Recognition image is based on the same proven, highly scalable deep learning technology developed by Amazon computer vision scientists to analyze billions of images daily for prime photos. Question number 233. A corporation wants to migrate petabytes of data from on-premises sites to the AWS cloud as rapidly as feasible. Which Amazon Web Services service should the business use? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Snowball. Option B, AWS Global Accelerator. Option C, Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration. And option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Snowball. The Snowball appliance allows you to move archives, data lakes, and whatever data you have at faster than internet speeds right into Amazon S3 bucket. From Amazon S3, data can be archived into Glacier or analyzed by other services such as AWS, Redshift, or EMR. This implementation guide will get you started with AWS Snowball quick, simple and secure process for migrating large amount of data into AWS. Question number 234. Where should a business go to locate, test, purchase, and deploy software that works on AWS? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Marketplace. Option B, Amazon Lumberyard. Option C, AWS Artifact. And option D, Amazon Cloud Search. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Marketplace. So AWS Marketplace is a digital catalog with thousands of software listings from independent software vendors that make it easy to find, test, buy, and deploy software that runs on AWS. Question number 235. A business user base is worldwide in scope. The organization need a highly available application with reduced latency for end users. Which AWS architecture approach will meet these criteria the most effectively? And we have four options. Option A, single region multi-AZ architecture. Option B, multi-region active architecture. Or option C, multi-region active passive architecture. Or option D, single region single availability zone architecture. So the right answer here is option B, multi-region active architecture. So simply put, a multi-region active architecture gets all the services on the client request path deployed across multiple AWS regions. In order to do so, several requirements have to be fulfilled. Data replication between regions must be fast and reliable. Question number 236. Which duty is the customer's responsibility under the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, maintaining the infrastructure needed to run AWS Lambda. Option B, updating the operating system of Amazon DynamoDB instances. Option C, maintaining Amazon S3 infrastructure. Option D, updating the guest operating system on Amazon EC2 instance. So the right answer here is option D, updating the guest operating system on Amazon EC2 instance. The customer assumes responsibility and management of the guest operating system, other associated application software, as well as the configuration of the AWS provided security group firewall. Question number 237. How can a user safeguard against AWS service outages in the event of a widespread natural disaster? And we have four options. Option A, deploy applications across multiple availability zones within an AWS region. Option B, use a hybrid cloud computing deployment model within the geographic area. Option C, deploy applications across multiple AWS regions. Option D, store application artifacts using AWS Artifact and replicate them across multiple AWS regions. So the right answer here is option C, deploy applications across multiple AWS regions. An AWS region is a geographic location where AWS provides multiple physically separated and isolated availability zones which are connected with low latency, high throughput, and highly redundant networking. Question number 238. What is an example of a cloud-based application that is decoupled and scalable? And we have four options. Option A, a mail and log application that runs on a single Amazon EC2 instance. Option B, a web page that is hosted on Amazon S3 and uses AWS Lambda to update an Amazon DynamoDB database. Option C, an application load balancer, web server, and database server that supports a monolithic application. Option D, a legacy database server that is running on the maximum instance size supported by its license. So the right answer here is option B, a web page that is hosted on Amazon S3 and uses AWS Lambda to update an Amazon DynamoDB database. Many applications start to grow in complexity as they mature, making it harder for developers to maintain code or add new features. These lead to monolithic applications where developer must know more about the entire architecture to make changes. Typically, these cause code to become more fragile and the rate of development slows down. Question number 239. A client has many AWS accounts, each with its own billing. How can the client benefit from bulk savings while minimizing the effect on AWS resources? We have four options. Option A, create one global AWS account and move all AWS resources to the account. Option B, sign up for 3 years of reserved instances pricing upfront. Option C, use the consolidated billing feature from AWS organization. Option D, sign up for the AWS Enterprise Support Plan to get volume discounts. So the right answer here is option C, use the consolidated billing feature from AWS organization. So consolidated billing is a feature of AWS organization. You can use the management account for your organization to consolidate and pay for all member accounts. In consolidated billing, management accounts can also access the billing information, account information, and account activity of member accounts in their organization. These information may be used for services such as Cost Explorer, which can help management accounts improve their organization's cost performance. Question number 240. A business must keep its data near its core consumer. Which AWS Cloud Advantage satisfies this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, security. Option B, high availability. Option C, elasticity. And option D, global footprint. So the right answer here is option D, global footprint. A successful global footprint depends on how you use regions and their availability zones. The AWS global infrastructure is comprised of 69 availability zones within 22 geographic regions. Question number 241. Who is responsible for the virtualization layer down to the physical security of the facilities in which AWS services operates under the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, it is the solo responsibility of the customer. Option B, it is the solo responsibility of AWS. Option C, it is a shared responsibility between AWS and the customer. And option D, the customer's AWS support plan tier determines who manages the configuration. So the right answer here is option B, it is the sole responsibility of AWS. So AWS is responsible for protecting the infrastructure that runs all the services offered in the AWS cloud. The infrastructure is composed of the hardware, software, networking, and facilities that run AWS cloud services. Question number 242. A company's managed IAM policy does not allow users the rights essential to be needed activities. How is this situation to be resolved? And we have four options. Option A, enable AWS Shield Advanced. Option B, create a custom IAM policy. Option C, use a third-party web application firewall managed to rule from the AWS Marketplace. Option D, use AWS Key Management Service to create a customer managed key. So the right answer here is option B, create a custom IAM policy. When you create or edit IAM policies, AWS can automatically perform policy validation to help you create an effective policy with least privilege in mind. In the AWS Management Console, IAM identifies JSON syntax errors, while IAM Access Analyzer provides additional policy checks with recommendations to help you further refine your policies. Question number 243. A business wishes to strengthen its security and audit posture by restricting incoming access to Amazon EC2. What should the organization use instead of opening incoming SSH ports and handling SSH keys to remotely access instances? And we have four options. Option A, EC2 key pairs. Option B, AWS System Manager Session Managers. Option C, AWS Identity and Access Management, IAM. Option D, network ACLs. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Systems Manager Session Manager. So you can use the AWS Systems Manager console to start a session with a managed node in your account. Question number 244. Which scenarios warrant the utilization of Amazon EC2 spot instances? And we have four options. Option A company wants to move its main website to AWS from an on-premises web server. Option B, a company has a number of application services whose service level agreement requires 99.999% uptime. Option C, a company's heavily used legacy database is currently running on premises. Option D, a company has a number of infrequent interruptible jobs that are currently using on-demand instances. So the right answer here is option D, a company has a number of infrequent interruptible jobs that are currently using on-demand instances. So a spot instance is an unused Amazon EC2 instance that is available for less than the on-demand price, because spot instances enable you to request unused EC2 instance at steep discounts. You can lower your Amazon EC2 cost significantly. The hourly price for a spot instance is called a spot price. Question number 245. A business must transmit time-sensitive communication to a large number of subscribers using a push technique. Which Amazon Web Services service should the business use? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Kinesis. Option B, Amazon MQ. Option C, Amazon Simple Queue Service. Option D, Amazon Simple Notification Service. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Simple Notification Service. Amazon SNS allow application to send time critical messages to multiple subscribers through a push mechanism. Question number 246. Which tasks need access to the root user of the AWS account? And we have five options. Option A, changing an AWS support plan. Option B, modifying an Amazon EC2 instance type. Option C, grouping resources in AWS Systems Manager. Option D, running applications in Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service. Option E, closing an account. So the right answer here is option A, changing an AWS support plan, and option E, closing an AWS account. So the following task which we need the root user for an AWS account: change your account settings, restore IAM user permissions, to activate IAM access to the billing and cost management console, or review certain tax invoices, or close your AWS account, change your AWS support plan, or cancel your AWS support plan, register as a seller in the reserved instance marketplace, and configure an Amazon S3 bucket to enable MFA delete, and edit or delete an Amazon S3 bucket policy that includes an invalid VPC ID or VPC endpoint ID, or sign up for GoCloud. Question number 247. Which AWS cloud best practices makes advantage of cloud computing's flexibility and agility? And we have four options. Option A, provision capacity based on past usage and theoretical peaks. Option B, dynamically and predictively scale to meet usage demands. Option C, build the application infrastructure in a data center that grants physical access. Option D, break apart the application into loosely coupled components. So the right answer here is option B, dynamically and predictively scale to meet usage demands. So in a traditional computing environment, You provision capacity based on an estimate of a theoretical maximum peak. These can result in periods where expensive resources are sitting idle or occasions of insufficient capacity. With cloud computing, you can access as much or as little capacity as you need and dynamically scale to meet actual demand while only paying for what you use. Question number 248. Users of Amazon Route 53 are able to, and we have four options. Option A, encrypt data in transit. Option B, register DNS domain names. Option C, generate and manage SSL certificates. Option D, establish a dedicated network connection to AWS. So the right answer here is option B, register DNS domain names. So Amazon Route 53 is a highly available and scalable domain name system web service. Route 53 connects your request to internet applications running on AWS or on-premises. Question number 249. Which characteristics of the Amazon Virtual Private Cloud, Amazon VPC, allows customers to link two VPCs? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon VPC endpoints. Option B, Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud Classic Link. Option C, Amazon VPC peering. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon VPC peering. A VPC peering connection is a networking connection between two VPCs that enables you to route traffic between them using private IPv4 addresses or IPv6 addresses. Instances in either VPC can communicate with each other as if they are within the same network. You can create a VPC peering connection between your own VPCs or with a VPC in another AWS account. The VPCs can be in different regions, also known as an inter-region VPC peering connection. Question number 250. Multiple Amazon EC2 instances are used to host an application. The program sends messages using Amazon's simple notification service, Amazon SNS. Which AWS service or feature grants authorization for the application to access needed AWS services? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Certificate Manager. Option B, IAM roles. Option C, AWS Security Hub. And option D, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option B, IAM roles. An IAM role is an IAM entity that defines a set of permissions for making AWS service requests. IAM roles are not associated with a specific user or group. Instead, trusted entities assume roles such as IAM users, applications, or AWS services such as EC2. Question number 251. A business is contemplating migrating to the AWS cloud. The firm wishes to be able to scale its computing capacity in response to changing demand conditions. Which AWS cloud advantage does this case illustrate? And we have four options. Option A, global deployment in minutes. Option B, cost savings. Option C, agility. Option D, elasticity. So the right answer is option D, elasticity. So in AWS, the process of getting the resource dynamically when you actually require them and then release the resources when you are done and do not need them is known as elasticity. In another way, growing or shrinking the resources dynamically when needed is known as elasticity. Question number 252. Which of the following is a NoSQL database service that is both quick and dependable? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Redshift. Option B, Amazon RDS. Option C, Amazon DynamoDB. And option D, Amazon S3. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon DynamoDB. So Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service that provides fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. So question number 253. A client wants to develop and construct a new workload on AWS Cloud, but lacks the necessary technical skills in AWS related technologies. Which of the following AWS programs may a client use to accomplish that goal? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Partner Network Technology Partners. Option B, AWS Marketplace. Option C, AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners. And option D, AWS Service Catalog. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners. So benefits of becoming an APN consulting partners include access to go-to-market resources, training and certification, market development funding, innovation sandbox credits, increased visibility to AWS customers and AWS field teams. Question number 254. Which AWS solution enables rapid setup and management of a new multi-account AWS environment? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS Security Hub. Option C, AWS Control Tower. Option D, AWS Resource Access Manager. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Control Tower. So AWS Control Tower is a service for organizations with multiple accounts and teams who are looking for the easiest way to set up their new or existing multi-account AWS environment and govern at scale. With AWS Control, cloud administrators get peace of mind knowing accounts in their organizations are compliant with their established policies, building benefits from being able to provision new AWS accounts quickly. Question number 255. Which operation needs the usage of the root account user credential for the AWS account? And we have four options. Option A, closing an AWS account. Option B, creating a log file. Option C, modifying IAM user permissions. Option D, deleting IAM user. So the right answer here is option A, closing an AWS account. So to close your AWS account, do the following. Sign into the AWS Management Console as the root user of the account. From the navigation bar, choose your account name and then choose account. Question number 256. On Amazon EC2 instance, a business is operating and controlling its own Docker environment. Alternate is desired to assist in managing cluster size, scheduling, and environmental management. Which AWS service satisfies these criteria? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Lambda. Option B, Amazon RDS. Option C, AWS Fargate. And option D, Amazon Athena. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Fargate. With AWS Fargate, you no longer have to provision, configure, or scale clusters of virtual machines to run containers. This removes the need to choose server types, decide when to scale your cluster, or optimize cluster packing. Question number 257. Which AWS situation exemplify the idea of elasticity? And we have five options. Option A, scaling the number of Amazon EC2 instances based on traffic. Option B, resizing Amazon RDS instance as business needs change. Option C, automatically directing traffic to less utilized Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, using AWS compliance document to accelerate the compliance process. Option E, having the ability to create and govern environmental using code. So the right answer here is option A, scaling the number of Amazon EC2 instances based on traffic, and option B, resizing Amazon RDS instances as business needs change. So the situations where implement elasticity, identify the workloads that have variable loads, identify the workload range, that is there enough variability to warrant adding or removing sources, identify the application limitations that may limit elasticity, identify if the increase in demand can be met by automatic scaling or if it needs to be placed before, identify applications that can use Amazon Athena or Amazon Aurora serverless, implement elasticity using AWS auto-scaling or application auto-scaling for the aspects of your services that are not elastic by design, test elasticity both up and down, ensuring it will meet requirement for load variance, iterate on implementation and testing until you can meet requirements. You may want to investigate golden Amazon machine images, Docker containers, etc. to speed launch. So question number 258. Which of the following are advantages of using the AWS cloud to host infrastructure? Select two, and we have 5 options. Option A, there are no upfront commitments. Option B, AWS manages all security in the cloud. Option C, users have the ability to provision resources on demand. Option D, users have access to free and unlimited storage. Option E, users have control over the physical infrastructure. So the right answer here is option A, there are no upfront commitments, and option C, users have the ability to provision resources on demand. The no upfront option does not require any upfront payment, and your commitment will be charged purely on a monthly basis. Savings plans offer significant savings over on demand, just like EC2 RIs, but automatically reduce your bills on compute usage across any AWS region even as usage changes. Question number 259. Which of the following are benefits of Amazon Web Services cloud computing platforms? And we have 5 options. Option A, AWS manages the maintenance of the cloud infrastructure. Option B, AWS manages the security of application built on AWS. Option C, AWS manages capacity planning for physical servers. And option D, AWS manages the development of application on AWS. And option E, AWS manages cost planning for virtual servers. So the right answer here is option A, AWS manages the maintenance of the cloud infrastructure, and option C, AWS manages capacity planning for physical servers. AWS manages all infrastructure layers. Some of the infrastructure layers are data centers, hardware and software, virtualization, networking. Question number 260. Which AWS service enables infrastructure as a code management? We have 4 options. Option A, AWS code pipeline. Option B, AWS code deploy. Option C, AWS direct connect. Option D, AWS cloud formation. So the right answer here is option D, AWS cloud formation. AWS cloud formation provides a common language for you to describe and provision all the infrastructure resources in your cloud environment. Cloud formation allows you to use a simple text file to model and provision in an automated and secure manner all the resources needed for your application across all regions and accounts. This file serves as a single source of truth for your cloud environment. So question number 261. How might AWS help a business manage cost when an application's consumption varies unpredictably? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS will refund the cost difference if a customer moves to larger servers. Option B, the application can be built to scale up or down automatically as resources are needed. Option C, spot instances will automatically be used if the price is lower than on-demand instances. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch will automatically predict what resources are needed. So the right answer here is option B. The application can be built to scale up or down automatically as resources are needed. AWS auto scaling can help us to optimize our utilization and cost performances when consuming the AWS services, so you only pay for the resources you need to run the application. When demand falls, AWS auto scaling will automatically eliminate any excess resources capacity, so you avoid any overspending. Question number 262. What are the benefits of deploying an application across various availability zones using Amazon EC2 instances? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, preventing a single point of failure. Option B, reducing the operational cost of the application. Option C, allowing the application to serve cross-region users with low latency. Option D, increasing the availability of the application. Option E, increasing the load of the application. So the right answer here is option A, preventing a single point of failure. And option D, increasing the availability of the application. The application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. Question number 263. Which AWS service supports a hybrid architecture that gives user the ability to extend AWS infrastructure, AWS services, APIs, and tools to data centers, co-location environments, or on-premises facilities? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Snow Mobile. Option B, AWS Local Zones. Option C, AWS Outposts. And option D, AWS Fargate. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts. So AWS Outpost is a service that supports a hybrid architecture that gives users the ability to extend AWS infrastructure, AWS services, APIs, and tools to data centers, co-location environments, or on-premises facilities. So question number 264. A company has a physical tape library to store data backups. The tape library is running out of space. The company needs to extend the tape library's capacity to the AWS cloud. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, Amazon Elastic File System. And option D, AWS Storage Gateway. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Storage Gateway. So AWS Storage Gateway is a service that can be used to extend the tape library's capacity to the AWS cloud. So AWS Storage Gateway is a hybrid storage service that allows users to connect their on-premises data centers to the AWS cloud. It provides a range of storage options including file-based, block-based, and tape-based storage, which can be used to store data backups and other types of data. Question number 265. A business wishes to downsize its infrastructure in order to save money. At what stages should a business downsize? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, right size before a migration occurs to the cloud. Option B, right size continuously after the cloud onboarding process. Option C, right size when AWS support calls and explains that right sizing is needed. Option D, right size when seasonal workloads are at their peak. Right size after purchasing all reserved instances. So the right answer here is option A, right size before a migration occurs to the cloud. And option B, right size continuously after the cloud onboarding process. So right sizing is the process of matching instances types and sizes to your workload performance and capacity requirements at the lowest possible cost. It's also the process of looking at deployed instances and identifying opportunities to eliminate or downsize without compromising capacity or other requirements, which result in lower costs. So question number 266. AWS budgets may be used for the following purposes. And we have four options. Option A, prevent a given user from creating a resource. Option B, send an alert when the utilization of reserved instances drops below a certain percentage. Option C, set resources limits in AWS accounts to prevent overspending. Option D, split an AWS bill across multiple forms of payments. So the right answer here is option B, send an alert when the utilization of reserved instances drops below a certain percentage. So AWS budgets allow you to set custom budgets to track your cost and usage from the simplest to the most complex use cases. With AWS budgets, you can choose to be alerted by email or SMS notification when actual or forecasted cost and usage exceeds your budget threshold, or when your actual RI and savings plan utilization or coverage drops below your desired threshold. So question number 267. An online retail company has seasonal sales spikes several times a year. Primarily around holidays, demand is lower at other times. The company finds it difficult to predict the increased infrastructure demand for each season. Which advantage of moving to the AWS cloud would most benefit the company? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, global footprint. Option B, elasticity. Option C, AWS service quotas. Option D, AWS shared responsibility model. And option E, pay-as-you-go pricing. So the right answer here is option B, elasticity, and option E, pay-as-you-go pricing. So cloud elasticity is the ability to rapidly and dynamically allocate cloud resources, including compute, storage, and memory resources, in response to changing demands. The goal of cloud elasticity is to avoid either over-provisioning or under-provisioning a particular service or application. Question number 268. What are the advantages of unified billing for Amazon Web Services accounts? And we have four options. Option A, access to AWS personal health dashboard. Option B, combined usage volume discounts. Option C, improved account security. And option D, centralized AWS IAM. So the right answer here is option B, combined usage volume discounts. Question number 269. A corporation wants to connect to AWS from a distant office through a private, low latency connection. Which strategy is advised for meeting these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, create a VPN tunnel. Option B, connect across the public internet. Option C, use VPC pairing to create a connection. Option D, use AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option D, use AWS Direct Connect. The AWS Direct Connect cloud service is the shortest path to your AWS resources. While in transit, your network traffic remains on the AWS global network and never touches the public internet. This reduces the chance of hitting bottlenecks or unexpected increase in latency. Question number 270. Which AWS service can be used to turn text into lifelike speech? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Polly. Option B, Amazon Kendra. Option C, Amazon Recognition. Option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Polly. So Amazon Polly is a service that can be used to turn text into lifelike speech. Amazon Polly uses advanced deep learning technologies to synthesize speech that sounds naturally and lifelike, allowing users to convert written content into spoken language. Question number 271. Which Amazon EC2 pricing model is dynamically adjusted in response to EC2 instance availability and demand? And we have four options. Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, reserved instances. Option C, spot instances. And option D, convertible reserved instances. So the right answer here is option C, spot instances. In the new model, the spot prices are more predictable, updated less frequently, and are determined by supply and demand for Amazon EC2 spare capacity, not bid prices. So question number 272. Which service should a client utilize to integrate and manage several Amazon Web Services accounts centrally? And we have four options. Option A, AWS IAM. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Schema Conversion Tool. Option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Organizations. So integrate multiple AWS services with multiple unique AWS accounts. Manage the user environment based on organizational, legal, or project-based policies. The accounts can also share resources, security mechanism, audit requirements, configurations, and policies between multiple AWS organizations. Question number 273. Which AWS service or tool can be used to capture information about inbound and outbound traffic in an Amazon VPC? And we have four options. Option A, VPC flow logs. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, VPC endpoint services. And option D, NAT gateway. So the right answer here is option A, VPC flow logs. VPC flow logs is a feature that enables you to capture information about the IP traffic going to and from network interfaces in your VPC. Question number 274. Which choices do users have when contacting AWS support? And we have five options. Option A, create an email case in the AWS Support Center. Option B, visit a local AWS Support Center. Option C, use live chat functionality. Option D, call the customer service phone number. Option E, use the video conference functionality of the AWS Support console. So the right answer here is option C, use live chat functionality. AWS Supports offers a range of plans that provides access to tools and expertise that supports the success and operational health of your AWS solution. All support plans provides 24/7 access to customer service, AWS documentation, technical papers, and support forums. For technical support and more resources to plan, deploy, and improve your AWS environment, you can choose a support plan for your AWS use case. Question number 275. A business must track and anticipate AWS expenditure and use. Additionally, the organization must configure event-driven alerts that are triggered when expenditure limitations are exceeded. Which Amazon Web Services offerings or technology should the business employ to achieve these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS budgets. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch. Option C, AWS config. And option D, AWS service catalog. So the right answer here is option A, AWS config budgets. So within AWS budgets, a budget is a single regularly updating cost and usage metrics relating to your AWS resources. The rich structure of these AWS data allows you to set up multiple budgets to track this data across different departments or drilling down into different systems and resource types. Question number 276. Which of the following IT functions does AWS do in order to relieve a business of its responsibilities for managing its IT resources? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, configuring operating system firewalls. Option B, setting up access controls for data. Option C, backing up databases. Option D, configuring database user accounts. Option E, installing operating systems. So the right answer here is option C, backing up databases. And option E, installing operating systems. AWS maintains the configuration of its infrastructure devices, but a customer is responsible for configuring their own guest operating systems, databases, and applications. Question number 277. Which AWS technologies aid in cost estimation? Select 3. And we have 5 options. Option A, detailed billing report. Option B, cost allocation tags. Option C, AWS simple monthly calculator. Option D, AWS total cost of ownership calculator. Option E, cost estimator. So the right answer here is option B, cost allocation tags. And option C, AWS simple monthly calculator. And option D, AWS total cost of ownership calculator. So AWS cost allocation tags are labels for classifying, organizing, and identifying your resources. These tags, which are key value pairs, make it easier to manage them and track their usage. By assigning tags to your resources, you can track your overall AWS cost either through Cost Explorer or through the AWS API. Question number 278. A company wants to ensure that 2 Amazon EC2 instances are in separate data centers with minimal communication latency between the data centers. How can the company meet these requirements? And we have 4 options. Option A, place the EC2 instances in 2 separate AWS regions connected with a VPC pairing connection. Option B, place the EC2 instances in 2 separate availability zones within the same AWS region. Option C, place one EC2 instance on premises and other in an AWS region, then connect them by using an AWS VPN connection. Option D, place both EC2 instances in a placement group for dedicated bandwidth. So the right answer here is option B, place the EC2 instances in two separate availability zones within the same AWS region. Easily deploy EC2 instances in separate availability zones within the same region, which is enough to meet the SLA for service credits from outages. If you haven't already, you can see which zone each instance is assigned to by viewing the details of each of the instance page. Question number 279. In comparison to conventional and virtualized data center prices, AWS offers the following. And we have four options. Option A, greater variable cost and greater upfront costs. Option B, fixed usage cost and lower upfront costs. Option C, lower variable cost and greater upfront costs. And option D, lower variable cost and lower upfront costs. So the right answer here is option D, lower variable cost and lower upfront costs. AWS does not require minimum spend commitments or long-term contracts. You replace large upfront expenses with low variable payments that only apply to what you use. With AWS, you are not bound to multi-year agreements or complicated licensing models. Question number 280. Which situations should the AWS abuse team be notified about? And we have four options. Option A, in availability zone has a service disruption. Option B, an intrusion attempt is made from an AWS IP address. Option C, a user has trouble accessing an Amazon S3 bucket from an AWS IP address. Option D, a user needs to change payments methods due to a compromise. So the right answer here is option B, an intrusion attempt is made from an AWS IP address. So that AWS trust and safety team can assist you when AWS resources are used to engage in the following types of abuse behavior: spam, port scanning, denial of service attacks, and intrusion attempts. Question number 281. Which AWS feature should a client exploit to ensure an application high availability? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Direct Connect. Option B, availability zones. Option C, data centers. And option D, Amazon Virtual Private Cloud. So the right answer here is option B, availability zones. So this is to achieve high availability for any web application deployed in AWS. The following features will be present: high availability across multiple instances, multiple availability zones, auto scaling of instances based on number of requests coming in, additional security to the instance database that are in production, no impact to end users during newer versions of code deployment, no impact during patching the instance. Question number 282. In which situations should a company create an IAM user instead of an IAM role? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, where an application that runs on Amazon EC2 instance requires access to other AWS services. Option B, when the company creates AWS access credentials for individuals. Option C, when the company creates an application that runs on a mobile phone that makes requests to AWS. Option D, when the company needs to add users to IAM groups. Option E, when users are authenticated in the corporate network and want to be able to use AWS without having to sign in a second time. So the right answer here is option B, when the company creates AWS access credentials for individuals. And option D, when the company needs to add users to IAM groups. An AWS Identity and Access Management user is an entity that you create in AWS. The IAM user represents the human user or workload who uses the IAM user to interact with AWS. A user on AWS consists of a name and credentials. An IAM user with administrative permissions is not the same thing as the AWS account root user. Question number 283. How might an AWS client implement common access restrictions to a big group of users easily? And we have four options. Option A, apply an IAM policy to an IAM group. Option B, apply an IAM policy to an IAM role. Option C, apply the same IAM policy to all IAM users with access to the same workload. Option D, apply an IAM policy to an Amazon Cognitive user pool. So the right answer here is option A, apply an IAM policy to an IAM group. So instead of defining permissions for individual IAM users, it's usually more convenient to create groups that relate to job functions. Next, define the relevant permissions for each group. Finally, assign IAM users to those groups. All the users in an IAM group inherit the permissions assigned to the group. That way, you can make changes for everyone in a group in just one place. As people move around in your company, you can simply change what IAM group their IAM user belongs to. Question number 284. Which AWS service is used to provide encryption for Amazon EBS? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Certificate Manager. Option B, AWS Systems Manager. Option C, AWS KMS. Option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option C, AWS KMS. AWS Key Management Service makes it easy for you to create and manage cryptographic keys and control their use across a wide range of AWS services. And in your application, AWS KMS is a service and resilient service that uses hardware security modules that have been validated under FIPS 140-2 or are in process of being validated to protect your keys. AWS KMS is integrated with AWS Cloud Trial to provide you with logs of all keys using to help meet your regulatory and compliance needs. So question number 285. A business need software solution that are either hosted on the AWS platform or linked with it. Independent software providers as well as management and security vendors are required to provide solutions. Which organization or team is capable of providing these solutions? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Technical Account Managers. Option B, AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners. Option C, AWS Concierge Support. And option D, AWS Partner Network Technology Partners. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Partner Network Technology Partners. So AWS Partner Network is a global partner program that vendors and other service providers offer cloud software services and build solutions for Amazon Web Services customers. The partners and professionals in software and services who are earned an endorsement from AWS. Question number 286. Which AWS services are available for application deployment? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option B, AWS Config. Option C, AWS OpsWorks, option D, AWS Application Discovery Service, and option E, Amazon Kinesis. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Elastic Beanstalk, and option C, AWS OpsWorks. So AWS Elastic Beanstalk deploys web applications so that you can focus on your business. AWS OpsWorks provides a simple and flexible way to create and manage stacks and applications. With OpsWorks, you can provision AWS resources, manage their configuration, deploy applications to those resources, and monitor their health. Question number 287. Which AWS services makes use of global edge locations? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, AWS Fargate. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, AWS Global Accelerator. Option B, AWS Wavelength. And option E, Amazon VPC. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon CloudFront, and option C, AWS Global Accelerator. So CloudFront is the most commonly discussed use of edge locations. It's a content delivery network that caches content in edge locations. Content can be served directly from the cache, so it gets users faster. CloudFront is often used to serve static assets, speed up websites, and stream videos. An AWS Global Accelerator allows you to route a request for key resources through Amazon's global network. Even if the request is going halfway around the world, the request is initially routed to the closest edge location and then travels through Amazon's network, often with lower latency and higher throughput than the public internet. Question number 288. Which responsibilities do customers bear while using Amazon EC2? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, underlying hardware maintenance. Option B, file system level encryption. Option C, guest operating system firewall configuration. Option D, hypervisor level software patching. Option E, physical security at data center facilities. So the right answer here is option B, file system level encryption, and option C, guest operating system firewall configuration. So customers that deploy an Amazon EC2 instance are responsible for management of the guest operating system, including updates and security patches. Any application, software, or utilities installed by the customer on the instance, and the configuration of the AWS provided firewall called a security group on each instance. Question number 289. A company is operating several factories where it builds products. The company needs the ability to process data, store data, and run applications with local system interdependencies that require low latency. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS IoT Greengrass. Option B, AWS Lambda. Option C, AWS Outpost. And option D, AWS Snowball Edge. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts. Outpost is designed to provide the same APIs, control plane, and hardware as the AWS cloud, but with the ability to run workloads on premises. These can be useful for applications that require low latency or local system interdependencies, as it allows you to keep your data and applications close to your users and process. Question number 290. A business needs handle a huge volume of data from social network accounts using high throughput graphical queries. Which AWS service will assist the business in developing a cloud architecture that satisfies this criteria? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon RDS. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon Neptune. and option D, Amazon Redshift. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Neptune. Amazon Neptune is a fast, reliable, fully managed graph database service that makes it easy to build and run applications. Question number 291. Which AWS service enables the use of the AWS cloud to host a NoSQL database? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon RDS. And option D, Amazon Redshift. So the right answer is Amazon DynamoDB. Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service that provides fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. Question number 292. Which of the following acts has an instance level firewall to control inbound and outbound access? And we have four options. Option A, network access control list. Option B, security groups. Option C, AWS trusted advisor. And option D, virtual private gateway. So the right answer here is option B, security groups. A security group acts as a virtual firewall for your instance to control inbound and outbound traffic. When you launch an instance in a VPC, you can assign the instance to up to 5 security groups. Security groups acts at the instance level, not the subnet level. Question number 293. A business is consolidating many apps into a single Amazon Web Services account. The organization wishes to keep track of the AWS cloud fees paid by individual applications. What can the business do to ensure compliance with these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, set up invoiced billing. Option B, use AWS Artifact. Option C, set the budgets in Cost Explorer. And option D, create cost allocation tags. So the right answer here is option D, create cost allocation tags. Question number 294. On an Amazon EC2 instance, a batch job takes 5 hours to complete. Monthly, the quantity of data to be processed doubles and the time required to process it is proportionate. What is the optimal cloud architecture for meeting these escalating demand? And we have four options. Option A, run the application on a bigger EC2 instance size. Option B, switch to an EC2 instance family that better matches batch requirements. Option C, distribute the application across multiple EC2 instances and run the workload in parallel. Option D, run the application on a bare metal EC2 instance. So the right answer here is option C, distribute the application across multiple EC2 instances and run the workload in parallel. Question number 295. A company has a workload that will run continuously for 1 year. The workload cannot tolerate service interruptions. Which Amazon EC2 purchasing option will be most cost effective? And we have four options. Option A, all upfront reserved instances. Option B, partial upfront reserved instances. Option C, dedicated instances. And option D, on-demand instances. So the right answer is option A, all upfront reserved instances. With all upfront options, you pay for the entire reserved instance term with one upfront payment. This option provides you with the largest discount compared to on-demand instance pricing. Question number 296. How can AWS Trusted Advisor assist AWS cloud users? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, it identifies software vulnerabilities in applications running on AWS. Option B, it provides a list of cost optimization recommendations based on current AWS usage. Option C, it detects potential security vulnerabilities caused by permission setting on account resources. Option D, it automatically corrects potential security issues caused by permission settings on account resources. And option E, it provides proactive alerting whenever an Amazon EC2 instance has been compromised. So the right answer here is option B and option C. So AWS Trusted Advisor provides recommendations that help you follow AWS best practices. Trusted Advisor evaluates your accounts by using checks. These checks identify ways to optimize your AWS infrastructure, improve security and performance, reduce cost, and monitor service quotas. You can then follow the recommendations to optimize your service and resources. Question number 297. Which AWS function will assist users in determining the CPU capacity of an application running on an Amazon EC2 instance? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon CloudWatch. Option B, AWS Config. Option C, AWS Cloud Trial. And option D, Amazon Inspector. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon CloudWatch. So you can see the CPU credit balance for each T2 instance in EC2 per instance metrics in Amazon CloudWatch. T2 instance have 4 metrics: CPU credit usage, CPU credit balance, CPU surplus credit balance, and CPU surplus credits charged. Question number 298. A user may create a master payer account in order to access aggregated billing data via, and we have 4 options. Option A, AWS budgets. Option B, Amazon Mackie. Option C, Amazon QuickSight. And option C, AWS organizations. So the right answer here is option D, AWS organizations. As part of AWS account creation, AWS organization creates an IAM role with full administrative permissions in the new account. IAM users and IAM roles with appropriate permissions in the master account can assume these IAM role to gain access to the newly created accounts. Question number 299. Every few years, a business invests several months in modernizing its on-premises infrastructure. The organization wishes to shorten the time required for infrastructure purchase by shifting to the AWS cloud. What is the primary advantage of transferring this use case to the AWS cloud? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS will help move the existing hardware to the AWS data centers. Option B, the company will have increased agility with on-demand access to IT resources. Option C, enterprise support will be available to help with recurring application installation and setup. Option D, the company will experience less downtime with multi-AZ deployment. So the right answer here is option B. The company will have increased agility with on-demand access to IT resources. Question number 300. Which AWS service helps protect against DDoS attacks? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Shield. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. And option D, Amazon Detective. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Shield. So AWS Shield is a managed distributed denial of service protection service that safeguards applications running on AWS. AWS Shield provides always on detection and automatic inline mitigations that minimize application downtime and latency. So there is no need to engage AWS support to benefit from DDoS protection. Question number 301. Which Amazon Web Service offering allow customers to aggregate billing for many accounts? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon QuickSight. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Budgets. And option D, Amazon Forecast. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Organizations. So you can use the consolidated billing feature in AWS Organization to consolidate billing and payment for multiple AWS accounts or multiple Amazon Internet Services Private Limited accounts. Every organization in AWS Organization has a master account that pays the charges of all the members' accounts. Question number 302. Which of the following are advantages of Amazon Web Services cloud computing platform? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, unlimited uptime. Option B, elasticity. Option C, agility. Option D, colocation. And option E, capital expenses. So the right answer here is option B, elasticity. And option C, agility. The most celebrated benefit of AWS Cloud is elasticity, since you can expand the services when you experience more traffic. Agile developments in AWS Cloud through strategies are day by day becoming more established within the enterprise across the world. With so much improvement and call for optimization in the cloud, it is necessary that these strategies get established from the ground up within the organization. It is highly important as already enterprises have a lot of bequest, politics and hierarchies which acts as barriers in these businesses. Question number 303. An application installed in the AWS cloud exhibits irregular consumption patterns and is responsible for non-stop workloads. Which Amazon EC2 pricing plan is the most cost-effective for this application? And we have four options. Option A, dedicated instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, reserved instances. And option D, on-demand instances. So the right answer here is option D, on-demand instances. On-demand instances are virtual servers that run in Amazon EC2 and are available on demand, with organizations paying for them by the hour or second with no long-term commitments. An instance refers to a virtual server in the AWS cloud, especially in the Amazon EC2 compute platform. Question number 304. Which service primary aim is to manage software versions? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon CodeStar. Option B, AWS Command Line Interface. Option C, Amazon Cognito. And option D, AWS Code Commit. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Code Commit. AWS Code Commit is a version control service hosted by Amazon Web Services that you can use to privately store and manage assets such as documents, source code, and binary files in the cloud. Question number 305. A business is now undergoing a security examination. The audit includes a security and compliance review of the company's AWS infrastructure and services. The auditor must identify and download AWS security and compliance materials. The System and Organization Control reports are one of these documents. Which AWS service or collection of service is capable of providing these documents? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Abuse Team. Option B, AWS Artifact. Option C, AWS Support. And option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Artifact. AWS Artifact is a portal that provides an enterprise with access to security and compliance reports that apply to the Amazon Web Services public cloud. Question number 306. Using AWS Config to record, audit and evaluate changes to AWS resources to enable traceability is an example of which AWS well-architected framework pillar. And we have four options. Option A, security. Option B, operational excellence. Option C, performance efficiency. And option D, cost optimization. So the right answer here is option A, security. Question number 307. Which of the following is a design concept for AWS cloud architecture? And we have four options. Option A, implement single point of failure. Option B, implement loose coupling. Option C, implement monolithic design. And option D, implement vertical scaling. So the right answer here is option B, implement loose coupling. Loose coupling between services can also be done through asynchronous integration. It involves one component that generates events and another that consumes them. The two components do not integrate through direct point-to-point interaction, but usually through an intermediate durable storage layer. This approach decouples the two components and introduces additional resiliency. So for example, if a process that is reading messages from the queue fails, messages can still be added to the queue to be processed when the system recovers. Question number 308. The continuous lowering in AWS cloud price is a result of the following. And we have four options. Option A, pay-as-you-go pricing. Option B, the AWS global infrastructure. Option C, economies of scale. And option D, reserved storage pricing. So the right answer here is option C, economies of scale. More customer leads to higher AWS usage, which leads to more infrastructure. The economies of scale effects occurs because cost can now be spread over a larger number of customers. The infrastructure becomes cheaper, prices can be reduced, and new customer benefits from the lower prices. Question number 309. Which phase discusses agility as an advantage of AWS cloud-based deployment? And we have four options. Option A, the ability to pay only when computing resources are consumed based on the volume of resources that are consumed. Option B, the ability to eliminate guessing about infrastructure capacity needs. Option C, the ability to support innovation through a reduction in the time that is required to make IT resources available to developers. Option D, the ability to deploy an application in multiple AWS regions around the world in minutes. So the right answer here is option C, the ability to support innovation through a reduction in the time that is required to make IT resources available to developers. Question number 310. Which AWS tool or feature acts as a VPC firewall at the subnet level? And we have four options. Option A, security group. Option B, network ACL. Option C, traffic mirroring. And option D, internet gateway. So the right answer here is option B, network ACL. network access control list (ACL) allows or denies specific inbound or outbound traffic at the subnet level. Question number 311. A business wishes to deliver managed Windows virtual desktops and programs through secure network connections to its distant workers. Which AWS service does the business have access to in order to achieve these requirements? Select two. And we have 5 options. Option A, Amazon Connect. Option B, Amazon AppStream 2.0. Option C, Amazon Workspaces. Option D, AWS Site-to-Site VPN. Option E, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon AppStream 2.0, and option C, Amazon Workspaces. With AppStream 2.0, you can easily add your existing desktop applications to AWS and enable your users to instantly stream them. Windows user can use either the AppStream 2.0 client or an HTML5 capable web browser for application streaming. Amazon Workspaces enable you to provision virtual cloud-based Microsoft Windows, Amazon Linux, or Ubuntu Linux desktops for users known as workspaces. Question number 312. Which of the following is an AWS shared responsibility? And we have 4 options. Option A, identity and access management. Option B, server-side encryption. Option C, firewall configuration. Option D, maintaining physical hardware. So the right answer here is option D, maintaining physical hardware. AWS is responsible for protecting the infrastructure that runs all of the services offered in the AWS cloud. This infrastructure is composed of the hardware, software, networking, and facilities that run AWS cloud services. Question number 313. Which storage service can be utilized to host static web pages at a minimal cost? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon Glacier. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon Elastic File System. Option D, Amazon Simple Storage Service. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Simple Storage Service, Amazon S3. You can use Amazon S3 to host a static website. On a static website, individual web pages include static content. They might also contain client-side scripts. By contrast, a dynamic website relies on server-side processing, including server-side scripts such as PHP, JSP, or ASP.NET. Amazon S3 does not support server-side scripting, but AWS has other resources for hosting dynamic websites. Question number 314. Which AWS service can be used to decouple applications? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Config. Option B, Amazon Simple Queue Service. Option C, AWS Batch. Option D, Amazon Simple Email Service. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Simple Queue Service. Amazon Simple Queue Service is a fully managed message queuing service that makes it easy to decouple and scale microservices, distributed systems, and serverless applications. Amazon SQS moves data between distributed application components and helps you decouple these components. Question number 315. Which AWS services are globally specified rather than regionally defined? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, Amazon Route 53. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, Amazon S3. Option D, Amazon CloudFront. And option E, Amazon DynamoDB. So the right answer here is option A. Amazon Route 53 and option D. Amazon CloudFront. So AWS provides a lot of services, and these services are either global, regional, or specific to the availability zone and cannot be accessed outside. Most of the AWS managed services are regional based services except for IAM, Route 53, CloudFront, WAF, etc. Question number 316. Currently, a company's online program is highly dependent on underlying components, which means that when one component fails, the whole website crashes. Which AWS cloud design concept is most appropriate for resolving the present design issue? And we have four options. Option A, implementing elasticity, enabling the application to scale up or scale down as demand changes. Option B, enabling several EC2 instances to run in parallel to achieve better performance. Option C, focusing on decoupling components by isolating them and ensuring individual components can function when other components fail. And option D, doubling EC2 computing resources to increase system fault tolerance. So the right answer here is option C, focusing on decoupling components by isolating them and ensuring individual components can function when other components fail. Question number 317. A user must locate, categorize, and safeguard sensitive data stored in Amazon S3 automatically. Which AWS service satisfies these criteria? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, Amazon Mackie. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. And option D, AWS Secrets Manager. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Mackie. To help you manage the security posture of your organization's Amazon Simple Storage Service data estate, Mackie provides you with an inventory of your S3 bucket and automatically evaluates and monitors the buckets for security and access control. If Mackie detects a potential issue with the security or privacy of your data, such as a bucket that becomes publicly accessible, Mackie generates a finding for you to review and remediate as necessary. Question number 318. On an Amazon EC2 instance, a business hosts an application. Several AWS resources, including Amazon S3 and Amazon DynamoDB, are required by the EC2 instance. What is the most optimal way to delegate permissions? And we have four options. Option A, create an IAM role with the required permissions, attach the role to the EC2 instance. Option B, create an IAM role user and use its access key and secret access keys in the application. Option C, create an IAM user and use its access key and secret access keys to create a CLI profile in the EC2 instance. And option D, create an IAM role with the required permissions, attach the role to the administrative IAM user. So the right answer here is option A, create an IAM role with the required permissions, attach the role to the EC2 instance. Question number 319. Which of the following are support categories for AWS Trusted Advisor? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, operational excellence. Option B, cost optimization. Option C, security. Option D, well architected framework. And option E, right sizing. So the right answer here is option B, cost optimization. And option C, security. Question number 320. Which disaster recovery option is the least expensive? We have four options. Option A, warm standby. Option B, multi-site. Option C, backup and restore. Option D, pilot light. So the right answer here is option C, backup and restore. Sending backups to AWS can be the first step in reducing total cost of ownership and your data center footprint. Question number 321. Which type of AWS storage is ephemeral and is deleted when an Amazon EC2 instance is stopped or terminated? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Option B, Amazon EC2 Instance Store. Option C, Amazon Elastic File System. Option D, Amazon S3. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon EC2 Instance Store. When you stop or terminate an instance, every block of storage in the instance store is reset. Therefore, your data cannot be accessed through the instance store of another instance. Question number 322. A company needs fully managed, highly reliable and scalable file storage that is accessible over the server message block protocol. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, Amazon Elastic File System. Option C, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. And option D, Amazon Elastic Block Store. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Amazon FSx for Windows File Server is a fully managed, highly reliable and scalable file storage service that is accessible over the server message block protocol. It provides fully managed, highly reliable and scalable file storage that is accessible over the SMP protocol. It is designed to work with the Microsoft Windows operating system, and it supports the SMP protocol, which allows to access the file storage from Windows servers and clients. Question number 323. Which of the following is a component of the AWS global infrastructure? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Alexa. Option B, AWS regions. Option C, Amazon Lightsail. And option D, AWS organizations. So the right answer here is option B, AWS regions. The AWS cloud spans 99 availability zones within 31 geographic regions around the world, with announced plans for 12 more availability zones and 4 more AWS regions in Canada, Israel, New Zealand, and Thailand. Question number 324. What is the purpose of having an internet gateway within a VPC? And we have four options. Option A, to create a VPN connection to the VPC. Option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the internet. Option C, to impose bandwidth constraints on internet traffic. Option D, to load balance a traffic from the internet across Amazon EC2 instance. So the right answer here is option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the internet. An internet gateway is a horizontally scaled, redundant and highly available VPC component that allows communication between your VPC and the internet. Question number 325. Which AWS service allows user to download security and compliance reports about the AWS infrastructure on demand? We have four options. Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, AWS Security Hub. Option C, AWS Artifact. And option D, AWS Shield. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Artifact. AWS Artifact is your go-to central resource for compliance-related information that matters to you. It provides on-demand access to security and compliance reports from AWS and ISVs who sell their products on AWS Marketplace. Question number 326. A company is planning an infrastructure deployment to the AWS cloud. Before the deployment, the company wants a cost estimate for running the infrastructure. Which AWS service or feature can provide this information? And we have four options. Option A, Cost Explorer. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. And option D, AWS Pricing Calculator. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Pricing Calculator. AWS Pricing Calculator estimate the cost of your architecture solution, configure a cost estimate that fits your unique business or personal needs with AWS products and services. Question number 327. How can Amazon EC2 auto-scaling groups contribute to a web application's high availability? And we have four options. Option A, they automatically add more instances across multiple AWS regions based on global demand of the application. Option B, they automatically add or replace instances across multiple availability zones when the application needs it. Option C, they enable the application static content to reside closer to end users. Option D, they are able to distribute incoming requests across a tier of web server instances. So the right answer is option B, they automatically add or replace instances across multiple availability zones when the application needs it. When the unhealthy availability zone returns to a healthy state, auto-scaling automatically redistributes the application instances evenly across all of the designated availability zones. Question number 328. A business has a stateless application workload that can withstand a brief period of outage. The program conducts calculations in massively parallel fashion. Which Amazon EC2 pricing model should the business choose to save costs? And we have four options. Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, reserved instances. And option D, dedicated instances. So the right answer here is option B, spot instances. A spot instance is an instance that uses spare EC2 capacity that is available for less than the on-demand price, because spot instances enable you to request unused EC2 instances at steep discounts. You can lower your Amazon EC2 cost significantly. The hourly price for a spot instance is called spot price. Question number 329. Which of the following is a method for enhancing AWS security? Select. And we have five options. Option A, using AWS Artifact. Option B, granting the broadest permission to all IAM roles. Option C, running application code with AWS Cloud9. Option D, enabling multi-factor authentication MFA with Amazon Cognito. Option E, using AWS Trusted Advisor security checks. So the right answer is option D, enabling multi-factor authentication MFA with Amazon Cognito. And option E, using AWS Trusted Advisor security checks. MFA adds extra security because it requires users to provide unique authentication from an AWS supported MFA mechanism in addition to their regular sign-in credentials when they access AWS websites or services. Virtual MFA devices, a software app that runs on a phone or other devices and emulates a physical device. Question number 330. Which AWS service of tool helps to centrally manage billing and allow controlled access to resources across AWS accounts? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Identity and Access Management. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, Cost Explorer. And option D, AWS Budgets. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Organizations. By default, organizations support consolidated billing features. Consolidated billing separates paying accounts and linked accounts. You can use AWS Organizations to set up a single payment method for all the AWS accounts in your organization through consolidated billing. Question number 331. Under the AWS Shared Responsibility paradigm, the following parties are responsible for the security and patching of the guest operating system. And we have four options. Option A, AWS support. Option B, the customer. Option C, AWS Systems Manager. And option D, AWS config. So the right answer here is option B, the customer. For example, a service such as Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud is categorized as infrastructure as a service and as such requires the customers to perform all of the necessary security configurations and management tasks. Customers that deploy an Amazon EC2 instances are responsible for management of the guest operating system, any application softwares or utilities installed by the customer on the instance, and the configuration of the AWS provided firewall on each instance. Question number 332. What is an example of AWS Cloud's high availability? And we have four options. Option A, consulting AWS technical support at any time, day or night. Option B, ensuring an application remains accessible even if a resource fails. Option C, making any AWS service available for use by paying on demand. Option D, deploying in any part of the world using AWS regions. So the right answer here is option B, ensuring an application remains accessible even if a resource fails. Question number 333. Which of the following are the Amazon's virtual private cloud resources? We have four options. Option A, Objects Access Control List, ACLs. Option B, Subnets, Internet Gateways. Option C, Access Policies, Buckets. Option D, Groups, Roles. So the right answer here is option B, Subnets, Internet Gateways. A subnet is a range of IP address in your VPC. A subnet must reside in a single availability zone. After you add subnets, you can deploy AWS resources in your VPC. A gateway connects your VPC to another network. For example, use an internet gateway to connect your VPC to the internet. Use a VPC endpoint to connect to AWS services privately without the use of an internet gateway or NAT device. Question number 334. Which aspects of AWS make it cost viable for workloads with fluctuating customers' demand? Select. And we have five options. Option A, high availability. Option B, shared security model. Option C, elasticity. Option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. And option E, reliability. So the right answer here is option C, elasticity, and option D, pay-as-you-go pricing. Question number 335. A business wants to migrate 40 terabyte of data from on-premises storage systems to Amazon S3. The transfer must occur as rapidly as feasible while maintaining a low cost. The firm has internet access at a speed of 100 megabytes per second. Which AWS service will satisfy these criteria? We have four options. Option A, AWS Snowball. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Storage Gateway. Option D, Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Snowball. Snowball is better for 40 terabyte transfer. It will make transfer while keeping the cost at minimum. With 100 Mbps, it will be quick. Question number 336. Which of the following allows customers to programmatically access the power of AWS services? We have four options. Option A, AWS Command Line Interface. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, AWS Code Deploy. And option D, AWS Management Console. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Command Line Interface, AWS CLI. AWS Command Line Interface is a unified tool to manage your AWS services. With just one tool to download and configure, you can control multiple AWS services from the command line and automate them through scripts. Question number 337. A business wishes to migrate some of its resources to the AWS cloud. To comply with regulatory standards, data must stay on premises and local. AWS and the company's resources must have a low latency. Which Amazon Web Services service or functionality may be leveraged to fulfill these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Local Zones. Option B, Availability Zones. Option C, AWS Outposts. And option D, AWS Wavelength Zones. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts. With AWS Outpost, you can run some AWS services locally and connect to a broad range of services available in the local AWS region. Run application and workloads on premises using familiar AWS service tools and APIs. Outpost supports workloads and devices requiring low latency access to on-premises systems. Local data processing, data residency, and application migration with local system interdependencies. Question number 338. A business has specified the Amazon Web Services resources it requires for a new application. The business must determine the expenses associated with operating the application on AWS. What actions should the business take to comply with these stipulation? And we have four options. Option A, take advantage of AWS on-demand pricing. Option B, use the AWS pricing calculator to generate an approximate dollar amount. Option C, use Amazon QuickSight to analyze current on-premises spending. Option D, use Amazon AppStream 2.0 for real-time pricing analytics. So the right answer here is option A, take advantage of AWS on-demand pricing. Question number 339. For its steady-state database, a corporation runs a self-managed Oracle database directly on Amazon EC2. The corporation wishes to cut its computing expenses. Which option should the business choose in order to optimize savings over a 3-year period? And we have four options. Option A, EC2 dedicated instance. Option B, EC2 spot instances. Option C, EC2 reserved instances. Option D, EC2 on-demand instances. So the right answer here is option C, EC2 reserved instances. Amazon EC2 reserved instances provide a significant discount compared to on-demand pricing and provide a capacity reservation when used in specific availability zone. Question number 340. A corporation is developing an application that must distribute photos and videos internationally with the least amount of delay possible. Which strategy may the business take to do these in the most cost-effective manner? And we have four options. Option A, deliver the content through Amazon CloudFront. Option B, store the content on Amazon S3 and enable S3 cross-region replication. Option C, implement a VPN across multiple AWS regions. Option D, deliver the content through AWS private link. So the right answer here is option A, deliver the content through Amazon CloudFront. Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network operated by Amazon Web Services. Content delivery networks provide a globally distributed network of proxy servers that catch content such as web videos or other bulky media more likely to consumers, thus improving access speed for downloading the content. Question number 341. Which AWS service or functionality gives advice to customers about frequently asked billing questions? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Marketplace. Option B, AWS Knowledge Center. Option C, Amazon Pinpoint. And option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Knowledge Center. All AWS account owners have access to account and billing support free of charge. Question number 342. Which AWS service enables an on-premises infrastructure to be extended to the AWS cloud? Select two. We have five options. Option A, Amazon EBS. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. Option D, AWS Storage Gateway. And option E, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Direct Connect. And option D, AWS Storage Gateway. AWS Direct Connect is a cloud service solution that makes it easy to establish a dedicated network connection from your premises to AWS. AWS Storage Gateway is a set of hybrid cloud storage service that provide on-premises access to virtually unlimited storage, cloud storage. Question number 343. Which AWS service enables the generation of warnings based on a monthly bill estimate? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Config. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch. Option C, AWS X-Ray. Option D, AWS Cloud Trial. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon CloudWatch. You can monitor your estimated AWS charges by using Amazon CloudWatch. When you enable the monitoring of estimated charges for your AWS account, the estimated charges are calculated and sent several times daily to CloudWatch as a metric data. Billing metric data is stored in the US East region and represents worldwide charges. This data includes the estimated charges for every service in AWS that you use, in addition to the estimated overall total of your AWS charges. Question number 344. A company needs to identify the last time that a specific user accessed the AWS Management Console. Which AWS service will provide this information? options. Option A, Amazon Cognito. Option B, AWS Cloud Trial. Option C, Amazon Inspector. Option D, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Cloud Trial. AWS Cloud Trial enables auditing, security monitoring, and operational troubleshooting by tracking user activity and API usage. Cloud Trial logs, continuously monitors, and retains account activity related to action across your AWS infrastructure, giving you control over storage, analysis, and remediation actions. Question number 345. Which AWS service may be utilized to deploy the application? And we have four options. Option A, AWS AppSync. Option B, AWS Batch. Option C, AWS Code Pipeline. And option D, AWS Data Sync. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Code Pipeline. AWS Code Pipeline is a continuous delivery service you can use to model, visualize, and automate the steps required to release your software. You can quickly model and configure the different stages of a software release process. Code Pipeline automates the steps required to release your software changes continuously. Question number 346. Which AWS service or functionality is by default highly available? We have four options. Option A, Amazon EC2. Option B, Amazon Aurora. Option C, NAT instances. And option D, Amazon RDS. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon RDS. Amazon Relational Database Service supports two easy-to-use options for ensuring high availability of your relational database. For your MySQL, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, Oracle, and SQL Server database instances, you can use Amazon RDS multi-agent deployments. When you provision a multi-agent DB instance, Amazon RDS automatically creates a primary DB instance and synchronously replicates the data to a standby instance in a different availability zone. Question number 347. A business requires data migration from its on-premises environment to the AWS cloud. The business demands extremely elastic and efficient connection. Which AWS service satisfies these criteria? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon S3 Glacier. Option B, AWS Storage Gateway. Option C, AWS Backup. Option D, Amazon Elastic File System. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Storage Gateway. AWS Storage Gateway is a hybrid cloud storage service that gives you on-premises access to virtually unlimited cloud storage. You can use Storage Gateway to simplify storage management and reduce cost for key hybrid cloud storage use cases. These include moving backups to the cloud, using on-premises file shares backed by cloud storage, and providing low latency access to data in AWS for on-premises applications. Question number 348. A company wants to perform sentiment analysis on customer service email messages that it receives. The company wants to identify whether the customer service engagement was positive or negative. Which AWS service should the company use to perform these analysis? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Textract. Option B, Amazon Translate. Option C, Amazon Comprehend. Option D, Amazon Recognition. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Comprehend. Amazon Comprehend uses natural language processing NLP to extract insights about the content of documents. It develops insights by recognizing the entities, key phrases, language, sentiment, and other common elements in a document. Question number 349. What is the total amount of storage offered by Amazon S3? And we have four options. Option A 100 MB, option B 5 GB, option C 5 terabyte, and option D unlimited. So the right answer here is option D unlimited. The total volume of data and number of objects you can store are unlimited. Individual Amazon S3 objects can range in size from a minimum of 0 bytes to a maximum of 5 terabyte. Question number 350. Which AWS service or functionality is exclusively accessible to AWS Enterprise Support customers? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, AWS Support Case. Option C, AWS Concierge Support Team. And option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Concierge Support Team. AWS Enterprise Support Concierge dedicated team for enterprise account specialists to help with billing and account subjects. Question number 351. Which resources is the most effective for keeping current on AWS security announcements? We have four options. Option A, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B, AWS Secret Managers. Option C, AWS Security Bulletins. Option D, Amazon Inspector. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Security Bulletins. AWS makes public notifications in the form of security bulletins, which are posted in the AWS security website. Individuals, companies, and security teams typically post their advisories on their own websites and in other forums, and when relevant, we will include links to those third-party resources in AWS Security Bulletin. Question number 352. Which AWS services aid in application performance optimizing by lowering latency associated with global content access? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS VPN. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. Option D, AWS Global Accelerator. Option E, Amazon S3 Glacier. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon CloudFront, and option D, AWS Global Accelerator. Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network service built for high performance security and developer convenience. AWS Global Accelerator is a networking service that helps you improve the availability, performance, and security of your public applications. Global Accelerator provides two global static public IPs that acts as a fixed entry point to your application endpoints, such as application load balancers, network load balancer, Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud instances, and Elastic IPs. Question number 353. Which AWS service should a company use to create a NoSQL database? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Option C, Amazon Redshift. And option D, Amazon Neptune. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon DynamoDB. AWS DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service that is designed to provide fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. It is a good choice for companies looking to create a NoSQL database in AWS. Question number 354. Which technologies are available for deriving AWS charges by department? Select 2. We have 5 options. Option A, enable multi-factor authentication for the AWS account root user. Option B, create separate accounts for each department. Option C, use reserved instances whenever possible. Option D, use tags to associate each instance with a particular department. Option E, pay bills using purchase orders. So the right answer here is option B, create separate accounts for each department. Option D, use tags to associate each instance with a particular department. Question number 355. Which AWS services can be utilized to automate infrastructure? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, AWS Cloud Formation. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, AWS Batch. Option D, AWS OpsWorks. Option E, Amazon QuickSight. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Cloud Formation, and option D, AWS OpsWorks. Question number 356. The solution architect of a business wants to deploy a few Amazon EC2 instances in an already existing AWS account. Before the firm can accept the request, he wants a cost estimate. Which AWS tool should be used to generate the cost estimate? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Pricing Calculator. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option D, AWS Budgets. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Pricing Calculator. AWS Pricing Calculator is a web-based planning tool that you can use to create estimates for your AWS use cases. You can use it to model your solutions before building them, explore the AWS service price points, and review the calculations behind your estimates. You can use it to help you plan how you spend, find cost-saving opportunities, and make informed decisions when using Amazon Web Services. Question number 357. A company is migrating to Amazon S3. The company needs to transfer 60 terabyte of data from an on-premises data center to AWS within 10 days. Which AWS service should the company use to establish this migration? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon S3 Glacier. Option B, AWS Database Migration Service. Option C, AWS Snowball. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Snowball. Question number 358. What type of database is Amazon DynamoDB? We have 4 options. Option A, in memory. Option B, relational. Option C, key value. And option D, graph. So the right answer here is option C, key value. So Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed, serverless, key value NoSQL database designed to run high performance applications at any scale. Question number 359. A retail company has recently migrated its website to AWS. The company wants to ensure that it is protected from SQL injection attacks. The website uses an application load balancer to distribute traffic to multiple Amazon EC2 instances. Which AWS service or feature can be used to create a custom rule that blocks SQL injection attacks? And we have 4 options. Option A, security groups. Option B, AWS WF. Option C, network ACLs, and option D, AWS Shield. So the right answer here is option B, AWS WF. Question number 360. Which AWS services enable user to link their AWS cloud services to their on-premises resources? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, AWS VPN. Option B, Amazon Connect. Option C, Amazon Cognito. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. Option E, AWS Managed Services. So the right answer here is option A, AWS VPN. And option D, AWS Direct Connect. Question number 361. While an Amazon EC2 instance is only activated when it is required, it must stay active throughout the life of the procedure. What is the most acceptable method of purchase? And we have 4 options. Option A, dedicated instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, on-demand instances. And option D, reserved instances. So the right answer here is option C, on-demand instances. Question number 362. A business operations are conducted on site. The business want to anticipate the cost associated with hosting a major application on AWS. Which AWS service or tool does the business have access to in order to collect this information? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS pricing calculator. Option B, AWS budgets. Option C, AWS trusted advisor. And option D, cost explorer. So the right answer here is option A, AWS pricing calculator. Question number 363. How can a client strengthen the security of their Amazon Web Services accounts logins? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, configure AWS Certificate Manager. Option B, enable multi-factor authentication MFA. Option C, use Amazon Cognito to manage access. And option D, configure a strong password policy. Option E, enable AWS organizations. So the right answers are option B, enable multi-factor authentication, and option D, configure a strong password policy. So your root account should always be protected by multi-factor authentication. This additional layer of security helps protect against unauthorized logins to your account by requiring 2 factors, something you know, a password, and something you have, for example, an MFA device. AWS supports virtual and hardware MFA devices and U2F security keys. Question number 364. A big firm often has a single Amazon Web Services account. What are the benefits of repurposing a single AWS account to create additional AWS accounts? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, it allows for administrative isolation between different workloads. Option B, discounts can be applied on a quarterly basis by submitting cases in the AWS Management Console. Option C, transitioning objects from Amazon S3 to Amazon S3 Glacier in separate AWS accounts will be less expensive. Option D, having multiple accounts reduces the risk associated with malicious activities targeted at a single account. Option E, Amazon QuickSight offers access to a cost tool that provides application specific recommendations for environments running in multiple accounts. So the right answer is option A, it allows for administrative isolation between different workloads, and option D, having multiple accounts reduce the risk associated with malicious activities targeted at a single account. Question number 365. Which solution enables a business with numerous AWS accounts to consolidate its consumption in order to qualify for bulk discounts? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Server Migration Service. Option B, AWS Organizations. Option C, AWS Budgets. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option B, AWS organizations. Use the consolidated billing feature in AWS organization to consolidate billing and payment for multiple AWS accounts or multiple Amazon Internet Service Private Limited accounts. Every organization in AWS organizations has a master account that pays the charges for of all the member accounts. Consolidated billing has the following benefits. One bill, you get one bill for multiple accounts. Easy tracking, you can track the changes across multiple accounts and download the combined cost and usage data. Combined usage, you can combine the usage across all accounts in the organization to share the volume, price discounts, and reserved instant discounts. These can result in a lower charge for your project, department, or company than with individual standalone accounts. No extra fee, consolidate billing is offered at no additional cost. Question number 366. Which AWS services may be protected against typical online exploitations using AWS WAF? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, Amazon Route 53. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, AWS Transfer Family. Option D, AWS Site-to-Site VPN. Option E, Amazon API Gateway. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon CloudFront, and option E, Amazon API Gateway. Question number 367. A business uses an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling policy in conjunction with an application load balancer to restore sick applications running on Amazon EC2 instances automatically. These activity pertains to which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework? And we have four options. Option A, security. Option B, performance efficiency. Option C, operational excellence, and option D, reliability. So the right answer here is option D, reliability. Question number 368. A business wants to migrate current software licenses to AWS. However, the licensing strategy involves licensing physical cores. How can the organization do these in the AWS cloud? And we have four options. Option A, launch an Amazon EC2 instance with default tenancy. Option B, launch an Amazon EC2 instance on a dedicated host. Option C, create an on-demand capacity reservation. Option D, purchase dedicated reserved instances. So the right answer here is option B, launch an Amazon EC2 instance on a dedicated host. Question number 369. Which service offers nearly infinite online storage for very durable objects? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Redshift. Option B, Amazon Elastic File System. Option C, Amazon Elastic Container Service. And option D, Amazon S3. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon S3. Question number 370. Which of the following is an advantage that users experience when they move on-premises workloads to the AWS cloud? We have five options. Option A, elimination of expenses for running and maintaining data centers. Option B, price discounts that are identical to discounts from hardware providers. Option C, distribution of all operational controls to AWS. Option D, elimination of operational expenses. So the right answer here is option A, elimination of expenses for running and maintaining data centers. Question number 371. Which AWS services are available for file storage? Select 2. We have 5 options. Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, AWS Lambda. Option 3, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Option D, Amazon SageMaker. Option E, AWS Storage Gateway. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon S3. And option C, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Question number 372. A media business wants to disseminate video material through the internet to millions of viewers globally. The organization wishes to use AWS Worldwide Network Backbone in order to deliver cached material with minimal latency and fast data transfer rates. Which AWS service will satisfy these criteria? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS Global Accelerator. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. And option D, Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon CloudFront. Question number 373. Which AWS advantage allows customers to construct cloud infrastructure that spans various geographic areas and is linked through a low latency, high performance network? And we have 4 options. Option A, economies of scale. Option B, security. Option C, elasticity. And option D, global reach. So the right answer here is option D, global reach. Question number 374. Which AWS service or feature enables businesses to take advantage of AWS volume discounts? And we have 4 options. Option A, savings plans. Option B, AWS budgets. Option C, AWS organizations. And option D, AWS pricing calculator. So the right answer is option C, AWS organizations. So AWS organizations enables you to simplify cost and take advantage of quantity discounts with a single bill. In addition, you can optimize usage across your organization with services like AWS Compute Optimizer and AWS Cost Explorer. Question number 375. Which AWS IAM feature is used to link numerous users with a set of permissions? And we have 4 options. Option A, multi-factor authentication. Option B, groups. Option C, password policies. Option D, access keys. So the right answer here is option B, groups. An IAM group is a collection of IAM users. You can use groups to specify permissions for a collection of users, which can make those permissions easier to manage for those users. For example, you could have a group called admins and give that group the type of permissions that administrators typically need. Question number 376. A social media firm has been tasked with the responsibility of launching a new function. Users will be able to share photographs that will be seen by other users worldwide with little delay. Which AWS service or feature should the business use in order to achieve these demands the most cost effectively? And we have 4 options. Option A, Amazon DynamoDB Global Tables. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. And option D, AWS Outposts. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon CloudFront. Securely deliver content with low latency and high transfer speeds. Question number 377. Which AWS service enables applications decoupling? We have four options. Option A, AWS config. Option B, Amazon Simple Queue Service. Option C, AWS Batch. Option D, Amazon Simple Email Service. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS. Amazon SQS refers to a message queuing service that is used for decoupling and scaling microservices, distributed systems, and serverless applications. SQS removes the complexity and overhead linked with managing and operating message-oriented middleware and empowers developers for focusing on differentiating work. Question number 378. Amazon EC2 web servers connect to a traditional application operating in a corporate data center. What phrase would be appropriate to use to describe this model? And we have four options. Option A, cloud native. Option B, partner network. Option C, hybrid architecture. And option D, infrastructure as a service. So the right answer here is option C, hybrid architecture. AWS hybrid cloud services deliver a consistent AWS experience whenever you need it, from the cloud to on-premises and at the edge. Select from the broadest set of compute, networking, storage, security, identity, data integration, management, monitoring, and operation services to build hybrid architectures that meet your specific requirements and use cases. Question number 379. Which design principle is included in the operational excellence pillar of the AWS well-architected framework? And we have four options. Option A, create annotated documentation. Option B, anticipate failure. Option C, ensure performance efficiency. Option D, optimize costs. So the right answer here is option B, anticipate failure. Question number 380. Which of the following is the customers responsible for updating and batching according to the AWS Share Responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Option B, Amazon Workspace Virtual Windows Desktop. Option C, AWS Directory Service for Microsoft Active Directory. And option D, Amazon RDS for Microsoft SQL Server. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Workspace's Virtual Windows Desktop. Question number 381. Previously utilized Amazon EC2 instance for development is no longer available and does not display in the AWS Management Console. Which AWS service should be utilized to discover what activity resulted in the inaccessibility of these EC2 instances? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon CloudWatch logs. Option B, AWS Security Hub. Option C, Amazon Inspector. Option D, AWS Cloud Trial. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Cloud Trial. Visibility into your AWS account activity is a key aspect of security and operational best practices. You can use Cloud Trial to view, search, download, archive, analyze, and respond to account activity across your AWS infrastructure. You can identify who or what took which action, what resources were acted upon when the event occurred, and other details to help you analyze and respond to activity in your AWS account. Optionally, you can enable AWS Cloud Trial Insights on a trial to help you identify and respond to unusual activity. Question number 382. A cloud practitioner is required to retain data for 7 years in order to comply with regulatory standards. Which AWS service meets this need for the least amount of money? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, AWS Snowball. Option C, Amazon Redshift. And option D, Amazon S3 Glacier. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon S3 Glacier. So S3 Glacier Deep Archive is Amazon's S3's lowest cost storage class and supports long-term retention and digital preservation for data that may be accessed once or twice in a year. It is designed for customers, particularly those in highly regulated industries such as the financial services, healthcare, and public sectors, that retain data sets for 3 to 10 years or longer to meet regulatory compliance requirements. S3 Glacier Deep Archive can also be used for backup and disaster recovery use cases. It is a cost-effective and easy to manage alternative to magnetic tape systems, whether they are on-premises libraries or off-premises services. Question number 383. Why is an AWS well-architected review a critical part of the cloud design process? And we have four options. Option A, a well-architected review is mandatory before a workload can run on AWS. Option B, a well-architected review helps identify design gaps and helps evaluate design decisions and related documents. Option C, a well-architected review is an audit mechanism that is a part of requirement for service level agreements. Option D, a well-architected review eliminates the need for ongoing auditing and compliance tests. So the right answer here is option B, a well-architected review helps identify design gaps and helps evaluate design decisions and related documents. Question number 384. A company implements an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling policy along with an application load balancer to automatically recover unhealthy applications that run on Amazon EC2 instances. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework does this action cover? And we have four options. Option A, security. Option B, performance efficiency. Option C, operational excellence. And option D, reliability. So the right answer here is option D, reliability. Question number 385. What does AWS obligation under the shared responsibility paradigm entail? And we have four options. Option A, updating the network ACLs to block traffic to vulnerable ports. Option B, patching operating systems running on Amazon EC2 instances. Option C, updating the firmware on the underlying EC2 host. And option D, updating the security group rule to block traffic to the vulnerable ports. So the right answer here is option C, updating the firmware on the underlying EC2 hosts. Question number 386. AWS Cloud Formation is intended to assist the user in the following ways. And we have four options. Option A, model and provision resources. Option B, update application code. Option C, set up data lakes. And option D, create reports for billing. So the right answer here is option A, model and provision resources. AWS Cloud Formation provides a common language for you to model and provision AWS and third-party application resources in your cloud environment. AWS Cloud Formation allows you to use programming languages or a simple text file to model and provision in an automated and secure manner all the resources needed for your application across all regions and accounts. This gives you a single source of truth for your AWS and third-party resources. Question number 387. Which AWS cloud benefit is shown by an architecture's ability to withstand failure with minimal downtime? We have four options. Option A, agility. Option B, elasticity. Option C, scalability. And option D, high availability. So the right answer here is option D, high availability. Question number 388. Under the AWS shared responsibility model, which task is the customer's responsibility when managing AWS Lambda functions? And we have four options. Option A, creating versions of Lambda functions. Option B, maintaining server and operating systems. Option C, scaling Lambda resources according to demand. Option D, updating the Lambda runtime environment. So the right answer here is option A, creating versions of Lambda functions. Question number 389. A company needs to generate reports that can break down cloud cost by product, by company defined tags, and by hour, day, and month. Which AWS tool should the company use to meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, reserved instance utilization and coverage reports. Option B, saving plans utilization reports. Option C, AWS budgets reports. And option D, AWS cost and usage reports. So the right answer here is option D, AWS cloud cost, AWS cost and usage reports. AWS cost and usage report tracks your AWS usage and provides estimate charges associated with your account. Each report contains line items of each unique combination of AWS products, usage type, and operation that you use in your AWS account. You can customize the AWS cost and usage reports to aggregate the information either by the hour, day, or month. Question number 390. A business wishes to grant access to Amazon RDS to one of its workers. Additionally, the corporation wishes to confine contact to the AWS CLI and AWS software development kits. Which combination of measures should the business do in order to satisfy these needs while adhering to the concepts of least privilege? Option A, create an IAM user and provide AWS Management Console access only. Option B, create an IAM user and provide programmatic access only. Option C, create an IAM role and provide AWS Management Console access only. Option D, create an IAM policy with administrator access and attach it to the IAM user. Option E, create an IAM policy with Amazon RDS access and attach it to the IAM user. So the right answer here is option B, create an IAM user and provide programmatic access only. And option E, create an IAM policy with Amazon RDS access and attach it to the IAM user. Question number 391. Which of the following guidelines constitutes a well-architected design philosophy for cloud application development? And we have four options. Option A, keep static data closer to compute resources. Option B, provision resources for peak capacity. Option C, design for automated recovery for failure. Option D, use tightly coupled components. So the right answer here is option C, design for automated recovery for failure. Automatically recover from failure by monitoring your workload for key performance indicators. You can trigger automation when a threshold is breached. With KPIs should be a measure of business value, not of the technical aspects of the operation of the service. These allows for automatic notification and tracking of failures and for automated recovery process that work around a repair the failure. With more sophisticated automation, it's possible to anticipate and remediate failures before they occur. Question number 392. A company has a serverless application that includes an Amazon API Gateway API, an AWS Lambda function, and an Amazon DynamoDB database. Which AWS service can the company use to trace user requests as they move through the application's components? And we have four options. Option A, AWS CloudTrail. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch. Option C, Amazon Inspector. And option D, AWS X-Ray. So the right answer here is option D, AWS X-Ray. AWS X-Ray, it provides a complete view of requests as they travel through your application and filters the visual data across payloads, functions, traces, services, APIs, and more with no code and low code motions. Question number 393. A company needs to set up a petabyte scale data warehouse in the AWS cloud. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, Amazon RDS. Option C, Amazon Redshift. And option D, Amazon Elastic Cache. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Redshift. Amazon Redshift is a fast, fully managed petabyte scale data warehouse service that makes it simple and cost effective to efficiently analyze all your data using your existing business intelligence tools. Question number 394. What are the immediate advantages of AWS cloud computing? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, increased IT staff. Option B, capital expenses are replaced with variable expenses. Option C, user control of infrastructure. Option D, increased agility. Option E, AWS holds responsibility for security in the cloud. So the right answer here is option B, capital expenses are replaced with variable expenses. And option D, increased agility. Question number 395. The following are the economical advantage of using AWS. Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, reduced total cost of ownership. Option B, increased capital expenditure. Option C, reduced operational expenditure. Option D, deferred payment plans for startups. Option E, business credit lines for startups. So the right answer here is option A, reduced total cost of ownership. Option C, reduced operational expenditure. Question number 396. Which AWS service is always provided at no charge? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, AWS Identity and Access Management. Option C, Elastic Load Balancers. Option D, AWS WF. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Identity and Access Management. You can interact with IAM through the web-based IAM console, the AWS command line interface, or the AWS API or SDKs. IAM is offered at no additional charge. Question number 397. Which acts exemplify excellent practices for AWS IAM use? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, configure a strong password policy. Option B, share the security credentials among users of AWS accounts who are in the same region. Option C, use access keys to log in to the AWS management console. Option D, rotate access keys on a regular basis. And option E, avoid using IAM roles to delegate permissions. So the right answer here is option A, configure a strong password policy. And option D, rotate access keys on a regular basis. Question number 398. A business wants to establish templates that it may reuse when deploying numerous AWS resources. Which Amazon Web Services offerings or functionality can the business employ to achieve this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Marketplace. Option B, Amazon Machine Image. Option C, AWS CloudFormation. And option D, AWS OpsWorks. So the right answer here is option C, AWS CloudFormation. So after you have your stacks and resources set up, you can reuse your templates to replicate your infrastructure in multiple environments. So AWS CloudFormation simplifies provisioning and management on AWS. You can create templates for the service or applications architectures you want and have AWS CloudFormation use those templates for quick and reliable provision of the services or applications. You can also easily update or replicate the stacks as needed. Question number 399. How can a business use AWS to lower its total cost of ownership TCO? And we have four options. Option A, by minimizing large capital expenditures. Option B, by having no responsibility for third-party license cost. Option C, by having no operational expenditure. Option D, by having AWS managed applications. So the right answer here is option A, by minimizing large capital expenditures. AWS helps you reduce total cost of ownership by reducing the need to invest in large capital expenditures and providing a pay-as-you-go model that empowers you to invest in the capacity you need and use it only when the business requires it. Question number 400. A business website is hosted on Amazon EC2 instance. The firm must guarantee that the website is accessible to a worldwide audience and has a low latency for visitors. Which Amazon Web Services offering should the business employ to achieve these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Route 53. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, Elastic Load Balancing. And option D, AWS Lambda. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon CloudFront. CloudFront users can secure access to their websites and enable fast access worldwide. Question number 401. A business employs Amazon EC2 infrastructure to host steady state workloads and is looking to save money. Which pricing model for EC2 instances should the business choose? And we have four options. Option A, reserved instances. Option B, on-demand instances. Option C, spot instances. And option D, dedicated hosts. So the right answer here is option A, reserved instances. Amazon reserved instances are a great way to save money on AWS, whether you're looking to save on EC2, RDS, Elasticsearch, Elasticsearch, or Redshift. There are options to save 30 to 70% compared to on-demand costs. Question number 402. Which actions should a user take if he or she detects a hacked AWS account? Make a selection of at least two. And we have five options. Option A, remove any multi-factor authentication MFA tokens. Option B, rotate and delete all AWS access keys. Option C, move resources to a different AWS region. Option D, delete AWS Cloud Trial resources. And option E, contact AWS support. So the right answer here is option B, rotate and delete all AWS access keys. And option E, contact AWS support. Question number 403. Which job, in accordance with the AWS shared responsibility model, is AWS duty for workloads operating on Amazon EC2? And we have four options. Option A, updating the physical hardware. Option B, updating the operating system. Option C, updating the database engine. And option D, updating the user data. So the right answer here is option A, updating the physical hardware. Question number 404. How can AWS most effectively cut a rising start computing costs? And we have four options. Option A, it provides on-demand resources for peak usage. Option B, it automates the provision of individual developer environments. Option C, it automates customers relationship management. Option D, it implements a fixed monthly computing budget. So the right answer here is option A, it provides on-demand resources for peak usage. So you can continue to optimize your spend and keep your development cost low by making sure you revisit your architecture often to adjust to your startup growth. Manage your cost further by leveraging different options such as S3 CloudFront for caching and offloading to reduce cost of EC2 computing, as well as elastic load balancing, which prepares you for a massive scale, high reliability, and uninterrupted growth. Another way to keep costs down is to use AWS identity and access management solutions to manage governance of your cost drivers effectively and by the right teams. Question number 405. Which service manages objects by storing them, providing real-time access to them, and managing their versions and life cycles? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Glacier. Option B, AWS Storage Gateway. Option C, Amazon S3. And option D, Amazon EBS. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon S3. Question number 406. Which Amazon Web Services service may be used to securely store and manage source code versions? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Code Build. Option B, AWS Code Commit. Option C, AWS Code Pipeline. And option D, AWS Code Star. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Code Commit. So AWS Code Commit is a version control service hosted by Amazon Web Services that you can use to privately store and manage assets such as documents, source code, and binary files in the cloud. Question number 407. Which tool may be used to track planned AWS infrastructure changes? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Billing Dashboard. And option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Config. So Amazon Web Services introduced AWS Config in 2014 to help users of their service track changes to the configuration of EC2 instances and other AWS resources. This offering was further enhanced in following years with the introduction of AWS Config rules. Question number 408. A company needs to design an AWS disaster recovery plan to cover multiple geographic areas. Which action will meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, configure multiple AWS accounts. Option B, configure the architecture across multiple availability zones in an AWS region. Option C, configure the architecture across multiple AWS regions. Option D, configure the architecture among many edge locations. So the right answer here is option C, configure the architecture across multiple AWS regions. Question number 409. Which of the following are AWS security recommended practices for managing an AWS account root user using AWS identity and access management? And we have five options. Option A, set up multi-factor authentication for the root user. Option B, remove all IAM policies for the root user. Option C, delete the root user access keys. Option D, use the root user for daily tasks. Option E, assign a read-only access policy to the root user. So the right answer here is option A, set up multi-factor authentication for the root user. And option C, delete the root user access keys. For increased security, we recommend that you configure multi-factor authentication to help protect your AWS resources. You should never have access keys for your root user. You should delete or deactivate them immediately. The reason for this is access keys cannot have an MFA device linked to them. So if you were to accidentally leave them somewhere public, like a GitHub repository, then anyone with them can immediately use them. Question number 410. Which AWS support package is the least costly and gives 24 hours access to AWS customer care and communities? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Enterprise Support. Option B, AWS Business Support. Option C, AWS Developer Support. And option D, AWS Basic Support. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Basic Support. Basic support is included for all AWS customers and includes customer service and communities, 24/7 access to customer service, documentation, white papers, and AWS repost. AWS Trusted Advisor, access to core Trusted Advisor checks and guidance to provision your resources following best practices to increase performance and improve security. Question number 411. A firm that does business online must supply new capabilities rapidly and interactively, decrease time to market. Which AWS cloud function is capable of doing this? And we have four options. Option A, elasticity. Option B, high availability. Option C, agility. And option D, reliability. So the right answer here is option C, agility. Agility is the ability to react quickly. In cloud, it takes a minute or two to create a virtual machine that is up and running. On the other hand, it takes days or weeks when we submit a request to purchase a physical server and by when it gets delivered. Question number 412. A business has a concentrated group of users with significant file storage needs that outstrips the available capacity on premises. Organization wishes to expand its file storage capabilities for this group file maintaining and performing advantage associated with local content sharing. Which AWS option is the most operationally effective in this scenario? We have four options. Option A, create an Amazon S3 bucket for each user. Mount each bucket by using a S3 file system mounting utility. Option B, configure and deploy an AWS storage gateway file gateway. Connect each user workstation to the file gateway. Option C. Move each user's working environment to Amazon Workspace. Set up an Amazon Work account for each user. Option D. Deploy an Amazon EC2 instance and attach an Amazon Elastic Block Store provisioned IOPS volume. Share the EBS volume directly with the users. So the right answer here is option B. Configure and deploy an AWS Storage Gateway Live Gateway, File Gateway. Connect each user workstation to the file gateway. Question number 413. Which AWS feature enables a business to use consumption levels across different members' accounts? And we have four options. Option A, service control policies. Option B, consolidated billing. Option C, all upfront reserved instances. And option D, AWS Cost Explorer. So the right answer here is option B, consolidated billing. Monthly consolidated invoicing and chargeback reporting. Each month you receive a single consolidated invoice for your previous month's AWS consumption across all linked accounts summarized by AWS service. Question number 414. To utilize the AWS CLI, users must produce the following. And we have four options. Option A, a password policy. Option B, an access secret key. Option C, a managed policy, or option D, an API key. So the right answer here is option B, an access secret key. To use the CLI, one must generate a managed policy. To access it, one must use the secret access key. Question number 415. Which of the following is a benefit of moving from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud? And we have four options. Option A, compute instances can be launched and terminated as needed to optimize costs. Option B, compute cost can be viewed in the AWS billing and cost management console. Option C, users retain full administrative access to their compute instances. Option D, users can optimize cost by permanently running enough instances at peak load. So the right answer here is option A. Compute instances can be launched and terminated as needed to optimize cost. Question number 416. Which AWS service monitors AWS accounts for security threats? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Guard Duty. Option B, AWS Secrets Manager. Option C, Amazon Cognito. And option D, AWS Certificate Manager. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Guard Duty. Amazon Guard Duty is a threat detection service that continuously monitors your AWS accounts and workloads for malicious activity and delivers detailed security findings for visibility and remediation. Question number 417. Which AWS solution enables customers to extend AWS infrastructure, AWS services, APIs, and tools to data centers, co-location settings, or on-premises facilities through a hybrid architecture? And we have four options. Option A, AWS No Mobile. Option B, AWS Local Zones. Option C, AWS Outposts. And option D, AWS Fargate. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts. With AWS Outpost, you can run some AWS services locally and connect to a broad range of services available in the local AWS region. Run applications and workloads on premises using familiar AWS services, tools, and APIs. Outpost supports workloads and devices requiring low latency access to on-premises systems, local data processing, data residency, and application migration with local system interdependencies. Question number 418. Which service allows consumers to audit AWS API calls? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud Trial. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, AWS Inspector. And option D, AWS X-Ray. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Cloud Trial. Cloud Trial is a service offered by AWS that captures a log of all API calls for AWS accounts and its services. Cloud Trial enables continuous monitoring and post-incident forensic investigations of AWS by providing an audit trail of all activities across an AWS infrastructure. All Cloud Trial log files get stored in a dedicated S3 bucket. Question number 419. Which AWS service would be utilized to manage AWS access across numerous accounts in a centralized fashion? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Service Catalog. Option B, AWS Config. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. And option D, AWS Organizations. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Organization. To improve control over your AWS environment, you can use AWS Organization to create groups of accounts and then attach policies to a group to ensure the correct policies are applied across the accounts without requiring custom scripts and manual processes. Question number 420. Which benefit is included with an AWS Enterprise Support Plan? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Partner Network Support at no cost. Option B, designated support from an AWS Technical Account Manager. Option C, on-site support from AWS engineers. Option D, AWS Managed Compliance as Code with AWS Config. So the right answer here is option B, designated support from an AWS Technical Account Manager. Question number 421. Which task does AWS perform automatically? And we have four options. Option A, encrypt data that is stored in Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, patch Amazon EC2 instances. Option C, encrypt user network traffic. Option D, create TLS certificates for users' websites. So the right answer here is option A, encrypt data that is stored in Amazon DynamoDB. All users' data stored in Amazon DynamoDB is fully encrypted at rest. DynamoDB encryption at rest provides enhanced security by encrypting all your data at rest using encryption keys stored in AWS Key Management Service. Question number 422. Which Amazon Web Offerings service provides computational capabilities? Select two. And we have five options: Amazon EC2, Amazon S3, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon Cognito, or AWS Lambda. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon EC2, and option E, AWS Lambda. Question number 423. Which opportunities does AWS provide for client interested in learning about cloud security in an instructor-led training? Select two. And we have five options: AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Online Tech Talks, AWS Blog, AWS Forums, and AWS Classroom Training. So the right answers are option B, AWS Online Tech Talks, and option E, AWS Classroom Training. So AWS Online Tech Talks cover a range of topics and expertise levels and feature technical deep dives, demonstrations, customer examples, and live question and answers with AWS experts. Question number 424. A business wishes to launch a worldwide commercial application using Amazon Elastic Cloud Compute Cloud, Amazon EC2. The deployment solution should be constructed with the greatest degree of redundancy and fault tolerance possible. According to this scenario, the following Amazon EC2 instances should be deployed. And we have four options. Option A, in a single availability zone in one AWS region. Option B, with multiple elastic network interfaces belonging to different subnets. Option C, across multiple availability zones in one AWS region. Option D, across multiple availability zones in two AWS regions. So the right answer here is option D, across multiple availability zones in two AWS regions. Question number 425. Which tool is suited for integrating the billing of previously distinct AWS accounts? And we have four options. Option A, detailed billing report. Option B, consolidated billing. Option C, AWS cost and usage report. And option D, cost allocation report. So the right answer here is option B, consolidated billing. So consolidated billing has the following benefits: one bill, easy tracking, combined usage, no extra fee. Question number 426. Which AWS service or tool can a company use to visualize, understand, and manage AWS spending and usage over time? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option B, Amazon CloudWatch. Option C, Cost Explorer. Option D, AWS Budgets. So the right answer here is option C, Cost Explorer. Question number 427. How can deploying an application across several availability zones benefit you? And we have four options. Option A, there is a lower risk of service failure if a national disaster causes a service disruption in a given AWS region. Option B, application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. Option C, there will be better coverage as availability zones are geographically distant and can serve a wider area. Option D, there will be decreased application latency that will improve the user experience. So the right answer here is option B, the application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. Question number 428. Which of the following enable AWS customers to control billing expense allocation? And we have four options. Option A, tagging resources. Option B, limiting who can create resources. Option C, adding a secondary payment method. And option D, running all operations on a single AWS account. So the right answer here is option A, tagging resources. AWS tags allow you to define a tag like billing service or team or cost center and then apply that to as many AWS resources as needed. You are able to apply each tag to more than one resource and you are able to apply up to 50 tags to each resource. At the end of each billing period, AWS generates a comma separated value document. Question number 429. A business is developing an application that will be hosted in a single AWS region and will serve end customers located around the globe. The firm wishes to give low latency access to application data to end users. Which of the following services will assist you in achieving your goal? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon CloudFront. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, Amazon Route 53 Global DNS. And option D, Amazon Simple Storage Service Transform Acceleration. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon CloudFront. Amazon CloudFront features can be customized for your specific application requirements. Extend your custom code across AWS locations worldwide, allowing you to move even complex application logic closer to your end users to improve responsiveness. Question number 430. The application of a business has a variable start and finish time. Which pricing option for Amazon EC2 will be the most cost effective? And we have four options. Option A, on-demand instances. Option B, spot instances. Option C, reserved instances. And option D, dedicated hosts. So the right answer here is option B, spot instances. Amazon EC2 spot instances allow you to request spare Amazon EC2 computing capacity for up to 90% of the on-demand price. Question number 431. A new application is being developed by a business that will save and retrieve millions of photographs and movies. Which AWS service or feature offers the cheapest underlying storage? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon EC2 Instant Store. Option B, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Option C, Amazon S3. And option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is cheapest for data storage alone. Question number 432. A business intends to use the AWS cloud to host a huge e-commerce application. The business must have an architecture that safeguards against network-based security threats such as DDoS assaults. Which Amazon Web offering AWS services should the business employ to achieve these requirements? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, Amazon Inspector. Option B, Amazon Guard Duty. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. And option D, AWS Shield. And option E, AWS Identity and Access Management. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon CloudFront. And option D, AWS Shield. AWS WAF is a web application firewall that can be deployed on CloudFront to help protect your application against DDoS attacks by giving you control over which traffic to allow or block by defining security rules. AWS Shield is a managed distributed denial of service protection service that safeguards applications running on AWS. Question number 433. Which AWS service or functionality enables the user to control application traffic between regions? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon AppStream 2.0. Option B, Amazon VPC. Option C, Elastic Load Balancer. And option D, Amazon Route 53. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Route 53. So Amazon Route 53 Geo Proximity Routing Policy Geo-proximity routing lets Amazon Route 53 route traffic to your resources based on the geographic location of your users and your resources. Question number 434. A company requires an isolated environment within AWS for security purposes. Which action can be taken to accomplish this? And we have four options. Option A, create a separate availability zone to host the resources. Option B, create a separate VPC to host the resources. Option C, create a placement group to host the resources. And option D, create an AWS direct connect connection between the company and AWS. So the right answer here is option B, create a separate VPC to host the resources. Question number 435. What expenses should be addressed when comparing the total cost of ownership of an on-premises infrastructure to a cloud architecture? And we have five options. Option A, the credit card processing fees for application transaction in the cloud. Option B, the cost of purchasing and installing server hardware in the on-premises data. Option C, the cost of administering the infrastructure including operating system and software installation, patches, backups, and recovery from failures. And option D, the cost of third-party penetration testing. And option E, the advertising cost associated with an ongoing enterprise-wide campaign. So the right answer here is option B, the cost of purchasing and installing server hardware in the on-premises data. And option C, the cost of administering the infrastructure including operating system and software installation, patches, backups, and recovering from failures. Question number 436. Which service is an AWS managed Hadoop framework that enables processing massive volumes of data across dynamically expandable Amazon EC2 instance, simple, quick, and cost effective? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon EMR. Option B, Amazon EC2. Option C, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option D, Amazon Redshift. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon EMR. Amazon EMR, Amazon Elastic MapReduce, produces a managed Hadoop framework using the elastic infrastructure of Amazon EC2 and Amazon S3. It distributes computation of the data over multiple Amazon EC2 instances. Question number 437. What is the greatest place for a user to get information and report on AWS compliance? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Artifact. Option B, AWS Marketplace. Option C, Amazon Inspector. And option D, AWS Support. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Artifact. AWS Artifact is your go-to central resource for compliance related information that matters to you. It provides on-demand access to AWS security and compliance reports and select online agreements. Question number 438. A business wishes to be alerted when its AWS cloud expenses or usage surpass certain limits. Which Amazon Web Services offering will meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Budgets. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS Cloud Trial. And option D, Amazon Mackie. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Budgets. AWS Budgets allow you to set custom budgets to track your cost and usage from the simplest to the most complex use cases. With AWS Budgets, you can choose to be alerted by email or SNS notification when actual or forecasted cost and usage exceeds your budget threshold, or when your actual RI and saving plans utilization or coverage drops below your desired threshold. Question number 439. Which AWS service is a highly available and scalable DNS web service? And we have four options: Amazon VPC, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon Route 53, or Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Route 53. Amazon Route 53 is a highly available and scalable cloud domain name system web service. Question number 440. A business needs to monitor changes to AWS resource configurations for compliance purpose. Which Amazon Web Service functionality may be utilized to fulfill these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cost and Usage Report. Option B, AWS Organizations Service Control Policies. Option C, AWS Config Rules. And option D, VPC Flow Logs. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Config Rules. AWS Configs lets you configure rules that you would like your AWS resources to fulfill and tracks to see whether the resources compile with those rules. Every time something is changed, config records the change. It stores a snap of the system at custom intervals set by the user and even records how one AWS resource relates to another. Question number 441. A customer requests advice on potential cost reductions associated with the migration from on-premises to AWS. Which tool is most appropriate in this situation? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Budgets. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS Total Cost of Ownership Calculator. And option D, AWS Well Architected Tool. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Total Cost of Ownership Calculator. The TCO calculator provides directional guidance on possible realized savings when deploying AWS. This tool is built on an underlying calculation model that generates a fair assessment of value that a customer may achieve given the data provided by the user. Question number 442. Which AWS services or functionalities enable customers to establish a network connection between two virtual private clouds, VPCs? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, VPC endpoints. Option B, Amazon Route 53. Option C, VPC peering. Option D, AWS Direct Connect. Option E, AWS Transit Gateway. So the right answer here is option C, VPC peering. And option E, AWS Transit Gateway. Question number 443. Which of the following is the recommended method for setting IAM user policies? And we have four options. Option A, start with a large set of permissions and remove the permissions that are not required. Option B, use only Amazon managed policies. Option C, start with a minimum set of permissions and grant additional permissions as necessary. Option D, attach policies directly to each user individually. So the right answer here is option C, start with minimum set of permissions and grant additional permissions as necessary. Question number 444. How can consolidated billing benefit a business with many AWS accounts? And we have four options. Option A, it aggregates usage across accounts so that the company can reach volume discount thresholds sooner. Option B, It offers an additional 5% discount on purchases of all upfront reserved instances. Option C. It provides a simplified billing invoice that the company can process more quickly than a standard invoice. Option D. It gives AWS resellers the ability to bill their customers for usage. So the right answer here is option A. It aggregates usage across accounts so that the company can reach volume discount thresholds sooner. Using consolidated billing, you can combine usage from multiple accounts into a single invoice, allowing you to reach the tiers with lower prices faster. You can also apply unused reservations from one account to another account's instant usage. Question number 445. Which of the following is an AWS best practice for managing an AWS account root user? And we have four options. Option A, keep the root user password with the security team. Option B, enable multi-factor authentication for the root user. Option C, create an access key for the root user. And option D, keep the root user password consistent for compliance purposes. So the right answer here is option B, enable multi-factor authentication for the root user. AWS recommends enabling multi-factor authentication for the root user of an AWS account to provide an additional layer of security. MFA requires the use of a second form of authentication, such as one-time code generated by an authentication app or a hardware token. In addition to a password, this makes it much harder for an attacker to gain access to the root user account, even if they have obtained the password. Question number 446. AWS pay-as-you-go pricing model, and we have four options. Option A, reduces capital expenditures. Option B, requires payment upfront for AWS services. Option C is relevant only for Amazon EC2, Amazon S3, and Amazon RDS. Option D, reduces operational expenditures. So the right answer here is option A, reduce capital expenditures. AWS helps you reduce total cost of ownership by reducing the need to invest in large capital expenditures and providing a pay-as-you-go model that empowers you to invest in the capacity you need and use it only when the business requires it. Question number 447. What AWS feature relates to a customer's flexibility to scale up and down applications to meet changeable demand? And we have four options: elasticity, agility, security, scalability. So the right answer here is option D, scalability. The ability to increase the size of the workload, either software or hardware, in your existing infrastructure, and at the same time making sure that the performance is not impacted, is known as scalability in AWS. Question number 448. A company wants to improve its security and audit posture by limiting Amazon EC2 inbound access. What should the company use to access instances remotely instead of opening inbound SSH ports and managing SSH keys? And we have four options. Option A, EC2 key pairs. Option B, AWS Systems Manager Sessions Manager. Option C, AWS Identity and Access Management. Option D, Network ACLs. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Systems Manager Session Manager. So AWS Systems Manager Session Manager is a new interactive shell and CLI that helps to provide secure, access controlled and audit Windows and Linux EC2 instance management. Session Manager removes the need to open inbound ports, manage SSH keys or use Bastion hosts. Question number 449. After selecting an Amazon EC2 dedicated host reservation, which pricing option would provide the largest discount? And we have four options. Option A, no upfront payment. Option B, hourly on-demand payment. Option C, partially upfront payment. And option D, all upfront payment. So the right answer here is option D, all upfront payment. So you can choose between three payment options when you purchase a standard or convertible reserved instances. With all upfront option, you pay for the entire reserved instances term with one upfront payment. This option provides you with the largest discount compared to on-demand instance pricing. Question number 450. Which AWS cloud feature enables resource supply to be matched to changing workload demands? And we have four options: security, reliability, elasticity, and high availability. So the right answer here is option C, elasticity. In AWS, the process of getting the resource dynamically when you actually require them and then release the resources when you are done and do not need them is known as elasticity. Question number 451. A business has chosen to shift its production workloads to the Amazon Web Service AWS Cloud. Which activities may assist in lowering operating expenses associated with the migration? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, reduce over provisioned instances. Option B, rehost all third-party licenses on AWS. Option C, implement a highly available architecture. Option D, use managed services. Or option E, improve application security. So the right answer here is option A, reduce over provisioned instances, and option D, use managed services. Question number 452. A business wants to provide a single user complete access to an Amazon S3 bucket. Which element in the S3 bucket policy contains information about the users who need access to the S3 bucket? And we have four options. Option A, principal, action, resource, statement. So the right answer here is option A, principal. The account or user who is allowed access to the actions and resources in the statement. In a bucket policy, the principal is the user, account, service, or other entity that is the recipient of these permission. Question number 453. Which Amazon Web Services solution enables clients to acquire unused Amazon EC2 capacity at often reduced prices? And we have four options: reserved instances, on-demand instances, dedicated instances, or spot instances. So the right answer here is option D, spot instances. A spot instance is a standard AWS E2 instance that is available for less than the on-demand price due to spare EC2 capacity, by requesting unused EC2 instances at a discounted price. Question number 454. How does the AWS Global Infrastructure offer high availability and fault tolerance to its users? And we have four options. Option A, the AWS infrastructure is made up of multiple AWS regions within various availability zones located in areas that have low flood risk and are interconnected with low latency networks and in redundant power supplies. Option B, the AWS infrastructure consists of subnets containing various availability zones with multiple data centers located in the same geographic location. Option C, AWS allows users to choose AWS regions and data centers so that users can select the closest data centers in different regions. And option D, the AWS infrastructure consists of isolated AWS regions with interdependent availability zones that are connected with low latency networking and redundant power supplies. So the right answer here is option D. The AWS infrastructure consists of isolated AWS regions with interdependent availability zones that are connected with low latency networking and redundant power supplies. Question number 455. Which of the following procedures should a client perform while doing penetration testing on Amazon Web Services? And we have four options. Option A, conduct penetration testing using Amazon Inspector and then notify AWS support. Option B, request and wait for approval from the customer's internal security team and then conduct testing. Option C, notify AWS support and then conduct testing immediately. Option D, request and wait for approval from AWS support and then conduct testing. So the right answer here is option B, request and wait for approval from the customer's internal security team and then conduct testing. Question number 456. Which service would be reasonable for network connection in a hybrid design that incorporates Amazon Web Services? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon VPC. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Directory Service. And the last option, Amazon API Gateway. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Direct Connect. So hybrid network connection, this component refers to the connection from the on-premises networking edge device to the AWS cloud. It can be physically connection such as AWS Direct Connect or an overlay connection such as site-to-site VPN. Question number 457. What is the name given to the several separate sites inside an AWS region that are linked by low latency networks? And we have four options: AWS Direct Connects, Amazon VPCs, edge locations, availability zones. So the right answer here is option D, availability zones. So availability zones are interconnected within a region for low latency. Question number 458. Which of the following AWS services can be utilized to efficiently deliver big volume of online video content? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, AWS Storage Gateway. Option B, Amazon S3. Option C, Amazon Elastic File System. And option D, Amazon Glacier. Option E, Amazon CloudFront. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon S3, and option E, Amazon CloudFront. So Amazon CloudFront is configured with the destination S3 bucket as the origin for global distribution of the transcoded video content. Question number 459. Which Amazon EC2 price option is appropriate for applications that need intermittent, spiky, or unexpected workloads? And we have four options: spot instances, dedicated host, on-demand instances, or reserved instances. So the right answer here is option C, on-demand instances. So on-demand instances are recommended for users that prefer the low cost and flexibility of Amazon EC2 without any upfront payment or long-term commitment. Applications with short-term, spiky, or unpredictable workloads that cannot be interrupted. Applications being developed are tested on Amazon EC2 for the first time. Question number 460. A user is able to set up a master payer account to view consolidated billing reports through, and we have four options. Option A, AWS budgets, Amazon Mackie, Amazon QuickSight, and option D, AWS organizations. So the right answer here is option D, AWS organizations. So AWS organizations, you can track the charges across multiple accounts and download the combined cost and usage data. Question number 461. Which of the following is a duty of the client under the AWS Share Responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, virtualization infrastructure. Option B, network infrastructure. Option C, application security. Option D, physical security of hardware. So the right answer here is option C, application security. So customers retain control of what security they choose to implement to protect their own content, platform, applications, systems, and networks. Question number 462. Which Amazon Web Services service can be used to monitor illegal API calls? And we have four options: AWS Config, AWS Cloud Trial, AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Inspector. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Cloud Trial. AWS Cloud Trail allows AWS customers to record API calls, sending log files to Amazon S3 bucket for storage. The service provides API activity data including the identity of an API caller, the time of an API call, the source of the IP address of an API caller, the request parameters, and the response elements returned by the AWS service. Question number 463. An e-commerce firm predicts a significant rise in online traffic in the run-up to two very popular shopping holidays. Which AWS service or functionality enables dynamic resource adjustments in response to this charge in demand? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud Trial. Option B, Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Option C, Amazon Forecast. Or option D, AWS Config. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling use predictive scaling to increase the number of EC2 instances a newer auto-scaling group in advance of daily and weekly patterns in traffic flows. Question number 464. Which strategy contributes to the cost optimization of consumers migrating to the AWS cloud? And we have four options. Option A, paying only for what is used. Option B, purchasing hardware before it is needed. Option C, manually provisioning cloud resources. Option D, purchasing for the maximum possible load. So the right answer here is option A, paying only for what is used. With AWS, you only pay for what you use, helping your organizations remain agile, responsive, and always able to meet scale demands. Question number 465. According to the AWS shared responsibility model, which task is the customer's responsibility? And we have four options. Option A, maintaining the infrastructure needed to run AWS Lambda. Option B, updating the operating system of Amazon DynamoDB instances. Option C, maintaining Amazon S3 infrastructure. Option D, updating the guest operating system on Amazon EC2 instances. So the right answer here is option D, updating the guest operating system on Amazon EC2 instances. Question number 466. Which design principle is achieved by following the reliability pillar of the AWS well-architected framework? And we have four options. Option A, vertical scaling. Option B, manual failure recovery. Option C, testing recovery procedures. Option D, changing infrastructure manually. So the right answer here is option C, testing recovery procedures. Question number 467. What enables a business to give a low latency experience to its worldwide users? And we have four options. Option A, using an AWS region that is central to all users. Option B, using a second availability zone in the AWS region that is being used. Option C, enabling caching in the AWS region that is being used. Option D, using edge locations to put content closer to all users. So the right answer here is option D, using edge locations to put content closer to all users. The edge location is physically much closer to the user than the origin server. It has lower latency. Question number 468. A business has optimized its workloads by using certain AWS services in order to increase efficiency and minimize costs. Which cost management best practice does this case demonstrate? And we have four options: resource controls, cost allocation, architecture optimization, tagging enforcement. So the right answer here is option C, architecture optimization. Architecture optimization focuses on the need to continually refine workloads to be more cost cautious to create better architected systems. Question number 469. Which feature of cloud computing can AWS exhibit via its capacity to provide reduced variable prices as a consequence of big purchase volumes? And we have four options. Option A, pay-as-you-go pricing. Option B, high availability. Option C, global reach. Option D, economies of scale. So the right answer here is option D, economies of scale. The economies of scale effect occurs because cost can now be spread over a large number of customers. The infrastructures become cheaper, prices can be reduced, and new customers benefit from the lower prices. Question number 470. A customer with an AWS basic support subscription has discovered that their AWS resources are being used for unauthorized purposes. What is the preferred mechanism for the user to notify AWS of the activity? And we have four options. Option A, contact the AWS Concierge support team. Option B, contact an AWS technical account manager. Option C, contact the AWS abuse team. Or option D, contact the AWS support team. So the right answer here is option C, contact the AWS abuse team. So if you suspect the AWS resources are used for abusive purposes, contact the AWS abuse team using the report Amazon AWS abuse form or by contacting abuse@amazonaws.com. Provide all the necessary information including logs in plain text, email headers and so on when you submit your request. Question number 471. Which AWS service should a business use to check the compliance of AWS resource settings on a continual basis? And we have four options. Option A, AWS organizations. Option B, AWS config. Option C, AWS artifact. And option D, AWS service catalog. So the right answer here is option B, AWS config. AWS config is a service that enables you to access, audit, and evaluate the configurations of your AWS resources. Config continuously monitors and records your AWS resource configurations and allows you to automate the evaluation of recorded configurations against desired configurations. With config, you can review changes in configurations and relationships between AWS resources, dive into detailed resources configuration histories, and determine your overall compliance against the configurations specified in your internal guidelines. These enables you to specify compliance auditing, security analysis, change management, and operational troubleshooting. Question number 472. Which AWS cloud feature relieves customers of the requirement to estimate future infrastructure consumption? And we have four options. Option A, easy and fast deployment of applications in multiple regions around the world. Option B, security of the AWS cloud. Option C, elasticity of the AWS cloud. Option D, lower variable cost due to massive economies of scale. So the right answer here is option C, elasticity of the AWS cloud. So implement elasticity when identifying the workloads that have variable load. Identify if the increase in demand can be met by automatic scaling or if it needs to be in place before. Question number 473. A user needs to quickly deploy a non-relational database on AWS. The user does not want to manage the underlying hardware or the database software. Which AWS service can be used to accomplish this? And we have four options: Amazon RDS, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Aurora, and Amazon Redshift. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon DynamoDB. Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed, serverless, key value NoSQL database designed to run high performance applications at any scale. DynamoDB offers built-in security, continuous backups, automated multi-region replication, in-memory caching, and data import and export tools. Question number 474. Which pattern is suggested for creating an AWS highly available architecture? And we have four options. Option A, ensure that components have low latency network connectivity. Option B, run enough Amazon EC2 instances to operate at peak load. Option C, ensure that the application is designed to accommodate failure of any single component. Option D, use a monolithic application that handles all operations. So the right answer here is option C. Ensure that the application is designed to accommodate failure of any single component. Amazon Web Services provide services and infrastructures to build reliable, fault tolerant, and highly available systems in the cloud. Fault tolerance defines the ability for a system to remain in operation even if some of the components used to build the system fail. Question number 475. Which task is an AWS responsibility when a workload is running in Amazon RDS? And we have four options. Option A, creating the database table. Option B, updating the database schema. Option C, installing the database engine. Option D, dropping the database records. So the right answer here is option C, installing the database engine. Question number 476. A business is contemplating migrating its on-premises data center to Amazon Web Services. What aspects should a total cost of ownership study consider? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, Amazon EC2 instance availability. Option B, power consumption of the data center. Option C, labor cost to replace old servers. Option D, application developer time. Option E, database engine capacity. So the right answer here is option B, power consumption of the data center. And option C, labor cost to replace old servers. The total cost of ownership is an analysis that looks at the hidden cost beyond price and places a single value on the complete life cycle of a capital purchase. This value includes every phase of ownership, acquisition, operation, and other softer cost of change management that flows down from acquisition such as documentation and training. Question number 477. A business currently operates an on-premises Microsoft SQL Server instance and is transferring its application to AWS. Although the firm lacks the resources necessary to modify the program, management wants to cut operation costs as part of the move. So which database service is most capable of meeting these requirements? And we have four options. Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Redshift, Microsoft SQL Server on Amazon EC2, Amazon RDS for SQL Server. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon RDS for SQL Server. So with Amazon RDS, your database operations are managed by AWS, leaving your team free to focus on innovation. Amazon RDS handles instant failover, data backups, software updates, so you can enjoy the efficiencies of the AWS cloud for a fast and reliable database option. Question number 478. A development team wants to publish and manage web services that provide REST APIs. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And we have four options: AWS App Mesh, Amazon API Gateway, Amazon CloudFront, AWS Cloud Map. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon API Gateway. Amazon API Gateway is a fully managed service that makes it easy for developers to create, publish, maintain, monitor, and secure APIs at any scale. Question number 479. What is an example of AWS Cloud Agility? And we have four options. Option A, access to multiple instance types. Option B, access to managed services. Option C, using consolidated billing to produce one bill. Option D, decreased acquisition time for new compute resources. So the right answer here is option D, decreased acquisition time for new compute resources. Agility is the ability to react quickly. In cloud, it takes a minute or two to create a virtual machine that is up and running. Question number 480. What are the advantages of using loose coupling as a design paradigm for cloud architectures? And we have four options. Option A, it facilitates low latency request handling. Option B, it allows applications to have dependent workflows. Option C, it prevents cascading failures between different components. Option D, it allows companies to focus on their physical data center operations. So the right answer here is option C. It prevents cascading failures between different components. Loose coupling. A change or a failure in one component should not cascade to other components. Question number 481. A business operates a website that is hosted on AWS and is protected by an application load balancer. The business wishes to protect its website against SQL injection and cross-site scripting. Which Amazon Web Services service should the business use? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Guard Duty, AWS WF, AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Inspector. So the right answer here is option B, AWS WF. To protect your applications against SQL injection and cross-site scripting attacks, use the built-in SQL injection and cross-site scripting engines. Remember that attacks can be performed on different parts of the HTTP request, such as the HTTP header, query string, or URI. Configure the AWS WF rules to inspect different parts of the HTTP request against the built-in mitigation engines. Question number 482. An online retail company wants to migrate its on-premises workload to AWS. The company needs to automatically handle a seasonal workload increase in a cost-effective manner. Which AWS cloud features will help the company meet this requirement? Choose two. We have five options. Option A, cross-region workload deployment. Option B, pay-as-you-go pricing. Option C, built-in AWS cloud trial audit capabilities. Option D, auto-scaling policies. Option E, centralized logging. So the right answer here is option B, pay-as-you-go pricing. and option D, auto scaling policies. Question number 483. A company's recently released application is rapidly gaining popularity. To enhance customer service, the firm wants to establish a phone number that would enable it to handle the growing amount of calls received by its support employees. Which Amazon Web Services offering should be utilized to fulfill this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Connect. Option B, Amazon CloudFront. Option C, Amazon Direct Connect. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Connect. Question number 484. A business wants to evaluate streaming user data and reply in real time to consumer inquiries. Which AWS service satisfies these criteria? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon QuickSight. Option B, Amazon Redshift. Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics. And option D, AWS Data Pipeline. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Kinesis Data Analytics. Amazon Kinesis Data Streams is a scalable and durable real-time data streaming service that can continuously capture gigabytes of data per second from hundreds of thousands of sources. Question number 485. Which of the following is an example of a frequent IT duty that AWS can do in order to free up firm IT resources? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, patching database softwares. Option B, testing application releases. Option C, backing up databases. Option D, creating database schema. Option E, running penetration tests. So the right answer here is option A, patching database softwares, and option C, backing up databases. Patch Manager, a capability of AWS System Manager, automates the process of patching managed nodes with both security related and other types of updates. AWS Backup automates and consolidates backups tasks previously performed service by service, removing the need to create custom scripts and manual process. Question number 486. Which AWS service helps developers use loose coupling and reliable messaging between microservices? And we have four options. Option A, Elastic Load Balancing. Option B, Amazon Simple Notification Service. Option C, Amazon CloudFront. Option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service. Amazon Simple Queue Service is a managed message queuing service technical professional and developers use to send, store, and retrieve multiple messages of various sizes asynchronously. Question number 487. How should a web application be deployed in the AWS cloud to guarantee high availability? And we have four options. Option A, deploy multiple instances of the application in multiple availability zones. Option B, deploy multiple instances of the application in a single availability zone. Option C, deploy the application to a compute optimized Amazon EC2 instance in a single availability zone. Option D, Deploy the application in one Amazon EC2 instance in an auto scaling group. So the right answer here is option A. Deploy multiple instances of the application in multiple availability zones. So this is to achieve high availability for any web application deployed in AWS. The following features will be present. High availability across multiple instance, multiple availability zones, auto scaling of instance based on the number of requests coming in, additional security to the instance that is in production, no impact to end users during the newer version of code deployment, no impact during patching the instances. Question number 488. A company needs to implement identity management for a fleet of mobile apps that are running in the AWS cloud. Which AWS service will meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Cognito. Option B, AWS Security Hub. Option C, AWS Shield. Option D, AWS WF. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon Cognito. Amazon Cognito lets you add user sign up, sign in, and access control to your web and mobile apps quickly and easily. Question number 489. Which AWS service or feature enables a business to track, monitor, and control its AWS expenses and consumptions over time? We have four options. Option A, AWS Budgets. Option B, AWS Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS Organizations. And option D, Consolidated Billing. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Cost Explorer. AWS Cost Explorer has an easy to use interface that lets you visualize, understand, and manage your AWS costs and usage over time. Question number 490. A huge corporation has recruited a developer who requires AWS credentials. Which security best practices should be adhered to? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, grant the developer access to only the AWS resources needed to perform the job. Option B, share the AWS account root user credentials with the developer. Option C, add the developer to the administrators group in AWS IAM. Option D, configure a password policy that ensures that developer's password cannot be changed. And option E, ensure the account password policy requires a minimum length. So the right answers are option A, grant the developer access to only the AWS resources needed to perform the job. And option E, ensure the account password policy requires a minimum length. Question number 491. A business has 500 terabyte image repository that has to be moved to Amazon Web Services for processing. Which AWS service is the most cost-effective way to import this data? And we have four options: Amazon AWS Snowball, AWS Direct Connect, AWS VPN, Amazon S3. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Snowball. Snowball is a petabyte scale data transport solution that uses secure appliances to transfer large amounts of data into and out of the AWS cloud. Using Snowball addresses common challenges with large scale data transfers, including high network cost, long transfer times, and security concerns. Question number 492. What is an AWS cloud best practice in terms of design? And we have four options. Option A, tight coupling of components. Option B, single point of failure. Option C, high availability. Option D, over provisioning of resources. So the right answer here is option C, high availability. Question number 493. A workload hosted on AWS will continue to operate indefinitely by using a steady number of Amazon EC2 instances. Which pricing strategy will decrease cost while assuring the availability of computational resources? And we have four options: dedicated host, on-demand instances, spot instances, or reserved instances. So the right answer here is option D, reserved instances. So reserved instances provide you with significant savings on your Amazon EC2 cost compared to on-demand instance pricing. Reserved instances are not physical instances, but rather a billing discount applied to the use of on-demand instances in your account. Question number 494. A company needs an Amazon EC2 instance for a right-sized database server that must run constantly for 1 year. Which EC2 instance purchasing option will meet this requirement most cost effectively? And we have four options: standard reserved instances, convertible reserved instances, on-demand instances, or spot instance. So the right answer here is option A, standard reserved instance. Standard reserved instances typically provide the highest discount level. 1 year standard reserved instances provide a similar discount to 3-year convertible reserved instance. Question number 495. A company has multiple applications and is now building a new multi-tier application. The company will host the new application on Amazon EC2 instances. The company wants the network routing and traffic between the various applications to follow the security principle of least privilege. Which AWS service or feature should the company use to enforce these principles? And we have four options. Option A, security groups. Option B, AWS Shield. Option C, AWS Global Accelerator. Option D, AWS Direct Connect Gateway. So the right answer here is option A, security groups. Security groups control the traffic that is allowed to reach and leave the resources that it is associated with. Question number 496. A business is developing an application that will need the capacity to transmit, save, and receive messages across its components. Additionally, the corporation requires that communication be processed in, first out sequence. Which Amazon Web Services service should the business use? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Step Functions. Option B, Amazon Simple Notification Service. Option C, Amazon Kinesis Data Streams. Option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Simple Queue Service. First in, first out queues are available in all AWS regions where Amazon SQS is available. Question number 497. A business requires 24/7 phone, email, and chat support with a response time of less than 1 hour in the event of a service outage to a production system. Which AWS support plan best matches these needs for the least amount of money? And we have four options: basic, developer, business, enterprise. So the right answer here is option C, business. Question number 498. A customer is considering migrating an application burden to the Amazon Web Services cloud. Which control becomes AWS responsibility after the migration? And we have four options. Option A, patching the guest operating system. Option B, maintaining physical and environmental controls. Option C, protecting communications and maintaining zone security. Option D, patching specific applications. So the right answer here is option B, maintaining physical and environmental controls. Question number 499. What is the function of a VPC Internet Gateway? And we have four options. Option A, to create a VPN connection to the VPC. Option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the Internet. Option C, to impose bandwidth constraints on Internet traffic. Option D, to load balance traffic from the Internet across Amazon EC2 instances. So the right answer here is option B, to allow communication between the VPC and the Internet. An Internet gateway is a horizontally scaled, redundant, and highly available VPC component that allow communication between your VPC and the Internet. Question number 500. Which AWS IAM feature enables developers to use the AWS CLI to access AWS services? And we have four options: API keys, access keys, username passwords, SSH keys. So the right answer here is option B, access keys. Access keys or long-term credentials for an IAM user or the AWS account root user. You can use access keys to sign programmatic requests to the AWS CLI or AWS API directly or using the AWS SDK. Question number 501. The company's web application requires AWS credentials and authorizations to use an AWS service. Which IAM entity should the company use as the best practice? And we have four options: IAM role, IAM user, IAM group, or IAM multi-factor authentication. So the right answer here is option A, IAM role. Question number 502. Which AWS service or feature gives a company the ability to control incoming traffic and outgoing traffic from Amazon EC2 instances? And we have four options: security groups, Amazon Route 53, AWS Direct Connect, or Amazon VPC. So the right answer here is option A, security groups. A security group acts as a virtual firewall for your EC2 instance to control incoming and outgoing traffic. Inbound rules control the incoming traffic to your instance, and outbound rules control the outgoing traffic from your instance. When you launch an instance, you can specify one or more security groups. Question number 503. In AWS, a corporation is constructing a new archiving system capable of storing terabytes of data. The firm will not often retrieve the data. Which Amazon S3 storage type will result in the lowest system cost? And we have four options: S3 standard infrequent access, S3 glacier, S3 intelligent tiering, and S3 one zone infrequent access. So the right answer here is option B, S3 glacier. Amazon S3 Glacier is a secure, durable, and low-cost storage class for data archiving. You can reliably store any amount of data at cost that are competitive with or cheapest than on-premises solutions. Question number 504. Which AWS support package includes access to architectural and operational assessments as well as 24/7 email, online, chat, and phone support from senior cloud support engineers? And we have four options: basic, business, developer, enterprise. So the right answer here is option D, enterprise. With enterprise support, you get 24/7 technical support from high quality engineers, tools and technologies to automatically manage health of your environment, consultative architectural guidance delivered in the context of your application and use cases, and a designated technical account manager to coordinate access to proactive, preventative programs, and AWS subject matter experts. AWS Enterprise support is recommended if you have business and or mission critical workloads in AWS. Question number 505. Which of the following describe the root user of an AWS account? And we have four options. Option A, the root user is the only user that can be configured with multi-factor authentication. Option B, the root user is the only user that can access the AWS Management Console. Option C, the root user is the first sign-in identity that is available when an AWS account is created. Option D, the root user has a password that cannot be changed. So the right answer here is option C, the root user is the first sign-in identity that is available when an AWS account is created. So AWS account root user. When you first create an Amazon Web Service account, you begin with one identity that has complete access to all AWS services and resources in the account. This identity is called the AWS account root user. So you can sign in as the root user using the email address and password that you use to create the account. Question number 506. The AWS IAM recommended practice for providing the fewest possible privileges is as follows. And you have four options. Option A, apply an IAM policy to an IAM group and limit the size of the group. Option B, require multi-factor authentication for all IAM users. Option C, require each IAM user who has different permission to have multiple passwords. Option D, apply an IAM policy only to IAM users who require it. So the right answer here is option D, apply an IAM policy only to IAM users who require it. By creating an AWS IAM policy, IT admins can ensure that members of a project will only have access to the exact resources they'll need to complete the project. They can do this by creating a policy that enable access to a particular resource for a specific date range and applying the policy to each IAM identity. Question number 507. To prevent fraudulent compute activity, a user needs a simple method to detect whether any Amazon EC2 instance have limited access to their ports. Which Amazon Web Services offering will meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, VPC flow logs. Option B, AWS WAF. Option C, AWS Cloud Trial. Option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. AWS Trusted Advisor checks security groups for rules that allow unrestricted access to specific ports. Unrestricted access increase opportunities for malicious activities. The ports with highest risk are flagged red and those with less risk are flagged yellow. Ports flagged green are typically used by applications that require unrestricted access such as HTTP and SMTP. Question number 508. Which AWS service is a content delivery network that safely and quickly distributes data, video, and apps to consumers worldwide? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud Formation, AWS Direct Connect, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon Pinpoint. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon CloudFront. Amazon CloudFront is the fast content delivery network service that securely delivers data, videos, applications, and APIs to customers globally with low latency, high transfer speeds, all within a developer-friendly environment. CloudFront is integrated with AWS, both physical locations that are directly connected to the AWS global infrastructure as well as other AWS services. Question number 509. A company is starting to build its infrastructure in the AWS cloud. The company wants access to technical support during business hours. The company also wants general architectural guidance as team build and test new applications. Which AWS support plan will meet this requirement at the lowest cost? And we have four options: AWS Basic Support, AWS Developer Support, AWS Business Support, and AWS Enterprise Support. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Developer Support. Question number 510. A company is migrating its public website to AWS. The company wants to host the domain name for the website on AWS. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options: AWS Lambda, Amazon Route 53, Amazon CloudFront, and AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Route 53. Question number 511. A company needs to evaluate its AWS environment and provide best practice recommendations in 5 categories: cost, performance, service limits, fault tolerance, and security. Which AWS service can the company use to meet these requirements? And we have four options: AWS Shield, AWS WAF, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Service Catalog. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. AWS Trusted Advisor is used to evaluate its AWS environment and provide best practice recommendations in 5 categories: cost, performance, service limits, fault tolerance, and security. Question number 512. Which AWS feature is exemplified by on-demand technology services that allow businesses to substitute variable expenditures for upfront fixed expenses? And we have four options: high availability, economy of scale, pay-as-you-go pricing, global reach. So the right answer here is option C, pay-as-you-go pricing. Trade fixed expenses for variable expense. Instead of having to invest heavily in data centers and servers before you know how you are going to use them, you can pay only when you consume computing resources and pay only for how much you consume. Question number 513. A business is relocating and need an encrypted connection to AWS. Which AWS service will assist you in fulfilling these requirements? And we have four options: AWS VPN, Amazon Route 53, Amazon API Gateway, and Amazon Connect. So the right answer here is option A, AWS VPN. So AWS VPN, you can now use additional encryption, integrity, and key exchange algorithms for your VPN connections. These advanced algorithms provide higher security to protect your data, higher performance for faster transfer rates, and help meet compliance requirements. Question number 514. What technology permits compute capacity to alter in response to changing load conditions? And we have four options. Option A, load balancing. Option B, automatic failover. Option C, round robin. Option D, auto scaling. So the right answer here is option D, auto scaling. So AWS auto scaling monitors your application and automatically adjusts capacity to maintain steady, predictable performance at the lowest possible cost. Using AWS auto scaling, it's easy to set up application scaling for multiple resources across multiple services in minutes. The service provides a simple, powerful user interface that lets you build scaling plans for resources including Amazon EC2 instance and Spot fleets, Amazon ECS tasks, Amazon DynamoDB tables and indexes, and Amazon Aurora replicas. AWS auto scaling makes scaling simple with recommendations that allow you to optimize performance, cost, or balance between them. If you're already using Amazon EC2 auto scaling to dynamically scale your Amazon EC2 instance, you can now combine it with AWS auto scaling to scale additional resources for other AWS services. With AWS auto scaling, your applications always have the right resource at the right time. Question number 515. Which AWS service provides the capability to view end-to-end performance metrics and troubleshoot distributed applications? And we have four options: AWS Cloud9, AWS CodeStar, AWS Cloud Map, and AWS X-Ray. So the right answer here is option D, AWS X-Ray. So AWS X-Ray makes it easy for developers to analyze the behavior of their production distributed applications with end-to-end tracing capabilities. You can use X-ray to identify performance bottlenecks, edge case errors, and other hard to detect issues. X-ray supports applications either in development or in production of any type or size, from simple asynchronous event calls and three-tier web application to complex distributed applications built using a microservices architecture. These enables developers to quickly find and address problems in their applications and improve the experience for end users of their applications. Question number 516. A major corporation has a workload that demands on-premises hardware. The organization wants to continue using the same management and control plane service as it does on AWS. Which Amazon Web Service offering should the business employ to achieve these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Device Form. Option B, AWS Fargate. Option C, AWS Outposts. And option D, AWS Ground Station. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Outposts. AWS Outpost is a family of fully managed solutions delivering AWS infrastructure and services to virtually any on-premises or edge location for a truly consistent hybrid experience. Outpost solution allow you to extend and run native AWS services on premises and is available in a variety of form factors from 1U and 2U outpost servers to 4 2U outpost racks and multiple rack deployments. With AWS Outpost, you can run some AWS services locally and connect to a broad range of services available in the local AWS region. Run applications and workloads on premises using familiar AWS services, tools, and APIs. Outpost supports workloads and devices requiring low latency access to on-premises systems, local data processing, data residency, and application migration with local system interdependencies. Question number 517. A business operates an e-commerce application that is hosted in Europe to reduce latency for international customers accessing the website. The firm would want to cache frequently viewed static information closer to the consumers. Which Amazon Web Service offering will meet this requirement? We have four options: Amazon Elastic Cache, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon Elastic Block Store. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon CloudFront. Amazon CloudFront employs a global network of edge locations and regional edge caches that cache copies of your content close to your viewers. Amazon CloudFront ensures that end user requests are served by the closest edge location. As a result, viewers' requests travel a short distance, improving performance of your viewers. For files not cached at the edge location and the regional edge caches, Amazon CloudFront keeps persistent connections with your origin servers so that those files can be fetched from the origin servers as quickly as possible. Question number 518. Which of the following is not a recommended approach for IAM user management? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, require IAM users to change their passwords after a specified period of time. Option B, prevent IAM users from reusing previous passwords. Option C, recommended that the same password be used on AWS and other sites. Option D, require IAM users to store their passwords in raw text. Option E, disable multi-factor authentication for IAM users. So the right answers are option D, require IAM users to store their passwords in raw text, and option E, disable multi-factor authentication for IAM users. Question number 519. Which Amazon Web Services feature assist in identifying harmful or illegal activity in AWS accounts and workloads? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Recognition. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. And option D, Amazon CloudWatch. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Amazon Guard Duty is a continuous security monitoring service that analyzes and processes the following data sources: AWS Cloud Trial Management Event Logs, AWS Cloud Trial Data Event for S3, DNS logs, EKS audit logs, and VPC flow logs. It uses threat intelligence feeds such as list of malicious IP addresses and domains and machine learning to identify unexpected and potential unauthorized and malicious activities within your AWS environment. Question number 520. Which AWS service or functionality provides technical support to users who subscribe to the AWS Basic Support Plan? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Senior Support Engineers. Option B, AWS Technical Account Manager. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. Option D, AWS Discussion Forums. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Trusted Advisor. So basic support is included for all AWS customers and includes customer service and communities, AWS Trusted Advisor, and AWS Personal Health Dashboard. Question number 521. Which AWS service provides threat detection by monitoring for malicious activities and unauthorized actions to protect AWS accounts, workloads, and data that is stored in Amazon S3? And we have four options: AWS Shield, AWS Firewall Manager, Amazon Guard Duty, Amazon Inspector. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Amazon Guard Duty is a threat detection service that continuously monitors your AWS accounts and workloads for malicious activity and delivers detailed security findings for visibility and remediation. Question number 522. Which AWS service enables you to get AWS security and compliance information on demand? And we have four options: AWS Cloud Trial, AWS Artifact, AWS Health, Amazon CloudWatch. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Artifact. So AWS Artifact is your go-to central resource for compliance related information that matters to you. It provides on-demand access to AWS security and compliance reports and select online agreements. Reports available in AWS Artifacts include service organization control reports, payment card industry reports, and certifications from accreditation bodies across geographies and compliance verticals that validate the implementation and operating effectiveness of AWS security controls. Agreements available in AWS Artifacts include business, associate, addendum, and non-disclosure agreement. Question number 523. Which Amazon Web Services service makes use of edge locations? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Aurora. Option B, AWS Global Accelerator. Option C, Amazon Connect. Option D, AWS Outposts. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Global Accelerator. AWS Global Accelerator and Amazon CloudFront are separate services that use the AWS global network and its edge locations around the world. Question number 524. Which of the following AWS capabilities allows a user to deploy an Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud instance that has already been configured? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Option B, Amazon Machine Image. Option C, Amazon EC2 Systems Manager. And option D, Amazon AppStream 2.0. So the right answer is option B, Amazon Machine Image. To use Amazon EC2, you simply select a pre-configured template Amazon Machine Image to get up and running immediately, or create an AMI containing your applications, libraries, data, and associated configuration settings. 525. Which AWS service can a company use to store and manage Docker images? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, Amazon Kinesis Data Streams. Option C, Amazon Elastic Container Registry. Option D, Amazon Elastic File System. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Elastic Container Registry. Amazon Elastic Container Registry is a highly available and secure private container repository that makes it easy to store and manage your Docker container images, encrypting and compressing images at rest so they are fast to pull and secure. Question number 526. A business wishes to send its traffic directly and confidentially to a virtual private cloud rather than through the public network. Which mode of connection enables this capacity? And we have four options: AWS VPN, AWS Direct Connect, VPC NAT Gateway, and VPC Internet Gateway. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Direct Connect. Direct Connect can be used to establish a private virtual interface from your on-premises directly to AWS VPC. It can provide you private high bandwidth network connection between your network and VPC. With the help of multiple virtual interfaces, you can establish private connectivity to multiple VPCs. Question number 527. What can be utilized to automate and manage AWS setups that are safe, well architected, and multi-account? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Share Responsibility Model. Option B, AWS Control Tower. Option C, AWS Security Hub. Option D, AWS Well Architected Tool. So the right answer is option B, AWS Control Tower. Control Tower automates the process of setting up a new baseline multi-account AWS environment that is secure, well architected, and ready to use. Control Tower incorporates the knowledge that AWS Professional Service has gained over the course of thousands of successful customer engagements. Question number 528. A company needs an automated security assessment report that will identify unintended network access to Amazon EC2 instances. The report also must identify operating system vulnerabilities on those instances. Which AWS service or a feature should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options: AWS Trusted Advisor, Security Groups, Amazon Mackie, Amazon Inspector. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Inspector. Amazon Inspector is an automated vulnerabilities management service that continually scans AWS workloads for software vulnerabilities and unintended network exposure. Question number 529. Which AWS support plan is the least expensive that provides for an 1 hour goal response time for support cases? And we have four options. Option A, Enterprise. Option B, Business. Option C, Developer. And option D, Basic. So the right answer is option B, Business. We recommend AWS Business Support if you have production workloads on AWS and want 24/7 access to technical support and architectural guidance in the context of your specific use cases. In addition to enhanced technical support and architectural guidance, business support provides access to third-party software support, documentation, and forums. AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Personal Health Dashboard, AWS Support API, and launch and event planning. Question number 530. Which AWS hybrid storage offering allows user to effortlessly integrate on-premises application with AWS cloud storage? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Backup. Option B, Amazon Connect. Option C, AWS Direct Connect. And option D, AWS Storage Gateway. So the right answer is option D, AWS Storage Gateway. AWS Storage Gateway is a set of hybrid cloud storage services that provide on-premises access to virtually unlimited storage, cloud storage. Question number 531. A user needs to prepare a report that summarizes the status of AWS accounts' major security checks. The report must contain the following. Permissions on Amazon S3 bucket are now inactive. Whether or not multi-factor authentication is enabled for the root user of the AWS account. If any security groups are set to enable unlimited access, this will be shown. Where can I get all of these information in one place? We have four options. Option A, Amazon Quick Site Dashboard. Option B, AWS Cloud Trails. Option C, AWS Trusted Advisor Report. And option D, IAM Credential Report. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Trusted Advisor Report. Question number 532. A pharmaceutical company infrastructure is managed in a single AWS region. The organization wants to link hundreds of VPCs across many AWS accounts. Which AWS service or feature should the business use to streamline administration and save operating costs? And we have four options. Option A, VPC endpoint. Option B, AWS Direct Connect. Option C, AWS Transit Gateway. And option D, VPC pairing. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Transit Gateway. AWS Transit Gateway connects VPCs and on-premises networks through a central hub. These simplify your network and puts an end to complex peering relationships. It acts as a cloud router. Each new connection is only made once. Question number 533. A global company is building a simple time tracking mobile app. The app needs to operate globally and must store collected data in a database. Data must be accessible from the AWS region that is closest to the user. What should the company do to meet these data storage requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? And we have four options. Option A, use Amazon EC2 in multiple regions to host separate databases. Option B, use Amazon RDS cross-region replication. Option C, use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. And option D, use AWS database migration service. So the right answer here is option C, use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. Global tables built on the global Amazon DynamoDB footprint to provide you with a fully managed multi-region and multi-active database that delivers fast local read and write performance for massively scaled global applications. Global tables replicate your DynamoDB tables automatically across your choice of AWS regions. Question number 534. One advantage of Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud on demand pricing is the following. And we have four options. Option A, the ability to bid for a lower hourly cost. Option B, paying a daily rate regardless of time used. Option C, paying only for time used. And option D, prepaying for instances and paying a lower hourly rate. So the right answer here is option C, paying only for time used. On-demand capacity reservations are priced exactly the same as their equivalent instance usage. If a capacity reservation is fully utilized, you only pay for instance usage and nothing towards the capacity reservation. If a capacity reservation is partially used, you pay for the instance used and for the unused portion of the capacity reservation. Question number 535. Which task is a customer's responsibility according to the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, management of the guest operating system. Option B, maintenance of the configuration of infrastructure devices. Option C, management of the host operating system and virtualization. Option D, maintenance of the software that powers availability zones. So the right answer here is option A, management of the guest operating systems. Question number 536. Which AWS service enables you to swiftly conduct one-time queries on Amazon S3 data? And we have four options: Amazon EMR, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Redshift, Amazon Athena. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Athena. So Amazon Athena is an interactive query service that makes it easy to analyze data in Amazon S3 using standard SQL. Athena is serverless, so there is no infrastructure to manage and you pay only for the queries that you run. Question number 537. A company needs to deliver new website features quickly in an interactive manner to minimize the time to market. Which AWS cloud concept does this requirement represents? And we have four options. Option A, reliability, elasticity, agility, and high availability. So the right answer here is option C, agility. Question number 538. Which VPC component adds an additional layer of protection to the subnet? And we have four options. Option A, security groups. Option B, network ACLs. Option C, NAT gateways. And option D, route tables. So the right answer here is option B, network ACLs. Access control list ACLs are network traffic filters that can control incoming or outgoing traffic. ACLs work on a set of rules that define how to forward or block a packet at the router's interface. An ACL is the same as stateless firewall, which only restricts, blocks, or allows the packets that are flowing from source to destination. Question number 539. A company wants to increase its ability to recover its infrastructure in the case of a natural disaster. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework does this ability represents? And we have four options. Option A, cost optimization. Option B, performance efficiency. Option C, reliability. And option D, security. So the right answer here is option C, reliability. The ability of a system to recover from infrastructure or service disruptions, dynamically acquire computing resources to meet demand, and mitigate disruptions such as misconfigurations or transient network issues. Question number 540. Which AWS support package is the least expensive that includes a dedicated AWS technical account manager? And we have four options: AWS developer support, AWS enterprise support, AWS basic support, and AWS business support. So the right answer here is option B, AWS enterprise support. Question number 541. Which tool is suitable for monitoring Amazon Web Services service limits? And we have four options. Option A, AWS total cost of ownership calculator. Option B, AWS trusted advisor. Option C, AWS personal health dashboard. And option D, AWS cost and usage report. So the right answer here is option B, AWS trusted advisor. Trusted advisor analyzes your AWS account and provides recommendation, cost optimization, performance, security, fault tolerance, service limits. Question number 542. Which AWS service or functionality involves the implementation of an internet service provider and a colocation facility? And we have four options: AWS VPN, Amazon Connect, AWS Direct Connect, Internet Gateway. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Direct Connect. Question number 543. Which AWS service tracks API calls and user activity? And we have four options: AWS Organization, AWS Config, Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Cloud Trial. So the right answer is option D, AWS Cloud Trial. So AWS Cloud Trial enables auditing, security monitoring, and operational troubleshooting by tracking user activity and API usage. CloudTrail logs continuously monitor and retain account activity related to actions across your AWS infrastructure, giving you control over storage, analysis, and remediation actions. Question number 544. Which cloud architectural design concept are advised for re-architecting a huge monolithic application? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, use manual monitoring. Option B, use fixed servers. Option C, implement loose coupling. Option D, rely on individual components. And option E, design for scalability. So the right answer here is option C, implement loose coupling. And option E, design for scalability. Re-architecting applications involves sweeping change, where an old monolithic application is completely revamped according to modern microservices architecture. Using individual components to re-architect a big application is one part of the process. The most important part is to design the application for scalability, because the level of investment for a monolithic application can only be justified when resilience and scalability is needed. Question number 545. The worldwide architecture of Amazon Web Services is comprised of regions, availability zones, and what else? And we have four options: VPCs, data centers, dark fiber network links, edge locations. So the right answer here is option B, data centers. Question number 546. A business must monitor its AWS accounts and determine when an API request is performed against its AWS resources. Which AWS product or service is most appropriate for meeting these requirements? And we have four options: Amazon CloudWatch, Amazon Inspector, AWS Cloud Trial, AWS IAM. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Cloud Trial. AWS Cloud Trail monitors and records account activity across your AWS infrastructure, giving you control over storage, analysis, and remediation actions. Question number 547. Which AWS service, feature, or tools uses machine learning to continuously monitor cost and usage for unusual cloud spending? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Lookout for Metrics. Option B, AWS Budgets. Option C, Amazon CloudWatch. Option D, AWS Cost Anomaly Detection. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Cost Anomaly Detection. AWS Cost Anomaly Detection sends you a notification when the difference between your actual spend and normal spend pattern exceeds the threshold. For example, suppose that your normal spend pattern is $100 and you get a $10 threshold. Then alert recipients get anomaly notification when the cost exceeds $110. Question number 548. Which AWS cloud feature will enable a multinational corporation to meet its demand for low latency to all its customers? And we have four options. Option A, fault tolerance. Option B, global reach. Option C, pay-as-you-go pricing. And option D, high availability. The right answer here is option B, global reach. Question number 549. A business currently operates in one AWS region and is extending operations to a second. In the second region, the organization is utilizing the identical AWS Cloud Formation template as in the original region. When the organization seeks to deploy Amazon EC2 on-demand instances in the second region, it encounters errors. What might possibly be the source of these error messages? And we have four options. Option A, a new EC2 key pair has not been created for the EC2 instance. Option B, the requested EC2 instance types are not available in the second region. Option C, the company cannot operate in a second region until it updates its AWS contract. Option D, the company has not configured AWS budgets to monitor the budget for the EC2 instance. So the right answer is option A, a new EC2 key pair has not been created for the EC2 instances. Question number 550. Which principles are used while architecting apps for AWS cloud reliability? Select two. And we have 5 options. Option A, design for automated failure recovery. Option B, use multiple availability zones. Option C, manage changes via documented processes. Option D, test for moderate demand to ensure reliability. Option E, backup recovery to an on-premises environment. So the right answer here is option A, design for automated failure recovery, and option B, use multiple availability zone. The reliability pillar encompasses the ability of a workload to perform its intended function correctly and consistently when it's expected to. These includes the ability to operate and test the workload through its total life cycle. There are 5 design principles for reliability in the cloud: automatically recover from failure, test recovery procedures, scale horizontally to increase aggregate workload availability, stop guessing capacity, manage change in automation. Question number 551. A company wants to migrate to AWS and use the same security software it uses on premises. The security software vendor offers its security software as a service on AWS. Where can the company purchase the security solution? And we have 4 options. Option A, AWS Partner Solution Finder. Option B, AWS Support Center. Option C, AWS Management Console. Option D, AWS Marketplace. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Marketplace. AWS Marketplace provides a new sales channel for ISVs and consulting partners to sell their solutions to AWS customers. We make it easy for customers to find, buy, deploy, and manage software solutions, including SaaS, in a matter of minutes. Question number 552. AWS is responsible for which of the following security related elements of hosting an Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud instance? Amazon EC2. And we have 4 options. Option A, security of private keys. Option B, hypervisor software updates. Option C, security updates to software running on the instance. Option D, policies controlling instance access. So the right answer here is option B, hypervisor software updates. Question number 553. Which of the following statement mostly accurately characterizes elastic load balancing? And we have 4 options. Option A, it translates a domain name into an IP address using DNS. Option B, it distributes incoming application traffic across one or more Amazon EC2 instance. Option C, it collects metrics on connected Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, it automatically adjusts the number of Amazon EC2 instances to support incoming traffic. So the right answer here is option B, it distributes incoming application traffic across one or more Amazon EC2 instance. Elastic load balancing automatically distributes incoming application traffic across multiple targets and virtual appliances in one or more availability zones. Question number 554. Which feature of the AWS cloud enables customer to reduce ideal CPU capacity? And we have 4 options: agility, elasticity, reliability, and durability. The right answer is option B, elasticity. So cloud elasticity is the ability to gain or reduce computing resources such as CPU processing, RAM input output bandwidth, and storage capacities on demand without causing system performance disruptions. This is often an automatic process in cloud computing. Question number 555. Which of the following is a managed AWS service that is used specifically for extract, transform, and load data? And we have four options: Amazon Athena, AWS Glue, Amazon S3, AWS Snowball Edge. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Glue. So AWS Glue is another offering from AWS and is a serverless ETL, extract, transform, and load service on the cloud. It is fully managed, cost-effective service to categorize your data, clean and enrich it, and finally move it from source system to target systems. Question number 556. A corporation is developing a mobile application to give its clients with shopping suggestions. The business intends to include a graph database into the shopping recommendation engine. Which Amazon Web Service database service should the business use? We have four options. Option A, Amazon DynamoDB. Option B, Amazon Aurora. Option C, Amazon Neptune. And option D, Amazon DocumentDB with MongoDB compatibility. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Neptune. So Amazon Neptune is a fast, reliable, fully managed graph database service that makes it easy to build and run applications. Question number 557. Which of the following actions are controlled with AWS Identity and Access Management? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, control access to AWS service, APIs, and to other specific resources. Option B, provide intelligent threat detection and continuous monitoring. Option C, protect the AWS environment using multi-factor authentication. Option D, grant users access to AWS data centers. Option E, provide firewall protection for applications from common web attacks. So the right answer here is option A, control access to AWS service APIs and to other specific resources. Option C, protect the AWS environment using multi-factor authentication MFA. AWS multi-factor authentication is an AWS identity and access management best practice that requires a second authentication factor in addition to username and password sign-in credentials. You can enable MFA at the AWS account level and for root and IAM users you have created in your account. Question number 558. A business wishes to establish a dedicated link between its on-premises IT infrastructure and AWS region resources. Additionally, the organization wishes to decrease network latency and congestion. Which Amazon Web Services service or functionality should the business select? And we have four options: AWS VPN, AWS Private Link, Amazon Connect, and AWS Direct Connect. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Direct Connect. So AWS Direct Connect cloud service is the shortest path to your AWS resources. While in transit, your network traffic remains on the AWS global network and never touches the public internet. This reduces the chance of hitting bottlenecks or unexpected increase in latency. When creating a new connection, you can choose a hosted connection provided by an AWS Direct Connect delivery partner or choose dedicated connection from AWS. Question number 559. Which AWS service allows clients to audit and monitor AWS resources changes? And we have four options: AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Guard Duty, Amazon Inspector, and AWS Config. So the right answer here is option D, AWS Config. So AWS Config is a service that enables you to access, audit, and evaluate the configuration of your AWS resources. Config continuously monitors and records your AWS resource configurations and allows you to automate the evaluation of recorded configurations against desired configurations. With config, you can review changes in configurations and relationship between AWS resources, dive into detailed resource configuration histories, and determine your overall compliance against the configuration specified in your internal guidelines. This enables you to simplify compliance auditing, security analysis, change management, and operational troubleshooting. Question number 560. Which of the following is an advantage of using AWS Cloud Computing Platform? And we have four options. Option A, permissive security removes the administrative burden. Option B, ability to focus on revenue generating activities. Option C, control over cloud network hardware. Option D, choice of specific cloud hardware vendors. So the right answer here is option B, ability to focus on revenue generating activities. Developers and IT staff productivity accounted for nearly 30% of overall financial benefits. The remaining benefits were driven by the flexibility and agility of Amazon Cloud Infrastructure Services, which makes it easier to trial new business models, support revenue generating applications, and provide more reliable services to end users. Question number 561. Which of the following are shared controls that apply to both AWS and customer according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Choose two. And we have five options. Option A, resource configuration management. Option B, network data integrity. Option C, employee awareness and training. Option D, physical and environmental security. Option E, replacement and disposal of disk drives. So the right answer here is option A, resource configuration management. And option C, employee awareness and training. So controls which apply to both the infrastructure layer and customer layers, but in completely separate constants or perspectives. In a shared control, AWS provides the requirements for the infrastructure and the customer must provide their own control implementation within their use of AWS services. Examples include: in patch management, AWS is responsible for patching and fixing flaws within the infrastructure, but customers are responsible for patching their guest OS and applications. In configuration management, AWS maintains the configuration of its infrastructure devices, but a customer is responsible for configuring their own guest operating system, databases, and applications. And awareness and training, AWS trains AWS employees, but a customer must train their own employees. Question number 562. Which AWS service or feature gives information about planned events that are now occurring or may occur in the near future and may impact an AWS account? We have four options: AWS Config, AWS Systems Manager, AWS Health, Personal Health Dashboard, and AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. So So AWS Personal Health Dashboard provides alerts and guidance for AWS events that might affect your environment. While the Service Health Dashboard shows the general status of AWS service, the Personal Health Dashboard provides proactive and transparent notifications about your specific AWS environment. Question number 563. A business has many Amazon Web Services accounts and want to streamline and unify its billing process. Which AWS service is capable of doing this? And we have four options: AWS Cost and Usage Report, AWS Organizations, AWS Cost Explorer, AWS Budgets. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Organizations. You can use the consolidated billing feature in AWS Organization to consolidate billing and payment for multiple AWS accounts or multiple Amazon Internet Service Private Limited accounts. Every organization in AWS Organization has a master account that pays the charge for all the member accounts. Question number 564. What does it imply when a customer uses AWS to construct a hybrid cloud architecture? And we have four options. Option A, all resources run using on-premises infrastructure. Option B, some resources run on-premises and some run in a co-location center. Option C, all resources run in the AWS cloud. Option D, some resources run on-premises and some run in the AWS cloud. So the right answer here is option D, some resources run on-premises and some run in the AWS cloud. Hybrid cloud combines the unifies public cloud, private cloud, and on-premises infrastructure to create a single, flexible, cost-optimal IT infrastructure. Question number 565. What is the least expensive AWS support plan that contains a full set of AWS Trusted Advisor best practice checks? And we have four options: AWS Enterprise Support, AWS Business Support, AWS Developer Support, and AWS Basic Support. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Business Support. AWS Business Support and AWS Enterprise Support customers can access all checks including cost optimization, security, fault tolerance, performance, and service quotas. Question number 566. A business wishes to anticipate its AWS cloud expenses for the following year based on historical AWS cloud spending patterns. Which Amazon Web Services offering should the business employ to achieve these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Control Tower. Option B, Cost Explorer. Option C, AWS OpsWorks. And option D, AWS Cloud Formation. So the right answer here is option B, Cost Explorer. AWS Cost Explorer has an easy to use interface that lets you visualize, understand, and manage your AWS cost and usage over time. Question number 567. Which AWS service provides domain registration, DNS routing, and service health checks? And we have four options: AWS Direct Connect, Amazon Route 53, Amazon CloudFront, and Amazon API Gateway. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Route 53. So Amazon Route 53 is a highly available and scalable cloud domain name system web service. It is basically designed for developers and corporate to route the end users to internet applications by translating human-readable names like www.shapingpixel.com into the numeric IP addresses like 992.0.1.1 that computers use to connect to each other. You cannot use Amazon Route 53 to connect your on-premises network with AWS Cloud. Question number 568. Which AWS service or feature can help to improve network security by restricting a request for a web application hosted on AWS from a certain network? Select 2. And we have 5 options: AWS WAF, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Direct Connect, or AWS Organizations, and Network ACLs. So the right answer here is option A, AWS WAF. And option E, Network ACLs. So AWS WAF is a web application firewall that helps protect your web application or API against common web exploits and bots that may affect availability, compromise security, or consume excessive resources. A network access control list ACL is an optional layer of security for your VPC that acts as a firewall for controlling traffic in and out of one or more subnets. Question number 569. Which components are necessary to configure an AWS site-to-site VPN connection successfully? Select 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, Internet Gateway. Option B, NAT Gateway. Option C, Customer Gateway. Option D, Transit Gateway. And option E, Virtual Private Gateway. So the right answer here is option C, Customer Gateway. Option D, Transit Gateway. Question number 570. Which AWS service should be used to migrate a company's on-premises MySQL database to Amazon RDS? And we have 4 options: AWS Direct Connect, AWS Server Migration Service, AWS Database Migration Service, AWS Schema Conversion Tool. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Database Migration Service. AWS Database Migration Service is a cloud service that makes it possible to migrate relational database, data warehouses, NoSQL databases, and other types of data stores. You can use AWS DMS to migrate your data into the AWS cloud or between combination of cloud and on-premises setups. Question number 571. Which benefits does a company gain when the company moves from on-premises IT architecture to the AWS cloud? Choose 2. And we have 5 options. Option A, reduced or eliminated tasks for hardware troubleshooting, capacity planning, and procurement. Option B, elimination of the need for trained IT staff. Option C, automatic security configuration of all applications that are migrated to the cloud. Option D, elimination of the need for disaster recovery planning. Option E, faster deployment of new features and applications. So the right answer here is option A, reduced or eliminated tasks for hardware troubleshooting, capacity planning, and procurement. And option E, faster deployment of new features and applications. Question number 572. A business needs security against increased distributed denial of service assaults on its website, as well as help from AWS professional in the case of such an attack. Which AWS managed service will satisfy these criteria? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Shield Advanced. Option B, AWS Firewall Manager. Option C, AWS WF. And option D, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Shield Advanced. So AWS Shield is a managed distributed denial of service protection service that safeguards applications running on AWS. AWS Shield provides always on detection and automatic inline mitigations that minimize applications downtime and latency. So there is no need to engage AWS support to benefit from DDoS protection. There are two tiers of AWS Shield, standard and advanced. Question number 573. Which of the following is a benefit of decoupling an AWS cloud architecture? And we have four options. Option A, reduced latency. Option B, ability to upgrade components independently. Option C, decreased costs. And option D, fewer components to manage. So the right answer here is option B, ability to upgrade components independently. Question number 574. A cloud practitioner requires a dedicated link between AWS resources and an on-premises system that is constant and devoted. Which AWS service satisfies these criteria? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Direct Connect, AWS VPN, Amazon Connect, or AWS Data Pipeline. So the right answer here is option A, AWS Direct Connect. So you can use AWS Direct Connect to establish a private virtual interface from your on-premises network directly to your VPC, Amazon VPC, providing you with a private, high bandwidth network connection between your network and your VPC. With multiple virtual interfaces, you can even establish private connectivity to multiple VPCs while maintaining network isolation. Question number 575. Which task is the responsibility of the customer according to the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, maintain the security of the hardware that runs Amazon EC2 instance. Option B, patch the guest operating system of Amazon EC2 instances. Option C, protect the security of the AWS global infrastructure. Option D, patch Amazon RDS software. So the right answer is option B, patch the guest operating system of Amazon EC2 instances. Question number 576. A business requires the migration of a significant amount of data from an on-premises data center to the AWS cloud. The internet connection at the workplace is sluggish and unstable. Which Amazon Web Services service is capable of facilitating these data transfer? And we have four options. Amazon S3 Glacier, AWS Snowball, AWS Storage Gateway, Amazon Elastic File System. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Snowball. Snowball is a petabyte scale data transport solution that uses secure appliances to transfer large amount of data into and out of the AWS cloud. Using Snowball addresses common challenges with large-scale data transfers, including high network cost, long transfer times, and security concerns. Question number 577. Which AWS service or functionality allows customers to encrypt data stored in Amazon S3 during the storage process? And we have four options. Option A, IAM policies. Option B, server-side encryption. Option C, Amazon Guard Duty. Option D, client-side encryption. So the right answer here is option D, client-side encryption. Client-side encryption: encrypt data client-side and upload the encrypted data to Amazon S3. In this case, you manage the encryption process, the encryption keys, and related tools. Question number 578. Which AWS organization features can be used to track charges across multiple accounts and report the combined use cost? And we have four options. Option A, service control policies. Option B, cost explorer. Option C, consolidated billing. Option D, AWS identity and access management. So the right answer here is option C, consolidated billing. Question number 579. Which of the following is a cloud benefit that AWS offers to its users? And we have four options. Option A, the ability to configure AWS data center hypervisors. Option B, the ability to purchase hardware in advance of increased traffic. Option C, the ability to deploy to AWS on a global scale. Option D, compliance audits for users' IT environments. So the right answer is option C, the ability to deploy to AWS on a global scale. Question number 580. AWS provides which of the following security related services? Select two. And we have five options. Option A, multi-factor authentication, physical tokens. Option B, AWS Trusted Advisor security checks. Option C, data encryption. Option D, automated penetration testing. Option E, Amazon S3 copyrighted content detection. So the right answer is option B, AWS Trusted Advisor security checks. And option C, data encryption. Question number 581. What are the five pillars of the AWS well-architected framework? And we have four options. Option A, encryption, documentation, speed, hybrid design, and cost optimization. Option B, containerization, cost margins, globalization, marketplace, and developers operations. Option C, network, compute, storage, security, and developer operations. Option D, operational excellence, reliability, performance efficiency, security, and cost optimization. So the right answer here is option D. Question number 582. A company accepts enrollment application on handwritten paper forms. The company uses a manual process to enter the form data into its backend systems. The company wants to automate the process by scanning the forms and capturing the enrollment data from scanned PDF files. Which AWS service should the company use to build this process? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Recognition. Option B, Amazon Textract. Option C, Amazon Transcribe. Option D, Amazon Comprehend. So the right answer is option B, Amazon Textract. Amazon Textract is a machine learning service that automatically extracts text, handwritten, and data from scanned documents. It goes beyond simple optical character recognition to identify, understand, and extract data from forms and tables. Question number 583. Which AWS service should a company use to organize, characterize, and search large number of images? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Transcribe. Option B, Amazon Recognition. Option C, Amazon Aurora. Option D, Amazon QuickSight. So the right answer here is option B, Amazon Recognition. You use the Amazon Recognition Image API operation to analyze images stored in an Amazon S3 bucket and image bytes loaded from the local file system. This section also covers getting image orientation information from a .jpg image. Question number 584. A company wants to host a private version control system for its application code in the AWS cloud. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Code Pipeline, AWS Code Star, AWS Code Commit, and AWS Code Deploy. So the right answer here is option C, AWS Code Commit. So AWS Code Commit will sort code, binaries, and metadata in a redundant fashion with high availability. You will be able to collaborate with local and remote teams to edit, compare, sync, and revise your code. Question number 585. Which AWS service or tool can a company set up to send notifications that a custom spending threshold has been reached or exceeded? And we have four options. AWS Budgets, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Cloud Trial, AWS Support. So the right answer is option A, AWS Budgets. With AWS Budgets, you can choose to be alerted by email or SMS notifications when actual or forecasted cost and usage exceed your budget threshold, or when your actual RI and saving plans utilization or coverage drops below your desired threshold. Question number 586. Which AWS service is used to host static websites? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon S3. Option B, Amazon Elastic Block Store. Option C, AWS Cloud Formation. Option D, Amazon Elastic File System. So the right answer here is option A, Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is a cloud storage service offered by Amazon Web Services that allows users to store and retrieve data from anywhere on the internet. One of the features of S3 is the ability to host static websites, which are websites that consist of fixed HTML pages and other assets, such as images, style sheets, and JavaScript files. Question number 587. Which AWS service contains built-in engines to protect web applications that run in the cloud from SQL injection attacks and cross-site scripting? And we have four options: AWS WAF, AWS Shield Advanced, Amazon Guard Duty, and Amazon Detective. So the right answer here is option A, AWS WAF. AWS WAF helps protect web applications from attacks by allowing you to configure rules that allow, block, or monitor web requests based on conditions that you define. These conditions include IP addresses, HTTP headers, HTTP body, URI strings, SQL injection, and cross-site scripting. Question number 588. A company needs to set up user authentication for a new application. Users must be able to sign in directly with a username and password or through a third-party provider. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS single sign-on. Option B, AWS Signer. Option C, Amazon Cognito. Option D, AWS Directory Service. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon Cognito. So Amazon Cognito lets you add user sign up, sign in, and access control to your web and mobile app quickly and easily. Amazon Cognito scales to millions of users and supports sign in with social identity providers such as Apple, Facebook, Google, and Amazon, and enterprise identity providers via SAML 2.0 and OpenID Connect. Question number 589. A company's IT team is managing MySQL database server clusters. The IT team has to patch the database and take backup snapshots of the data in the clusters. The company wants to move this workload to AWS so that these tasks will be completed automatically. What should the company do to meet this requirement? We have four options. Option A, deploy MySQL database server cluster on Amazon EC2 instances. Option B, use Amazon RDS with the MySQL database. Option C, use an AWS CloudFormation template to deploy MySQL database servers on Amazon EC2 instances. Option D, migrate all the MySQL database data to Amazon S3. So the right answer here is option B, use Amazon RDS with MySQL database. Question number 590. What is the primary use case of Amazon Guard Duty? And we have four options. Option A, prevention of DDoS attacks. Option B, protecting against SQL injection attacks. Option C, automatic monitoring for threats to AWS workloads. Option D, automatic provisioning of AWS resources. So the right answer here is option C, automatic monitoring of threat to AWS workloads. Amazon Guard Duty is a threat detection service that continuously monitors your AWS accounts and workloads for malicious activity and delivers detailed security findings for visibility and remediation. Question number 591. A company needs to identify personally identifiable information such as credit card numbers from data that is stored in Amazon S3. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options: Amazon Inspector, AWS Shield, Amazon Guard Duty, Amazon Mackey. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Mackey. Mackey automatically detects a large and growing list of sensitive data types, including personally identifiable information such as names, addresses, and credit card numbers. It also gives you constant visibility of the data security and data privacy of your data stored in Amazon S3. Question number 592. A company wants to forecast future costs and usage of AWS resources based on past consumption. Which AWS service or tool will provide these forecasts? And we have four options. Option A, AWS cost and usage report. Option B, Amazon forecast. Option C, AWS pricing calculator. Option D, cost explorer. So the right answer is option D, cost explorer. Question number 593. Which AWS services are serverless? Choose two. And we have five options. AWS Fargate, Amazon Managed Streaming for Apache Kafka, Amazon EMR, Amazon S3, Amazon EC2. So the right answers here is option A, AWS Fargate, and option D, Amazon S3. Serverless applications generally use cloud storage services like Amazon S3 to store application data that doesn't fit into a database. S3 therefore forms the functional basis for all serverless solutions that handle large files like user-generated data, images, or video content. Question number 594. Which task is the responsibility of AWS according to the AWS shared responsibility model? And we have four options. Option A, apply guest operating system patches to Amazon EC2 instances. Option B, providing monitoring of human resources information management systems. Option C, perform automated backup of Amazon RDS instance. Option D, optimize the cost of running AWS services. So the right answer is option C, perform automated backups of Amazon RDS instance. Amazon RDS creates and saves automated backups of your data DB instance. Amazon RDS creates a storage volume snapshot of your DB instance, backing up the entire DB instance and not just individual databases, both of which are automatically active when you create an RDS unless you specify otherwise while creating the RDS instance. Question number 595. A company needs to deploy a PostgreSQL database into Amazon RDS. The database must be highly available and fault tolerant. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet these requirements? We have four options. Option A, Amazon RDS with a single availability zone. Option B, Amazon RDS snapshots. Option C, Amazon RDS with multiple availability zones. Option D, AWS database migration service. So the right answer here is option C, Amazon RDS with multi-availability zones. Your Amazon RDS database instance and their deployment in multiple availability zones improve the reliability and availability of your DB instances. These makes them an appropriate fit for database workloads in production. Multi-agent deployment for Amazon RDS instances. AWS RDS instance is an isolated database infrastructure in the cloud. Question number 596. A company wants to add facial identification to its user verification process on an application. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon Poly. Option B, Amazon Transcribe. Option C, Amazon Lex. Option D, Amazon Recognition. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Recognition. Amazon Recognition can store information about detected faces in server-side containers known as collections. You can use the facial information that's stored in a collection to search for known faces in images, stored videos, and streaming videos. Question number 597. A company wants the ability to quickly upload its applications to the AWS cloud without needing to provision underlying resources. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, AWS Cloud Formation. Option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Option C, AWS Code Deploy. Option D, AWS Code Commit. So the right answer here is option B, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. With Elastic Beanstalk, you can quickly deploy and manage applications in the AWS cloud without having to learn about the infrastructure that runs those applications. Question number 598. Which AWS service monitors CPU utilization on Amazon EC2 instances? And we have four options. Option A, AWS CloudTrail. Option B, Amazon Inspector. Option C, AWS Config. Option D, Amazon CloudWatch. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon CloudWatch. You can monitor the CPU usage and disk reads and writes of your Amazon EC2 instances and then use that data to determine whether you should launch additional instances to handle increased load. You can also use this data to stop underused instances to save money. With CloudWatch, you gain system-wide visibility into resource utilization, application performance, and operational health. Question number 599. A company needs to label its AWS resources so that the company can categorize and track cost. What should the company do to meet this requirement? And we have four options. Option A, use cost allocation tags. Option B, use AWS Identity and Access Management. Option C, use AWS Organizations. Option D, use the AWS Cost Management Coverage Report. So the right answer here is option A, use cost allocation tags. AWS uses the cost allocation tags to organize your resource cost on your cost allocation report to make it easier for you to categorize and track your AWS costs. Question number 600. A company wants its employees to have access to virtual desktop infrastructure to securely access company provided desktops through the employee's personal devices. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? And we have four options. Option A, Amazon AppStream. Option B, AWS AppSync. Option C, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Option D, Amazon Workspaces. So the right answer here is option D, Amazon Workspaces. Amazon Workspaces provide a secure, managed desktop as a service to your end users. So that's all in this video, guys. I hope you liked the video. Please subscribe to my channel if you're not already done so. And if you think any of the answer is incorrect while going through the question and answers, Please let me know in the comment section with the question number and the right answer and your explanation, please. And I wish you all the best for your AWS certification journey. And please let me know once you have passed the exam. And see you in the next video, and keep learning. Thank you.